I am not late. I am on time. I was in the bathroom though. Hello. We finally have Emilie. Crazy. It's like I've been talking about this character for so long on my live streams. Yeah, like anywho's. There's a whole good lord. I have a big. I don't know how long this stream is gonna be. I might have to do multiple streams. Also, I forgot to put chat on screen. I also forgot that the CSS was broken because I got distracted by a new character that released. So that's still gonna be broken. But oh well, we'll just have to deal with it being slightly ugly on screen. That doesn't look very good. Let me try to fix this. Bear with me. Hello, hello. For anyone VOD watcher, I guess feel free to skip forward a little bit while I try to fix this. Anywho's, yeah, I didn't look into. I think, well, I don't know. The fact that this just broke yesterday means I don't know if there's an easy solution to this other than learning CSS myself or talking to someone who knows CSS. But anyways, let me transform, edit transform. Okay, change the crop to like, that doesn't look great. 40? No. 40 is too many. I think, what is this? Okay, give me, give me a second. There we go. Okay. Lamb. I think that's fine. There we go. Let me know if I need to tweak it. Alright. I still can't get over how pretty her weapon is. I really like how her weapon looks like too. It's, yeah. By the way, one thing to mention quick. I will talk about her bursts. What? You need a professional opinion from me. I don't know if I'm a professional, other than, I guess, I'm a professional Genshin player by definition. Which, you know, not, not like there's e-sport Genshin, not professional in that way, but anyways, I really like that she doesn't have a charge attack that does the typical this polearm charge attack, right? She has the Archon charge attack, which should tell you how strong she is. No, by the way, anyone calling this character weak is actually just out of their mind. I want to get that out of the way real quick. Like, not out of their mind in like an objective sense. You can have any dang reason you want to skip for a character. I don't care. It's a good thing to have reasons to skip characters, right? Because if you want to pull every f***ing character in this game, you will lose your sanity or you will lose your entire savings. If you have any at all. But what is this stream on? It's on Emilie. Right, you should have reasons to skip characters. But just because you were going to skip her does not mean, oh, she's bad. Like, I saw one or two people, I think, saying she's a bad character in my chat or something, before I started streaming. And, like, this character outputs a similar amount of damage as Xiangling. And Xiangling is a character that everyone's just like, oh, blah, meme copy pasta Xiangling, I'm so sick of Xiangling, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Xiangling's strong. Emilie is strong. And yes, they are different characters. They have different contexts in which they can be used in. Xiangling is a character that is strong under particular contexts. Like, a big part of what makes her strong is her utility with Bennett. She becomes a much harder to use and weaker character without Bennett. And also, like, her C4 is a factor as well. Like, I do not, like, yes, most players that are playing for a while can get her C4. It's one of the easier C4s of a 4-star to get. But it's still a, you know, a thing you gotta not assume. Point is, C0 Emilie, without her weapon, is a pretty good character for the damage she outputs. I'm not saying I love everything about how they designed her kit. Right now, I am pretty bullish about how good she's going to be. We'll see if I was wrong. How good I think she is dependent on what I've always said before, wherein how versatile can characters be. How many different teams can I imagine them being useful in? And I have done mini burgeoning, not burgeon, well, I've done mini burgeon shenanigans, usually burgeon shenanigans, but I've done mini shenanigans with burning in general before. And this character is a character made around burning, right? And there's a number of things that might swing me one direction or another to enjoying her as much as I think I was going to enjoy her. Or maybe I end up not liking her as much as I was hoping I would like. Which it all depends on how much how much I feel like she replaces Nahida in the context that Nahida enabled the same burning things that Emilie could enable. But she could be an upgrade over Nahida as far as overall team DPS goes. So, anywho's, the YouTube chat already broke. Thanks, YouTube. Let me refresh that manually. So, anywho's, did you get C1, Saluna? Well, I'm at 78 pity. Yeah, this is on poems only. I'm not gonna wish anymore on my main account. We're at 78 pity, and we got the daily login. God, frick you. Okay, well. Alright, yay, 80 pity it is, or something. I think that was 78. It was either 78 or... Yeah, I think it was 78. I don't know. Frick you, game. We'll see if we get C1. What was I saying? Let's go condense resin. We need to... I didn't pre-farm for this weapon at all because I didn't know I was going to get it. I still should have pre-farmed for it because I didn't really need to spend the resin anywhere else, but I just forgot. Oh well, we're doing that today. Means we might have to use some condensed, which is not ideal, or not fragiles. But yeah, anyways, this character is good. The question is not how good is she. Like, her figuring out how much damage she deals is not hard. That I want to emphasize. Like, she's one of the easier characters to calculate her like damage output in a given context. The question is more how how many teams she can be used in, right? Because I don't like characters that are relatively niche. Like too niche. Like, oh, like if my end feeling, to outline specifically, like if my end feeling with Emilie is that she only makes sense to be used in teams that are just, you know, mono pyro but throw in Emilie in the team instead. So, you know, do I not have one preset? Which, to be clear, mono pyro but Emilie in the team will still make her like this. Which I was just playing around with different last slots yesterday, right? So it could be something like this, right? This is doing mono pyro Hu Tao, but then Emilie instead of a, you know, a pyro unit, or instead of Shao or whatever. Although you can still do Shao technically, if I can live without the extra survivability or whatever. You get the point, right? Like, this is like really simple and boring. This is basically just she's an honorary pyro unit, but it's doing green numbers. Not that interesting. Useful still in poems only, but not that interesting on a mechanical level to me, because you're not really doing anything with the reactions. You're just putting strong damage dealers together. It is all it is. But burning is a reaction that can be used in a potential lot of different ways. And I think I wanted to start with the Sino team, because this is the main team I actually tested very briefly last night before I decided to finish editing my video that I posted today. What does C1 do? C1 is basically a pretty... It's weird to calculate how much of a damage increase this is, because it really just depends on how often you're actually triggering the burning. Like, if the theoretical maximum that this upgrade could be is like probably in the 30 to 40% range for a DPS upgrade, but it isn't necessarily always going to be, especially if you're doing not teams that aren't just, oh, only burning all the time teams, right? So it has potential variable value. At a baseline, though, it just increases her skill and passive damage, and then she can trigger her passive more often because she'll collect sense more often. Yeah, there's a whole lot of things I'm gonna have to cover in this video, I think, and test different things. Like, there's things I want to verify to make sure that they didn't change, but I haven't checked to see if they changed, because like the two problems, the two main things that potentially will make Emilie be more limited than I'm hoping she's going to be, is if her Dendro application is just not enough to do like enough other things with burning that you could otherwise be able to do if she had higher Dendro application. And in that vein, her skill has special ICD. So her skill, you see, hits 2 times when it does this level 2 skill. Let me go find an enemy to demonstrate this. Did I clean my dailies yet? Am I Elon Musk? What? Quite frankly, that's an insult to me personally. I sound like him? Oh god. Oh god. I need to reconsider my life. What about me sounds like him? Would Emilie work on Burgeon? We'll be doing some Burgeon things with Emilie. Most likely, if you want Burgeon teams with Emilie to really work well, you will probably want an additional Dendro unit, is my guess. But hopefully we will test out those kinds of teams. That was straight up bullying. No, a cool voice you got? Alright, well thanks. As long as you don't... I mean, just saying I have a cool sounding voice, and if you think Elon has a cool sounding... I don't even really know off the top of my head what he sounds like. I've heard him before, but not actively. But anyways, he's, in my opinion, not the coolest of people in other fashions. Can you use Tignari with her? That's an interesting question. Well, let's add it to the... I have, like, literally 10 teams already to test, but you know what? Add it to the list. Tignari... What would the team look like? Tignari, Emilie... This is polearms only, because polearms only should be simpler to test some things. That's why I'm starting with it. Frick. Oh, boy. You need Pyro.
Benny's adventure team?
And it has to be, like, off-field Pyro. Dia? Let's do Dia. Let's say Dia. Alright, so Tignari, Emilie, Dia. And then, yeah, you need Electro. We'll go... This is gonna be weird. I'm gonna say Raiden. Actually, I'll say Kuki. Because healer. You know, might be nice. We'll try, like, Tignari, Emilie, Dia, Kuki. Raiden could be an option as well, but I just figure healer. The idea is someone that's applying a low amount of Electro that can hopefully keep up spread, but not going to overwrite burning too much, right? Would be the idea. So, I think it could work. And that's kind of like the question with Emilie, right? Is you always want Pyro with her. That's basically her restriction. It's kind of like, you know, Xiangling, you usually want Bennett with her, right? Both characters are restricted. Their off-field damage deals are restricted in some form. How exactly they can be used? Dramatic music. How exactly they can be used depends. But you want some amount of ability to keep up burning. Not necessarily keep up burning. It doesn't have to be permanently happening, but at least triggering it with some amount of, like, consistency. Because her high damage skill. So I have her double crowned on polearms only here. Her high damage 150% multiplier times 2 skill. That's the one that's what it deals. It deals 2 instances of damage every 1.5 seconds. When burning is happening, it goes into the level 2 state. If it does not collect any sense, so that's if no burning happens in 8 seconds while it's on field, it will go back to level 1. And that's bad. Because her damage goes down by like 75% without level 2 skill. Not 75%. Well, actually more than 75%, because if you're not triggering burning and she's at doing level 1 skill, you're also not triggering her passive. So it's actually more, like, she does very little damage, is my point, without having some amount of burning happening. So you need to factor in, her restriction is just, you need to factor in Pyro in some form. And she's definitely a unit that the most simple way to use her would be with some form of off-field Pyro. And there's not a ton of off-field Pyro options in the game, which is a downside to her. But anyways, I suspect this character will gain value in the coming months. And it's likely many people will want to pull her for synergy with future Natline units, is my guess. But that doesn't mean she's going to be a must-pull by any means. She's just going to be a compelling off-field teammate. Emilie, Pyro, and double Geo work? Actually, that's a good question as far as, like, doing with Navia especially to me. Yeah, I think it should. Like, you'd have to do some amount of off-field Pyro again, right? But you could do an off-field Pyro unit. Let's say the hypothetical Pyro Archon would be probably the idea. Let's say the Pyro Archon does attack buffing as an off-field DPS unit. You do Pyro Archon, Emilie, Navia, and then another Geo unit, and wham blam, you're off to the races. So anyways, let's actually talk about some of the things on my freaking list. Actually, I already talked about one. I already talked about it's good to skip characters. Because you need to maintain your sanity and have some amount of standards to get characters or not. For me, if a character is an interesting off-field damage dealer, I get them. I would have gotten this character if I wasn't making stupid videos that, you know, I could justify getting getting characters by making money on them. But like she just fits the bill for how I like enjoying the game regardless. So, anyways, there's a whole bunch of shenanigans we need to test. The simple way for anyone that doesn't know, I guess, how Emilie works is she's an attack scaling off-field DPS, and she can be on-fielded, She's attack scaling, on-field, off-field DPS. She doesn't get any infusion, but you can give infusion to her. And that's basically it. You build her with a bunch of crit and whatever. You either use this set 4-piece or you use Deepwood on her is the ideal choice, or 2-piece if you're trying to get before getting to a 4-piece of those sets. You do not need to burst every rotation on her. It's not necessarily not worth in some scenarios, but her burst is kind of weirdly complicated. I think people are oversimplifying her and misunderstanding her kit if you think you need to burst every rotation. I think there's actually situations, there's stuff I'm going to talk about, how I think it might be actively bad to burst every rotation in some ways because of how her skill levels up to level 2 and whatever, but we'll get into it. But the only other important thing other than him bringing attack scaling off-field DPS is that with the burning, with the pyro stuff going on, you know, you want pyro with her because you want to trigger burning. Burning buffs Emilie. Emilie does not buff burning, okay? It's an important distinction. I personally would have liked it more if she buffed burning in some form, but she doesn't. She doesn't even do what, like, Chevreuse does. Where, like, Chevreuse, people saying, oh, Chevreuse doesn't buff overload. No, she technically does because she does pyro res shred, and overload counts as pyro damage, so pyro res shred is buffing overload. It's not insignificant, actually. And she does a conjunction of enough other buffing that it's like, yeah, she's very much a buffer. Emilie is not a buffer. She is something else buffs her, right? So that's important to keep in mind. Is Emilie working Yai overload? Oh boy. See, I'm just gaining teams to test. Yai overload is normally you would do like Chevreuse nowadays, but I'll just add in Yai Emilie to the list. Somehow I didn't have a Yai Emilie to the list yet. Oh my god, I have 430 viewers. Jesus. Alright, hello. Emilie versus Xiangling and Mono Pyro Arla. I mean, ¿por qué no los dos? But, I mean, we could test that. Probably on my main account, to be clear. I think would be more realistic than polearms only, because my main account has Bennett, and you would probably use Bennett. But, yeah, the team format for Mono Pyro with Xiangling, like Mono Pyro with Emilie on polearms only, like whether I'm doing Arlecchino or Hu Tao, or I don't know, DPS Toma, I'd probably still want to use Xiangling anyways on this account, because I don't have, you know, whatever. But I don't have Bennett, so, but on an account with Bennett, you would do either or kind of thing. Would be the obvious choice, most likely. But you could still do both, right? You could do that team, but then put Bennett instead of Zhongli. So, anywho's. Can you put Toma on Deepwood? Yeah, of course. You can put any number of any units that can. Well, you don't even necessarily have to have units that. Sorry, we're not going to do co-op things. We don't even have to do units that have recurring off-field damage, because Deepwood triggers every 8 seconds. So that you can do Bennett on Deepwood, right? Deepwood Bennett, because it's hit with a skill or burst every 8 seconds. So you could, if it's in a team where you're flexible you have freedom to switch, you could like switch to Bennett and do a Bennett skill and trigger Deepwood again, kind of thing. But it's ideal to have it on like AoE damage dealers, and or in Emilie's case, you can just put it on Emilie herself because the enemy she's damaging will have the Deepwood res shred. But anywho's, this artifact set is generally better than Deepwood, stat for stat, even without Deepwood on the team, from what I recall. But obviously, it's ideal to still have Deepwood on the team to maximize Emilie's damage. So in this case, I think it makes more sense to do Deepwood Zhongli over Tenacity Zhongli, for example. Especially because, like, this team, I already have Toma. I don't need the extra shielding. The attack buff being lost is a downside. I think it's going to be less than would be gained from Deepwood. For now, I think I'm not going to bother switching him to Deepwood for testing purposes. So, anywho's. Will Kanich need Emilie? She will be a compelling teammate for him. I do not think she will need him. I don't think he will need her. We're going to go farm these quick, and hopefully I get lucky and get enough of these to level her weapon up all the way. If we need to, we will just test everything without her weapon today, though. It'll be fine. The important things we need to test aren't stuff like, we don't need her to deal the maximum damage possible to test her today. But yeah, so this team, works. The idea of this team is, I don't know what the enemy lineup is in this domain, but basically you're doing Pyro, Dendro, Burning, yay, and then you can use you can trigger Aggravates, right? You can trigger Quicken with the Dendro, and then, so the question is, will there be good uptime on Cyno's Aggravates and enough uptime to consistently trigger Burning that Emilie doesn't like go down to level 1 of her skill, right? Because that would be bad. So that's what we're gonna find out. From what I tested before yesterday, it does work. Although I'm gonna probably have to review footage of some of this stuff to properly watch for whether or not it works, because it's kind of weird. Also, Emilie's damage here is not. She's on her. Oops, whatever. It's level 20 right now, so she's not going to do that much damage. It's fine. So, you know, do something like that. Yeah, Emilie is pretty single target focused, by the way. And, yeah. It's not obvious. We're triggering Quicken pretty consistently, easily. And we're also triggering Burning fairly often. Okay, it disappeared, of course, but I was going to go show you the skill, right? You can tell when she has level 2 versus level 1 skill, because it'll have the thingies around it. So, yeah, it works. And I'm very, very happy it works as well as it does. By the way, I was stupid and I didn't save any of my, oh my god, thank you. I didn't save any of my, transient resins for this week, because I'm dumb. But anywho's, can YouTube chat work? I'm really annoyed YouTube chat doesn't want to work. It's just not refreshing. I'm sorry if I'm ignoring people. What is Cyno running on? Cyno's build is this. This is a C2 Cyno. I want to emphasize how awesome this is on polearms only, because Cyno was really in a sad state of he could never reach his full potential. Despite me having C2, Yao Cyno was just not very good, quite frankly. And it still has problems on polearms only, the fact that I don't have a compelling second Electro teammate, so the easy solution for the artifacts I got was just using ER timepiece, but honestly, it just makes him really comfortable to play. I sacrifice a little bit of damage output for him. I have a very, very good build on him. These artifacts are absolutely ridiculous. I'm not lacking in EM despite not doing an EM timepiece, right? I basically have an EM timepiece worth of EM anyways, and I'm running an ER timepiece. So... YouTube chat is completely broken. Good lord. And, yep. Anywho's, this works. This team works, and I'm so happy about that, because, Aggravate Center just didn't function before. And, I don't know. I think it's really awesome. But yeah, there's a downside, that dude didn't have Dendro on him because he wasn't being targeted. I do believe Emilie's targeting on her skill, from what I can tell, kind of tends to target the enemy you're attacking, but it's not always. So I don't know exactly how her targeting works, if it's completely random and the enemy's within range or not. But yeah, how good is Sauce for Alikino? I mean, one thing that will be interesting to test is how much better Burgeon Arlecchino could be with Emilie. But remind me to test that on my main account. Actually, I'll add a note. Oh my god, the list is growing. Burgeon Arla with Emilie. Somehow I didn't have that audit already. God, there's so many teams to test. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 16 different potential team variations to test. No, sorry, 17 if I include the Elon team. I have 17 team variations to test, not on polearms only. Oh god. But yeah, so Emilie's burst is really interesting. Particularly to start with a rotation to get a bunch of Dendro application going, right? I didn't do you or anything. And after you use her burst, it puts her skill back down on the field. So one of the most interesting values it can have is it can actually shorten your rotation time by not having to spend animation time doing this, right? So you don't have to do the typical EQ thing. So if you can burst every rotation, which is a big if, if you have her weapon, it's not that hard. But if she's solo Dendro, without a bunch of ER, it's a big if to assume that you can burst every rotation. It just really depends on the team. But Fav can maybe get you there. It's just like it's weird because her burst goes up in value in AoE situations. Because I'm going to talk about how her burst targets. But then there's also one really odd nuance to her burst, and that's that a couple things. One thing I gotta verify, but I'm pretty sure from what I saw when I tested yesterday, when you cast her burst, it eats her skill. So if you have her skill up currently, and actually I wonder if I can trigger this over here. I'm gonna go like position against the wall here, because the camera will not like do the normal burst animation because the camera would be in the wall. Is I think what's gonna happen here. So watch her skill, right, which is normally going to be poop and dendro on enemies every 1.5 seconds. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, it was still there. It was still there. Good. Yeah, okay, never mind. So that's not a downside. But what is a downside is it returns to level 1. So there's an enemy over here, right? Yeah. So it returns to level 1. It's good. The thing what I couldn't tell from any of the footage we saw before release was whether or not when you used her burst, her skill went away, right? Because if this went away during the start of her burst animation, that would mean there's a couple seconds where this is not dealing damage, which would mean there's a meaningful DPS loss from casting your burst for a couple seconds. But it does not go away until the like actual thing spawns. That's when it goes away and it changes over, which is good. Where did the dog go? Oh, there it is. So the problem is though, when you cast her skill, you see it's level 1. It actually takes a little bit for it to level up to level 2. All right, still level 1. There we go. Now it's level 2, and now it's doing the double hits, right? Right, and it goes back to level 1. So there's a little bit of time it takes to get to the level 2, right? So this is what you want it to look like. And you want it to be in, and then and you saw it just returned right before it disappeared. It goes back to level 1 if burning isn't happening, if it doesn't collect any sense, so if it doesn't see burning happening every 8 seconds. And what that means, though, what's important is that, yeah, you want some amount of off-field pyro, ideally, to keep burning happening. But more importantly, there's another aspect to her burst. Her burst spawns a level 1, so if her skill, right, after the couple seconds it takes to level up to level 2, if you use her burst will respawn a level 1 case, which means it takes another few seconds to level it up to level 2 again, right? That's not good. like because she's dealing like 4 times less damage with her skill in that build-up time, right? The burst maintains a level 2 if you had a level 2. Does it? It specifically says, really? Does it really? Okay, we'll go test it. If they literally specifically say it spawns a level 1. Or did they rephrase it in the launch version? No, it says when the duration ends, a level 1 case will be recreated. In the case that was... Oh, no. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm just a dumbass. Okay, never mind. Ignore it. Ignore what I was talking about. I didn't read the second part, I guess. It's funny. I thought that was a realization I had last week that I just assumed was not a problem initially, but it turns out my first assumption from her kit like 2 months ago was correct. So that was something I got in my head just last week that I thought was something I needed to mention, but it's not actually a thing. All right, that's a good then. There's not as much downside then to using it as I expected there might have been. Okay, well, one additional thing, you have like official style thing going on here where you can use her burst to respawn it in a particular location, by the way, which is good. Yoink. Anyways, let's level up her weapon a little bit. So, the other nuance though, they actually talk about her burst, and this stuff I am confident about. that stuff was stuff I needed to test. Goodbye. And if anyone didn't watch the wishing video, you might not know why I did that. But it's a polearm make out. I want to emphasize. This is a polearm make out. That was that was not a useful weapon. So anyway, I said if I won the 37.5% chance on her weapon, I would throw away Almost Bow and Nuvi's weapon that I had just as a stain on this account. I would throw them away. Anyways, so yeah, no, I would not have thrown that away if it was a normal account. Okay, can I get all the 1-star weapons out of here? Good lord. Yeah, thank you for the 1 refund. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, I have a bunch of the black ones, probably from events or whatever. Did I already feed the aqua? I didn't have an aqua on this account. I got the aquas on my main account. Not this account. So, yeah, thankfully I didn't get any aquas in this account. I got very much luckier on poems only, which I'm quite happy about. So, anywho's, why is there so much garbage? God, I hate everything. Just please get through the 3-star crap. I want to clean out the inventory, so I want to do this, but I know I could just hold on the crystals or whatever, but I want to get rid of this crap in my inventory, otherwise it'll just pile up forever. So, wish less. I mean, you're not wrong, technically. It's more a problem of, like, I don't level mini weapons, in case you see how many crystals I have. I don't have to level mini weapons anymore on polearms only, because I only need to level polearms. So, anywho's, yeah, okay, let's go see what we can craft here. What about white tassel? Did I throw away white tassels? I already have R5 white tassel if I need it, to be clear. I might have multiple, actually, I'm not sure. No, sorry, I have an R5 and an R4. So if I threw away a white tassel there, my bad. I should have probably kept a second R5 just in case. Give Emilie's weapon to Shungling. I mean, you can, yes. The thing to keep in mind with triggering Emilie's passive on Pyro, and I think I put this on screen in my wishing video, is you're going to have enough underlying Dendro for the Pyro unit to make sure they're the one triggering. So, like, if you just have Emilie, because her Dendro application is a bit lower, I suspect you may struggle to trigger this passive on Pyro damage dealers. It was still interesting enough to me that you can use this on other characters, and it could be a ridiculous amount of stats that this weapon gives for other characters that are dealing some amount of Pyro damage with C6 Bennett or otherwise. Which is why I want it on my main account. I want it for Shenhe shenanigans especially, but it's not a good reason to pull over the weapon. It's just like how I like to play the game, and I'm a content creator anyway, so I like doing shenanigans. Anywho's, yeah, this is kind of potentially Shenhe, DPS Shenhe's signature weapon, as long as you're fine with restricting her to burn melt. But also, by the way, it's burn melt Shenhe, but Shenhe herself is also melting with her pyro attacks and her cryo attacks. Either or. I look forward to it. Anyways, Shao swirls pyro into Dendro. Yeah, that works too. Yes. Let's condense that. Didn't mean to do that. Need to check how many goobles or goblets. Sorry, I have. Blam. Surely we have enough, at least for the next ascension, right? I do not wish to waste all of my resources. And they gave me 0, Mona. 0? You have a 25% chance. I should have gotten 2 there. Whatever. It's fine, I guess. Let's see. How much of an increase is this signature? It depends on how relevant her burst is. So, her burst is potentially very good, but potentially just, like, good. Like, it's good to burst on her pretty consistently. But you also don't have to. Like, that's the important thing, in my opinion, to keep in mind with these, with weapons that are a big damage increase for her. And a big part of the reason this weapon is so much of a damage increase over other weapons is because, like, the conjunction of giving, you know, a bunch of crit, high base attack percent, bunch of damage bonus, and energy refunding is like, okay, what other weapon in the game does a mix of, you know, attack, crit, damage bonus, and energy refunding, right? And, like, not only that, but we don't even, like, you're split between, okay, you can have ER focused weapon if you wanted the more energy focus, or you could have a more crit focused weapon, right? With, like, whatever crit stat sticks. Right, like she has a decent amount of weapon options. Fab is a compelling option on her, but she's in a weird state where there's no 4-star option that's like the best of both worlds, and she also suffers from the fact that, like, she doesn't have a free-to-play accessible weapon that's very good on her. Like, I mean, I guess this is a like, this is a co-op option for her early game, basically. If you don't have, like, a Fab Lance, is my opinion. But honestly, I would consider using Catch on her if you're, like, a newer player more than anything. But that also still requires, like, doing Inazuma, and, like, this exists, but this was released over a year ago as an event weapon. So like I'm kind of annoyed they aren't releasing an attack percent polearm in Natlan for Emilie. Like she has not great options. Right? Like all of her weapon options that aren't her signature are compromising in some way. This is the no compromises weapon because she's an off-field unit that oftentimes has reasons to be played solo Dendro, which means she's going to have some high ER needs even with her not very high energy cost. She only has a 50 energy cost. And she has a relevant burst, which is why this is potentially such a big DPS increase for her. It's a bit of an overtuned weapon, I agree. But I honestly think what Mihoyo is experimenting with here, like I think Mihoyo purposely tries to release characters like this sometimes where they don't feature them in the story meaningfully and just try to sell the character largely on mechanics in order to test how many people like pull for characters just based on like mechanics and combat strength alone. And part of that, I think, is them making a bit of an overtuned weapon. But what I'm happy about is the fact that this weapon has potential shenanigans with other characters. Like, it doesn't have to be used on her. You can see how it can be used on other units, and that's what I'm happy about. Anyways, level it up to 80. It's weird. Her burst is weird. Let's see if we can finish leveling this up, though. But yeah, theoretically, like with her weapon though, what you do is you never have to use her skill except for if you need the Oja, or is it Numa or Oja? I don't know, whatever the white colored one is. Right, if you need the Numa or Oja trigger from her skill, you can use her skill, but you can actually just use her burst and never use her skill, which can shorten rotations, which is one of the potential valuable things about it. And that is a factor to it potentially increasing her DPS more than you would normally expect. Keep in mind though, of course, like as an off-field damage dealer, she is not usually contributing the majority of the team's DPS. So you'll see numbers flying around that's like, I think up to a 60% DPS increase for her. But that's for a unit that's not contributing, most of the time is not contributing the entire team's damage, right? She's not an on-field hyper carry, usually. So, and if you're doing her on-field, she has a lot more weapon options, so the comparison becomes a bit more complicated again. But for the off-field utility, her most common utility, she does not have, right, that same, what am I saying? Same level, like if you compare it to the Nubilet's weapon, right? Like Nubilet's weapon, I think compared to Prototype Amber is like a 40% DPS increase. You know, ignoring the fact that you lose Nubilet becoming a team-wide healer. But Nubilet's weapon is a DPS increase that, depending on the team you're playing Nubilet in, might be close to a 40% DPS increase for the team. Depending on the team you're playing Nubilet in, because he has a bunch of different off-field damage dealers he could pair with, so it's complicated for him too to evaluate how much of team DPS increase it is. But my point is a 60% DPS upgrade for her. If it is a team where she is getting that much of an upgrade, because her burst is that relevant to use, and the shorter rotation time is that relevant in that team, then it could be, you know, probably like maybe a 20% DPS upgrade for the team, maybe more. I don't know. It depends on the team. It's a big ol'. It depends. The nuance with her weapon. I need to go grab the goblet. The nuance with her burst, by the way. Let's actually get into the burst before I ramble too much about other things. Her burst, I should actually just go read it specifically out, I guess. So we're gonna read, yay, how excited, holy what is wrong with all of you? I guess I titled this stream correctly or something. I have 600 viewers. Are you all okay? Do you need help? Why are you watching me? I'm joking. I appreciate it. This is now my most viewed stream. I did not expect this for an Emilie stream because of how like lukewarm the entire community is about Emilie. That's why this is surprising to me. Anyways, thank you. What was I saying? Oh, so Emilie burst. Let's convert this. Okay, we need 4 more of these. You didn't, Mona. Screw you. Mona never gives me doubles. Anyways, her burst. Let's read her burst. Okay. So, blah, 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 blah. This is, it creates a level 3 case that just basically it does. So this has a 400% multiplier at level 10 here. We'll use that as a baseline, and it only has a really short duration. So keep that in mind. It has a 2.8 second duration. And level 3 Lunda's case will not gather nearby sense. So that means in this 2.8 seconds, you will not trigger her passive, right? So that's a factor. Like it's not just, oh, you use her burst, you get a bunch of additional damage. Like there's a factor of you're losing some other potential damage. It's weird, right? That's one of the factors. So you won't gain any sense, which means no passive triggering. And anyways, but she has a bunch. This is one of the notable things. Is a potential AoE Dendro application from her. It's the most notable form of AoE Dendro from her. She can get a little bit of AoE Dendro, but it's like relatively small range and has like enemies would have to be clustered together for it to be AoE Dendro application from her passive. This is more like proper AoE Dendro, which is potentially really useful in some teams. It depends. So it depends how relevant the extra Dendro application is. In like pure burning constructs, mono pyro, but green edition, it's not that relevant as far as Dendro application goes. So anyways, during this time, 1 drop of Scented Dew, so that's her 400% multiplier, will descend every 0.3 seconds, and one opponent can become the target every 0.7 seconds. So that's a really weird description, but basically what this means is that if you take 2.8 divided by 0.3, she will... I believe she drops down 10 total of these hits. So 10 total of these 391% multiplier hits. And that's like 4,000%. That's a 4,000% multiplier that she could potentially output if everyone hit. But everyone does not hit. I want to emphasize that. Every one of these hits does not hit. And that's because of this targeting thing. So only one opponent can become a target every 0.7 seconds, and because of the fact that every Scented Dew descends every 0.3 seconds, that means there's only 3 instances of this damage that actually target an enemy when you use her burst. So you are only... The minimum value you gain from her burst at level 10 is 3 times this 391% multiplier, which is 1,200 or 1,170%, which is a lot less than 4,000. But what's weird is that she has those other 7 hits, right? Let's go get her energy back. Well, good. I guess we'll just go back to the domain. We are going to use 2 of these because I think I'll need them. When you use her burst, right? All those 7 random hits. If you're in an AoE situation where particularly not when the enemies are not grouped tightly together, when enemies are all around you, you potentially get more damage value out of it, right? And more potential Dendro application out of it. And the other alternative is because they just randomly drop within range. Those ones that aren't targeted just randomly drop within range around her, which is really weird. Like this is a really interesting burst because of this, and as far as like thinking about the situations is useful. So the situations is more useful in, and is the situations where you're in AoE situations where enemies are specifically around your character, like where you spawn the burst, and then they're also then big hitbox enemies, which like bosses, right? So I suspect for like the Dorito in the Abyss currently, the Dorito is a pretty wide hitbox enemy. I suspect we're gonna have to take a second to get her ult up, but it's a pretty wide hitbox enemy, and I suspect that like the average damage output for her bursts on the Dorito is gonna be closer to like at least 2,000 to 3,000%. But it's still a little bit RNG because like a bunch of the hits for her burst, I'll use it in the next run. A bunch of hits on her burst will go like around, like behind you or something, right? So it's weird. It's something you like have to think about the positioning of sometimes potentially. By the way, see how quick I get my energy back on Sino? I almost got my energy back with a Sino and a solo Electro team. That's crazy. This is why like I'm now like a believer in solo, or now a believer in high investment ER time beat Sino. Just makes him feel so much nicer to play. Just always get his burst back really quickly. Anywho's, so yeah, we're gonna use her burst here, right? And watch how it targets, right? So what should happen is I'll use her burst like right here in front of the enemies. And we should see some hits that will happen, the random hits that will like, happen over here. But if we get lucky, a bunch of the hits will like happen right in front of us where all the enemies are. So it's possible for all 10 hits to actually hit the enemies, right? So we're going to do this first. And do this. Alright. Right, so there's a few targeted hits. Okay, it actually looked like most of them hit there. So I think we just got lucky. But what you will see is... Did he die? Okay, oh, he did die. Okay, good. What you will see sometimes is just like... Okay, I swear it still looks like it's targeting. Did they change? No. Like, I'm having a stroke. It looked like it was targeting more than it should have. I'll go fight something in single target so we can see it better, I think. Does it target slightly differently in single target? Does that change the behavior of how is this worded? Again, this is worded blah, 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 blah. During this time, one drop and one opponent can become the target. It says one opponent can become. Yeah, it shouldn't have better targeting in AoE. It should be the same targeting. But I swear to God, it looked like it targeted almost every single hit. We'll go check in a single target. So yeah, her ult is one of the most interesting things in her kit. And but there's potential for that AoE Dendro application to be useful enough that it may be worth building a bunch of extra ER on her in some situations. If you don't have her signature, obviously. But it's just potentially situational. And it can save rotation time, so, you know. I think it's unfortunate how overtuned her weapon is. To be able to feel like you can easily get her full utility out of her. But at the same time, I think she's a completely functional character without having to burst every single rotation, right? You can alternate doing skill, burst, and still get good value out of everything. Do I need to spend any more resin? I think this might be enough. I think 4 more. I hope this is enough. We'll find out. This team seems really fun in a normal account. How would you do this, Emilie Sino team? The main thing I would consider is probably using a second Electro unit so that you don't need to have an ER timepiece on Sino. To be clear, you don't need this much ER on Sino in this team. But it's just nice to have the extra ER so you can end rotations early if need be on him. But yeah, so most likely a second Electro unit for Electro resonance, extra particle generation. And, you know, even something like Fischl, even though she's not going to have uptime throughout the full duration of Sino's burst, is going to output a meaningful amount of damage for a short window and give a bunch of energy particles, right, for him. So someone like Fischl instead of Zhongli, because the extra shielding is kind of overkill. Alternatively, there is potential shenanigans with an Anima unit you could bring in, I think, to this team that may be worthwhile. Like Sucrose, right? Sucrose giving some EM, or Kazuha for damage bonus, of course. Beto, yeah, Beto would be interesting, yeah, true. So let's finish leveling this stupid thing up, hopefully. Where is it? There it is. Okay, yeah, we need, okay, Mona, you're gonna refund this time, right? Right. Surely I don't need any more of these, so I can just, I'll convert all these, right? Oh, wow, you refunded one. Thank you. Oh, we do have enough. Okay, because that's, yeah, perfect. Perfect. Thank you. We don't even need your refunds anymore, Mona, but now that we don't need refunds, she's going to refund like 3. Nope, only 1. Okay, figures. All right, perfect. There we go. So, what you're saying is go Dory. I mean, yeah, you can go Dory, potentially. I don't know if Dory has the most... I can't remember how Dory generates particles, if it's good for Sino or not. But, anywho's. Let's level this up. Blam. This is on polearms only, so unlike on my main account, I won't be doing many shenanigans with this weapon. It'll basically just be stuck to Emilie, but that's good, because it's obviously good for her. So, what does my Emilie's end stats look like? This is with 4-piece of Unfinished Reverie. She is double crowned, and 2100 attack, 82 crit rate, 225 crit damage, a little bit of ER. This is, yeah. I mean, I can improve this build, to be clear, but it's going to be very hard. I'm using an off-piece timepiece, a very good flower, a very good feather, a very good timepiece because it's an off-piece, and a very good circlet, and the goblet is relatable. But it's an onset goblet, so, you know, the onset goblet strength is tied to the strength of your off-piece, so it's still a very good goblet. I actually did have this goblet as well that I got earlier this week, but I don't think I want to go to this crit ratio personally, but it does have more attack, like meaningfully more attack. This goblet might actually be better for average damage, but I think I prefer the higher consistency personally. So, anywho's, yeah, this team, let's go quick to the Abyss. I want to see, we're only going to do the first chamber, I think, because it's just to save my sanity for testing purposes. But to be clear, I think Sino, I'll probably do a stream more on polearms only, maybe later this week, maybe next week. What I want to test is this Abyss cycle. I have not cleared this Abyss cycle without Arlecchino. We have 8 days and 15 hours. I want to try to clear this Abyss without Arlecchino at all, and I think Emilie will enable me to do that fairly easily. The reason I want to do that is because I want to be like, yeah, I have C6 Galacino, but I don't need C6 Galacino, right? So what I want to go into here, though, is I want to go into here and just use a couple different teams on Polearms Only, because I think Polearms Only is good at showing the basic strength of Emilie in the same like team format, even if some of the teammates are non-ideal, because I'm restricted to polearm characters, right? Such as, you know, the Sino team, right? Where I'd probably prefer a second Electro versus Zhongli here. But Zhongli's still not bad, because he still does his buffing and whatever. You test Deepwood versus your best in slot set. I'd have to check what my Deepwood pieces are on this account. I don't think let me double check after I do this quick. All right. So Emilie is fairly single target. So one problem we might have is killing these. Yeah, so like the one dude over it, yeah. I mean, Emilie and Sino are single target, so it's not really a problem in this case. Also, I wonder if I could have put... So one problem with this Abyss Chamber, right, is this dude spawning kind of like... It's not like hard to kill this dude, but he wastes a lot of time by like forcing this team had to like restart a rotation just to kill him, right? But yeah, you can see we're consistently triggering aggravates, we're triggering burning, which means we should be having, yeah, you can see her skill was doing level 2. Like, I don't know, man, this team works so well. I'm so happy about it. Yeah, this team isn't necessarily ideal for this chamber because of, you know, it's how this chamber is, but I could also probably be smarter with positioning her thing to make sure I can transition to the new enemy spawns without having to restart a rotation. But I should probably do this. I should probably target the bird and whatever, but it's whatever. It's whatever. Like, I am so elated that Sino can be, like, usable. Like, that was not optimized down at all. And it was still a good clear. It's a very high invested Sino team. Highly invested Sino team with a really, really strong build. But like, wow, I'm so happy that works so well. And like, if someone had asked me, you know, before we heard anything about Emilie, hey, do you think they're ever going to release a Dendro polearm unit that makes it so Sino can consistently aggravate? And then I'd be like, no, there's not like a rat's chance in hell because Sino is too restrictive. But then they released a Dendro unit that has like Dendro application. Like, and again, let's try to like test something here. Oops, not that. Let's try to do something like this. And I don't know why I didn't burst on her, by the way. Let me restart that. But yeah, what I want to do is I want to try to like place her thing in a spot where once I kill the Doritos, her thing will still be able to target the Ruin Guard spawning over here. Because then I wouldn't have to restart a rotation, and that could like optimize a clear down, right? But anyways, like she has Dendro application uptime enough to keep up aggravates on Sino. And you can just like use Toma, who's a pretty good defensive unit to keep up burning, and then you also get some additional overloads. Like this might not be as good as his best teams, to be clear, because you might have some situational issues. But I don't know. Like I'm so happy I can actually use him on polearms only, as he shines, right? So it's crazy. It's taken like almost freaking. It's like in 3 months, in 2 or 3 months, I think it'll be 2 years since I've gotten this character on this account, and he's finally usable in the ways that he's like meant to be usable. So let's do this. I probably should have done Toma first now that I think about it, but oh well. Oh, interesting. We're not triggering. Was it out of range? Okay, her range is shorter than I thought it was. It wasn't hitting, right? Yeah, I don't think it was hitting most of the time there. Okay, so that's a little awkward on her then. So keep that in mind, I guess. That does make her a little bit awkward. For an Abyss Chamber like this one, because they're dicks, right? And they have enemies that spawn here, and then an enemy that spawns here, and then enemies that spawn here, and then enemies that spawn all the way over here, right? That's what the stupid, annoying time-wasty thing is in this. Oh, Zhongli Pillar blocked it. Oh, frick. You're probably right. Alright, so put that over there. Put this here. Oh, yeah, you can get them to come towards you there, I guess, too. Think about that. Okay, that helps, Good, the pillar. I forgot, freaking Zhongli's pillar. I forget about that. Thank you, good call out. Alright, are you hitting? Yeah, see? That's what I wanted to see, right? Because then I might be able to kill him without ending a rotation. I'm not gonna fully optimize this down, but that was a proof of concept, though, that you can be smart with the positioning here and the range of her hits to be able to not have to restart a rotation in situations like this. And that's a potential really big strength of doing her in this team if you want to like use someone like Sino. Because if you're using Nahida, who is a stronger teammate for Sino traditionally, right? You will not... right, you will not be able to have Dendro going because Nahida has to be switched to on-field and target any of the enemies on-field. So... I don't know. This is awesome. This is one of the things I'm happiest about. Like, and this is one of those things that shows like you can do an additional thing with burning, and she can be a useful unit that situationally is better than Nahida, if you use her right. So, anywho's, I really like her for that. Someone asked about Deepwood before. What do my Deepwood pieces look like for her? I didn't specifically farm for Deepwood for her, so like it's not right. This is not a one-to-one comparison. Is my point. If we are comparing. Because one-to-one comparisons would require at least very similar stats. So that is okay. This is not amazing. I might have Deepwood pieces. No, I lied. I was going to say I might have Deepwood pieces to level. I do have this, I guess. So I do have that as an onset timepiece. And no onset goblet, which means we'd be doing an offset goblet. And I actually don't have very good offset goblets. It's part of the reason that this onset goblet is not that bad for me, is because I don't have a better onset goblet. I have this, I guess. Or Yao Yao's piece. Like, I have slightly better offset goblets. Oh, I do have an onset goblet. Okay, interesting. No attack percent, but just crit basically on there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I might have good enough pieces to test out. Let's go see. All right, let's see what her damage is like. Not in this team. Let's see what her damage is like with Deepwood versus no Deepwood at all. And to be clear, obviously Reverie is better. If I just like put Zhongli on, Reverie should be substantially better if I put Zhongli on Deepwood or Toma on Deepwood in this team, right? Either option would be, Toma would actually probably be the better option now I think about it. But, you know, you get the point. Deepwood would be nice in the team. I didn't have Deepwood on right now, so we're comparing no Deepwood at all to Deepwood on Emilie. Let's go we're just comparing damage, so let's just go like use Masanori, I guess. Okay, so yeah, the skill targeting is something I'm gonna have to. I'm looking through my notes here. Skill targeting is something I'm gonna have to mention or not mention. Test more. I don't know exactly how her skill switches. Like one interesting thing like about Fischl, for example, is Fischl's a pretty single target focused DPS as far as her off-field DPS goes, kind of like Emilie is. But Fischl, particularly with her C6, I should say specifically, one of the weird powerful things about Fischl C6 is that the additional coordinated attacks from doing normal attacks when you have Fischl C6, not just the extra damage output from it is relevant, but when you have her C6, it'll switch targets to whatever you're normal attacking. So you like Fischl C6 lets you control what Fischl is targeting, which is really interesting. And I don't know if Emilie has the same nuance in her kit if it prioritizes targeting what you're smacking on. Yeah, I can't believe how many viewers are here, but thank you all. So what we're gonna do here is just see what we're just gonna do Zhongli and Toma, and then we're just gonna like whack on normal attacks and then see what her damage is, right? Yeah, for most players, most likely I recommend Deepwood because you probably already have it. So let's see what the burst gets. 36, no, so 37, 40,000. Oh, I need to do normal attacks. 15k. Yep, double 15ks. Okay. Okay. Yep, so double 15ks. We got a 56k from her passive trigger there. Okay, cool. Yeah. I think some of those lower numbers because it was too far away. We didn't have like Zhongli shield res shred going. So yeah, that was like 56k. I think the 56k from the passive trigger was not with Zhongli res shred, so it's probably more like 60k with the res shred. 40k from burst, and then 15k from the skill hits. That's with her signature set, the unfinished reverie. Okay, so let's test Deepwood, see what we can get going here. Yeah, I guess we're using this. This is definitely the worst piece on her, but you know. Well. Well, actually, wait. Let's see what we can. Let's see what the build looks like first, because we have an onset this, and we could level up that goblet potentially. So let's put that on, right? And then let's check what the goblet would be. So this goblet rolls well, mostly into crit. We basically just want crit. Flat attack, I guess, is fine. Do I have enough fodder to not do that? I don't think I need that. Yeah, I think I have enough fodder. All right. We want crit. Oh, ×5. Thank you. I mean, hey, it was one crit roll. Oh, okay. Well, it's basically the same as my other onset goblet now. So yeah, sweet, I guess. So yeah, I guess we'll use this. I think this is a good enough onset goblet, and then we can do an off-piece flower, and that's good because that means we should be able to have a build that's, I think, pretty similar. Lucky 777s, thank you, game. So we should be able to have a build that's pretty similar by doing an off-piece here. So, what does the build look like right now? 77 to 11. So we had a little bit more crit damage before. I would like to match the crit damage as close as possible. Because like the crit rate just means like it'll be more inconsistent if it's lower crit rate, but we want to actually compare the crit damage. I do have a little bit lower attack too. So let's just sort by crit damage. Wait, actually, you know what? I think I have this piece right here might be the perfect piece. or this piece that I almost threw away. Let's see. I mean, that piece might be the best one. You know, let's sort by crit damage and attack percent. Yep, I think that was, well, actually no, I think this is technically better. Yeah, that's better. But no, it's not better. It has less crit damage. Okay, never mind. Oops, I almost just banned someone by accident because I clicked off my window. Hopefully I didn't ban anyone. All right, yeah, let's switch to that. And all right, so 2k attack, 74 crit rate, so less crit rate, but very close to the same crit damage. So this actually should be a very, very close comparison. Much closer than I expected I would be able to get, which is good. So very, very close comparison to Deepwood, with Deepwood versus Reverie without another Deepwood user on the team, right? So why is that flower not locked? Because look how many. I have this that I got yesterday. I have this. I have this. I have, well, that's for the video. I have this. Like, when do I use this? Apparently when I'm using Deepwood on Emilie is when I use this, so fine, I'll lock it since I don't need the XP. But I've spent a little bit of resin in that domain. Have you tested any Burnmount Rosaria teams? No, we can test that though. I think she's on my list to test. Alright.
A little ambiance.
That's interesting. Why is it more? I thought it was supposed to be less. Wait, why did I do her skill again? Okay, well that was dumb. We're gonna have to redo that because I forgot to do normal attacks to keep up like scent generation and whatever. Okay, the skill damage. Why was the burst damage more? You know what? Oh, you know why the burst damage was probably more? We probably had Red Shred going here. So you can see it's very, very similar though. I think the burst damage that hit before probably didn't have the Red Shred from Zhongli Shield. That's why I think that was more in this instance, because we saw the skill damage was lower. But either way, it's very, very similar. With very similar stats, it's very similar, right? Can she aggravate? Oh yeah. Well, no, she can't aggravate. Aggravate is electro, but she can trigger spread. So here, let me show you. I showed this a little bit before already, but yeah, she can definitely trigger spread. It's just hard to see when the full chaos is going on.
Solidify. This'll brighten up the place. Check this out. Supporting fire. Your sins weigh upon your soul. Keep stay condemned.
See, you see the spread's triggering. You can see spread pop up on screen. Not seeing the damage because he's parrying things, but that's fine. Yep. See, we're keeping up burning. We're keeping up some amount of burning, and we're triggering spread. That's why this team is so fun. See, this is one of those fun shenanigans that like I like about burning, and I'm so happy this lines up as well as it does for its application. Yeah, Sino's on signature. Yeah. So yeah, she can trigger spread. It's just the situations she's actually going to triggers spread consistently and that aren't going to make her lose her high damage output from her. There's a tornado siren test going on right now. I don't know if you can hear that. You don't want to lose this level 2 case, right? So you still need to have some amount of burning happening occasionally, but you can do what you're doing here and actually trigger both. Yeah. So, anywho's, she's better in Ganyu Melt team than with Dendra than Nahida. I think I have Ganyu Melt on my list of teams of 10 since we switch over to my main account here. But yeah, so as far as Deepwood versus Reverie goes, basically the same. With the difference being, especially if you put someone else on Deepwood, which is likely what I will do when it comes to like actually trying to optimize down abyss clears. The Deepwood Reverie can be stronger, but it's definitely not. I think what that pretty closely shows is it's definitely not worth farming Reverie, right? This set, unless you can get meaningful value out of the other set, relative to the fact that you might have already spent a bunch of resin in this domain. If you spent no resin in either domain and you for some reason don't have a need for Deepwood pieces, or like you're planning to just get Deepwood through the Strong box that's coming out in 3 weeks, or Gilded Dreams, whatever. But like in general, this is probably going to give you better pieces. It's going to give you a more resin efficient domain, smarter to farm this domain, get good Deepwood pieces for Emilie, and get good pieces for other characters, get good supportive pieces for other Dendro units like Nahida or whatever, right? Versus this set, which is only useful on 2 characters in the game. And this set is potentially interesting because it also can be used on other characters. Like I could technically put this on Sino, right? I could put this on Arlecchino with Emilie. It's an interesting option, but yeah, it's not a worthless domain by any means. It's not a worthless artifact set, but it depends how dedicated you are to Emilie and how much you're willing to deal with, you know, because getting true value out of Reverie, right? Let's test here. Let's see what happens when we put Zhongli. Actually, should we put? Yeah, I'm gonna put Zhongli because Toma. Well, Toma's on Noblesse right now. I'm gonna keep Toma on Noblesse. We're gonna put Zhongli on Deepwood. We're gonna see what that looks like, right? With her back on Reverie set. Burning Dia side grade set. I mean, yeah. I mean, I might end up playing Dia and Emilie a lot together. So, I actually want to farm the burning set more on my main account, but it's Tornado Siren. Go away. If you can't hear that, I'm just probably sound insane. But anywho's, this is weapon. I don't need to change that. Why not Toma on Tenacity? This counts as burst damage from what I recall, not skill damage. Like this damage from outfield is not skill damage, so he doesn't trigger Tenacity from outfield. And Tenacity you want Tenacity member gives you a buff for 3 seconds, so you need to have pretty consistent hits. Anyways, I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it counts as burst damage. Which Emilie is pink. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, as far as her design goes, there's a couple things. I like how her design goes. Looks particularly like when you're walking around more green areas in the game. I don't know. She actually her deep green shade of green is like really pleasing to me. But I don't know. I guess I just like this color in general. Screw me for liking green. I think she looks visually pleasing. What I don't like about her, one, I don't know, something about her makes me think she should be a tall model character. I don't know, and she looks like slightly like she's just like too short, and it's not me saying short is bad. I'm just like I definitely thought she was a tall model character when they first announced her like splash art or whatever, and then she just like looks like she's kind of squashed down for some reason. I don't understand why. It was a tornado test siren. There's not an actual tornado going on, but anywho's, the other thing is like the same thing as like I would like more pantsed characters and pantsed ladies in the game. Like Arlecchino, look at her. Like, look, Mahoyo, you can sell ladies that don't have their bare legs showing, and like her having this dress that, or whatever you call this. I don't know if it's technically a dress because it's like there's the corset or whatever. So maybe it has some other term. I don't know. Whatever. This right? Like it's just like look at my leg. Like like okay, sure. I guess I think it would look better without that, but it's fine. And then I know there's other characters with pants, and then the other weird thing is like, look at she doesn't have jiggle physics, which is good, and it's not the end of the world because I mostly look at characters from behind because we're doing this all the time, but like she looks like she's not like what is going on with her booba area, like it looks like it's just like translucent. It just, I don't know, it looks really weird. Anywho's, whatever. So I have different complaints about her design. I do really like her little flowy thing, this thingy. I like that, the part of her hat. It looks nice and has a nice little translucency effect. You probably can't see it very well in stream, but it's really subtle. You can actually see like her skin behind the translucent black parts. And that's like, that looks really nice. I like it. So, anywho's, she's a nice looking, well designed character. They could put effort into it. I'm not gonna complain about her not looking like her concept art. They made the decision to make her look like this, and I don't think she looks terrible. So, anywho's, also yeah, short hair lady. That's nice. Rare short hair. Doesn't have a rat tail. Anywho's, too many characters look like their elements. Yeah, I wish she looked more interesting. I wish they weren't just like, she's Dendro, she got a big green. But I don't think she looks unpleasant. I like her. Anywho's, what's it saying? Oh yeah, we're gonna test Reverie again. Good lord, who distracted me with that? Good job, congrats. By the way, it's really dumb. Somehow I have two of like the exact same artifact. Like I may as well use the one that has ER, right? Because the EM doesn't do like anything. I mean, technically it doesn't do nothing, but not much. I'd rather have the 0.4% more crit rate in the ER. But like these two artifacts, like how do I have like the exact same artifact? Anyways, you're using that anyways. Let's back to that. And then back to that. We stole Yayo's pieces. That's fine. Alright, there we go. Blam. Is she good on Cyno Hyperbloom? Not on this account. And I can't test it on my main account because I don't have Cyno. But I think you could probably make it work. I don't know. I wouldn't pull for her for that reason. Right. The balance of this team working as well as it does is by triggering both being able to have just the right amount of Dendro and Electro and Pyro application to trigger burning consistently enough to keep up her personal damage and keep up Cyno aggravates. Adding an element into the mix like Hydro that will consume any amount of those elements could screw up the balance in a way that like it means like you will maybe not have Cyno aggravate uptime, or you will not have like your or you will not have enough burning uptime. Like it's very iffy. I wouldn't recommend it. But if you have her, it's worth testing. I just won't be able to test that on this account because like, the only option I have is Candace for Hydro, and that's just like... I mean, I could demonstrate it seeing if it interferes at all, I guess, which it probably will. So, anywho's, they do a lot of red cryo characters, I think, or red-ish. I don't know why. Wait, I didn't put Zhongli on Deepwood. Oops. Oops. Yeah, we can throw Candace in this team instead of Zhongli and see what it does if we still have level 2 of her skill or not. As like a test of if it does it even good or not. I suspect it will interfere, so I'm not gonna recommend it, and I can't properly test it without using actual normal like Singchos or whatever that you would normally consider using for a Hydra unit with Cyno. That's what we're doing. Alright, Deepwood on you. Okie dokie. We're not going to worry about... No, that's not Deepwood. We're not going to worry about specific choices or anything. We're just going to yoink Yaoyos, I think, for simplicity. That way I can just switch straight back very quickly. Goal here is not to make him have an optimized build in any way, shape, or form. Just to make him have a build. Alright. There we go. 4-piece Deepwood only. So we're losing Tenacity buff, but gaining Deepwood Rush Shred. So this is a downgrade for Cyno's DPS, right? But should be a significant upgrade for Emilie's DPS, of course. So this is Reverie with someone else on Deepwood.
Let me try my blade.
Stabilize! Don't get too close! I got you covered!
Fresh and floral!
43k. What are we getting for 18k? Yep. I didn't see her passive trigger yet. Yep, I just didn't hit. Okay. I don't know. Did I just miss her passive triggering? But yeah, we're doing like a bit more damage. It's not crazy, honestly, because we also lost the tenacity buff potentially for Emilie herself, right? So honestly, that was less of an increase than I expected to see. Like 18k from 15k on her skill is probably the best comparison we actually had there. Which what is that? That's like we'll just simplify 3,000 divided by 15,000. That's a 20% DPS upgrade for her, which is significant. But you know, what do we lose in Sino? I don't know. Like, it's not actually a 20% DPS upgrade for the team, obviously. It's probably closer to like maybe a 5 to 10% increase is my guess. And is that actually going to be worth having to change around your units to different builds? Like, that's kind of why like it doesn't make that much sense to bother farming this set versus just using your existing Deepwood pieces. In my case on Polearms only, I was farming a whole bunch of this set for Arlecchino anyways, even before Emilie was announced. So I just kind of like I had some of these artifacts. Like I think I had this artifact before Emilie was announced. So, you know, it's like duh, I'll use it. But it's just like right on the line of it, just like it's kind of not worth, right? Versus just using Emilie on Deepwood on Emilie herself, and then you never have to think about Deepwood on the team, right? And you could even have an upside of like if you're using Emilie with another Dendro unit, you could have, you know, that other Dendro unit. Like say you're doing Emilie and Nahida together, which might be relevant for like if you're doing, you know, if you're doing Burgeon, you're doing Toma, Emilie, Nahida, and a Hydra unit. Let's say Farina. You could do Nahida on Gilded Dreams or Nahida on 4-piece Golden Troop, right? Because Emilie herself is on Deepwood. So that right, I think that's potentially compelling. So anyways, although Nahida without Electra on the team is not going to do nearly as much damage, to be clear, I want to emphasize that. So that might have been Nahida might have been a bad example for a teammate there. But you get the point. Kanich would be a better example, I guess. So, anywho's, yeah, I think Deepwood makes the most sense on her. Is my general feeling, and unless I get to the point of needing to optimize an Abyss Clear, I'm probably not gonna bother like switching characters to Deepwood even on this account. It just is like not worth the effort most of the time. Where is my tenacity? There it is. Bear with me. All right, other teams got to test on Polearms only. Let me look at my list. Wait, no, I don't need to look at my list because I have change wings on who? On Emilie. I like the orange contrast, but also I don't have green wings on this account. But I actually like the orange contrast. So, let me. There we go. Blam. All right, everything's back to normal. Okay. Oh yeah. Burgeon. Yep. So Toma is not configured for Burgeon damage, by the way. We're just gonna see if like things work.
What's wrong?
So the main thing to keep an eye out for here, building you on this emblem, that's fine. The main thing to keep an eye out for here is 1, how many Burgeons happen, and then 2, do we see her skill go back to level 1, or are we able to keep up level 2? And also, are we able to keep up aggravates on Sino? Which means we should probably turn you to the higher health version. You can on-field Yao-Yao instead of Zhongli. Yeah, yep. I can indeed do Yao-Yao things. That Yao-Yao is the main context wherein I might use her instead of other options. I have some potential teams, so like this team, right? Doing this is just using her as a Dendro player. I want to test that, but I'm probably not gonna bother testing the stream because it's not that interesting. This is just something I'm gonna test for Polearms only. But more notably, this team. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Well, anyway, I can do pure Burgeon, right? I'll test out pure Burgeon things, I guess. Yeah, this team though with Yao-Yao could be a potential strong team. The reason like it would be like, why wouldn't you use Zhongli here? That's because the self damage, right? When you're doing enemies that are within melee range of characters, like Hu Tao is already can kind of use Marshalles without needing any extra drain. Like she can be okay on the set, just in general. But if you have a shield that's preventing any self damage, right? You're not going to be able like, you want to be able, if you want to use MH and consistently always have the stacks, I can have like 100% crit rate Hu Tao on this build, potentially consistently with Emilie. And Yao Yao might be an option here instead of Zhongli, just so I can have a healer that is keeping me alive a little bit if I need it, but then is, you know, buffing Emilie a little bit, and yeah, there you go. and then MH on Hu Tao is the idea. So this is something I intend to try around a little bit, and I think might make Mono Pyro Hu Tao feel a bit better. Anyways, let's see how this goes. Interested to see what you can do on a polearm only account with her. Yeah, I agree. And that's like why I want to start with polearms only, is because if I can do all these things on polearms only, how many things do you think you can do on a normal account? Right. So bringing Hydra in the mix here, one of the interesting things is it might make the rotation a little bit weird for like making sure you don't interfere with different things, but okay, we triggered burning, we have aggravate going. It just leveled up to level 2, by the way. It took longer to level up to level 2, like noticeably longer. Oh god. It worked better than I thought. To be clear, again, like on a normal account, like I'm probably not gonna play this team because why? Why? The Candace does not have enough uptime for like how long Sino's burst lasts. It's just not really enough upside for what we lose versus the other options on this account. But you know, the interesting thing is like Xing Cho. How does Xing Cho work in his team? But Xing Cho applies way more hydro than than Candace. So that might interfere a lot more. But that actually worked pretty okay, which is interesting. But yeah, there was not much burning at the end. Yeah, I think you're correct. So I think in a sustained situation like an Abyss, she might not actually, even with the low amount of hydro from Candace, she might not keep up her high damage. So I would not pull over Emilie specifically for like Burgeon Sino things. Burgeon, it's not even Burgeon Sino, it's Burgeon and Quick Bloom Sino, because you might have Sino trigger the blooms, you might have, like, I wouldn't recommend it for that purpose. Nahida will probably be a lot better for you, but has the downside, of course, of not being able to adapt to new waves, right? So, I don't know. She's a very interesting teammate for Sino, but not necessarily someone you should want to pull for, but I don't know. The very fact that the team worked as well as it does with Sino is really cool to me. But yeah, if you already have Emilie, like you like wanted to get Emilie for the many different things she might be useful for, not just for Sino, you know, definitely I would try out if you have Sino and try out some Hydro things and see how it works out. It might be worth doing, but yeah, Emilie's Dendro application is not that high, right? So being that you need to have some amount of burning happening, and if she's the only Dendro unit in the team, if you're adding too many elements, like 1, 2, well, mostly these two, right? You're adding too many elements that can consume the Dendro that you need to do burning with. That's not ideal, right? So it's about finding that right balance. And that's like what her damage contribution is balanced around, right? Because you can do burning things with higher Dendro application like Nahida, but Nahida's own damage contribution in mini burning teams is not nearly as high because you don't always bring Electro, right? Without Electro, Nahida's damage is not very significant. So, anywho's, yeah, I'm really happy this team works. The other interesting teams I want to test real quick, though, is actually this team, I think. Which also, this team has an option of using Xiangling instead of Toma, I think, as a potential higher DPS option, but it's obviously a little bit more fragile without any defensive unit. This, you know, I will show this team real quick. 'Cause this is simple to show. I just want to show the burning enabling MH consistently, and how much damage. I should probably heal her first as a demonstration too, and how much self damage you take from burning, which is to say you don't take that much self damage from burning because of Emilie's passive reducing burning damage. Will Rainbow Raiden be good? Yeah, it could work. I think there's a lot of context where I will try to make, because the value Raiden might have for Emilie teams, right, is Raiden does not apply that much Electro. So it's a context where, okay, if you want to make sure you have your Dendro available for your Pyro units to trigger burning on kind of thing, having a low additional application for Electro can like enable you to do whatever meaningful things you want the Electro to do. But hopefully will not interfere, like Fischl would probably interfere too much because Fischl just like poops Electro constantly on everything, and that would be bad because then you would like never have Dendro up for burning kind of thing. Is my suspicion. I haven't tested official with Emilie much yet, but yeah. So, anywho's. Yeah, the pyro resistance from burning protecting you from this is what makes this much more usable than it was before. Because like I've done plenty of teams before where I used burning to enable MH, burning and virgin self damage, but sometimes it kills you really fast. Sometimes the burning damage can kill you very fast, and that's where like this comes in enabling MH to be much more like actual realistic thing that doesn't just make your team hyper fragile in some situations. I didn't mean to do that. Well, okay, whatever. I guess we'll wait for that. Yep. So Yao's on Deepwood here. I think we're probably good.
Let me try my
Get them! A little audience!
Ow. Yeah, look out, I've been hugging him. You see how slow my health is going down? I'm not taking that much damage all. Right. Oop, what just happened? That was weird. Why did it fade to black? Yeah. 94%. Oh, he dead. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. So, yep. I don't know. Right. Like taking those small ticks of damage. And then the idea with Yaoyo here is, right, like the little healing you get from Yaoyo shouldn't be so much healing that we go over 100% or over 50% HP to make sure we still have like Homa passive up and the second passive for Hu Tao to get the extra pyro damage bonus and attack and whatever. And yeah, so I think this is a team like Hu Tao is, because of the fact that Hu Tao Vape doesn't work on poems only. Hu Tao has kind of been completely replaced by Arlecchino for all intents and purposes. But even before factoring her constellations, like she just basically was a lot better. Because Arlecchino was made to do more damage when not triggering Vaporize, whereas Hu Tao was definitely designed around Vaporize. And yeah, so I was mostly relegated to Mono Pyro, and this makes Mono Pyro Hu Tao quite a bit better, right? So that means I can like use, if I want to use Arlecchino and Hu Tao now, I can use like Hu Tao in a team like this, and then I can use Arlecchino in like a Shivers team or something, or a Vape team, because I can actually do Vape Arlecchino. So yeah, you could do the same thing with Arlecchino, to be clear, and Arlecchino could be better in some ways because you don't have to sit under 50% HP for maximum damage value on Hu Tao. But I think this is really interesting. This increases the situations I can use Hu Tao in on this account. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I have more reason to use Hu Tao, right? And it's just a good demonstration of MH working. But the downside is you don't use a shield, right? If you use a shield, you're not taking the self damage, which means less consistent uptime from MH. Like with Arlecchino, if you're using a shield with Arlecchino, doing Arlecchino Emilie together, well, you're never going to have any uptime on MH, right? So that's a downside. It's not as simple as Farina, where it's just always up. And if you're using like range damage deals like Ganyu, you're not hugging an enemy, you're not going to be taking burning self damage, right? You get the point. Don't need to bother testing that. I think the last one in Poems only I want to test is a Melt team. Actually, no. We'll I don't think we need to test that team right now. I want to test the Melt team, and then I want to test this team with you know, this mess. This is another team where like I don't know. There's enough elements here that I don't know if the balance is gonna be right. This one I think should be functional. Only problem with this one is on this account specifically, I have the ability to do solo Pyro Xiangling. So normally I've done Shenhe, Rosaria, Xiangling, and then Zhongli in the last slot. And on a normal account, Bennett would be better than the Zhongli, of course. I think you are on the right build. Yes. No. Okay. What frick? You're on. Oh yeah, I know why you're on that. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Frick, I need more noblesse pieces to be leveled. Actually, now that I think about it. I'd have to strongbox for noblesse. We're just gonna yoink Mika's pieces, I think. Wait, what is? That might be fine actually, but bear with me. Okay. Is that? Okay. Do you have another ER? No. That's still, I think, not the same build I had before, frick. Good lord. Good lord. Why is there no loadouts in this game? Please, Hoyle, spare me. Is it the same thing, but with... Okay, well, this, I guess. Alright, there we go. Okay. Rosaria is not on the correct build, I think, either. Nope. But, you know what? It's a good enough build, I think, to be functional, so we're going to keep her on that. The thing we're watching for is not necessarily the total damage. The thing I want to watch for, like, I'll optimize this team around, like, Gilded Dreams or whatever. The thing I want to see is just if we're able to keep up her passive... Oh, god dang it. I need to get all my things up. If we're able to trigger meaningful melts, right, with the pyro application from the burning, but also still keep up Emilie's passive, right? So, do this, do this.
Fresh and floral. Cryo incarnate. Unleash.
There we go. I'm watching the aura on him more than the damage. Okay, I think it's working. I need to like switch to Rosarian or switch to Shenhe and do an additional thing. Yeah, I think it works. Sweet. That's good. And that makes me like. And the concern here was we were doing 2 cryo units, and it's not like Shenhe has a lot of cryo application. My concern was it maybe would have been like too much, and it would have made it so we didn't keep up burning very often. But I think it was fine. That actually worked really well, so that's good. There was definitely a moment of cryo overtaking. Yeah, you noticed, I think, Caleb. There was, I think, a moment of cryo overtaking, and so there's a slight issue at the start there that might delay when Emilie actually has her higher damage output for the first rotation. But I think after the first rotation, as long as you don't let the duration lapse and her skill goes away, you should be able to keep up the higher multiplier damage, I'm pretty sure. So this will work well. This is a team I'll have to test around more with, but I'll test more like normal melt team variations like with Ganyu or whatever on my main account here shortly. But that actually worked well, and that makes me even more optimistic for like solo cryo situations like with Ganyu. So the last one to test on poems only though would be this weird goofy team. This one I'm the least optimistic about, but it could be interesting. Let's see. What if you run Xiangling instead of... Oh yeah, I mean Xiangling instead of Toma should be good there, and would be better. The problem is then if I'm doing Xiangling, Rosaria, Toma, Emilie, there's no defensive unit at all, and I'm taking self damage. So, like no defensive unit and taking some self damage, even if the self damage isn't that high, it's still some self damage, right? I guess we won't be doing whatever. By the way, the idea with this is I don't have Raiden on her hybrid build right now, but I do hybrid Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands and EM Goblet, EM Timepiece, and Crit Circlet. So she gets meaningful transformative reaction damage, and she can trigger a whole bunch of transformative reactions in this team, and can still get big crit damage. So the idea is to on-field Raiden, but I am noticing not very good burning up time. In fact, we just lost the thing. So, yeah. This will have to be tested more, I think. Let's put him in the higher health version quick. I tested Rosaria very briefly. Yeah, Rosaria worked well. It worked with Toma, but it might have some issues in like getting Emilie's passive, or getting Emilie to level 2 of her skill. Quickly is my guess. Yeah, I think this is what I was talking about, where like if you have too many additional elements that prevent you from doing burning, like eat too much of the dendro before the burning triggers, and it kind of depends on how your abilities line up too for when the application lines up. So it's gonna vary a lot. I'm not saying there's not a variation in this team that would work, but you know, like a different pyro applier from off field could work better here, but. Let's do this and see. Okay. Yeah. What are we doing? No, it went down to level 1. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this balance doesn't quite work, right? This is what I thought would happen, kind of, which is fine. Like, this means everything right now is honestly lining up pretty well with my expectations. And again, normally I would try to like burst and Raiden potentially in this team, but the fact that Emilie wasn't keeping up there wasn't enough burning to keep Emilie on her level 2 multiplier means like she's doing way less damage in here, and basically all she's doing in this team is Dender application then, and that's not that great. I mean, it's still potentially better than Yao Yao for this account. Like this team might still be actually more functional than you suspect, but I think I have better team options to use most of the time versus this team. So, yeah, you can spam her burst, especially since I have her signature weapon. This team actually might work pretty well with spamming Emilie's burst. But it's, yeah, it's just weird. It's kind of all it is. It has variable potential uptime that I'm a bit more iffy on this. I'm not going to recommend a team like this, because will probably want more burning uptime than this, but that's not that much of a problem. I suspected this team wouldn't work as well. Do you have C6 Tome on your main account? I do, yes. Okay, I think... Oh, you know what? Before we switch over, I think we should try to get C1 Emilie, because there would be something interesting to test with C1 Emilie, I think. Notably in that C1 Emilie says... Well, actually, is this going to change anything? I don't think this really changes that much. I think it would be a situational damage upgrade. Oh, well, I may as well. I don't know, I guess try to get C1 Emilie. I can do the event, is why I'm asking. Or do you want to see C1 Emilie or more testing? Or main account testing? Decide what I do first. I did yes, no. Well, let me end the poll. That doesn't make sense. C1 Emilie or main account testing. Yes or no? C1 Emilie. So this would just be a few minutes of event on the account. It shouldn't take that long, but you know, main account testing. But there's a lot of people here, so you know what? You get to decide. I don't want to force people. Let's see me do the event for 10 minutes. It's also probably going to be losing. I bet it'll lose me like a good chunk of viewers, but it's fine. Do you want to see C1 Emilie? And I can test C1 Emilie too, right? We can see how much of a damage upgrade it is. I don't know. I don't think it should be a meaningful damage upgrade. The interesting thing, right, is that it whenever nearby party members trigger the burning reaction on opponents or deal Dender damage to burning opponents, they will generate an additional scent. So that means like that additional scent generation, notably, wherein that we had that issue wherein it took a while, like in the Shenhe Rosario team, for her to collect scents and start doing the double hit damage, I believe. So where there was that little bit of downtime, she should get to her level 2 multiplier faster. So it might make teams like that meaningfully better. But I'm not going to be able to properly judge that realistically in this video. So, you know, but anyways, we only have to do, I think, it's only, oh yeah, we only need 40 Prima Gems. So it should literally take only a minute, okay? let's just try. I'm not going to, well, I don't know. We're not guaranteed to get C1 Emilie, by the way. I am at pity. I'm at like 78 pity. Game might troll me and not even give me it in the next single pull. So, alright. We're just going to do one whatever round of this. I assume you have to do the hard mode, right? Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, I just need 40 Prima Gems, right? So hopefully this is enough to do. Oh, it's multiplayer? Interesting. Most of these are unlocked already. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see. On my main account, by the way, list of things to test quick. Oh, the thing is stuck on stream. I forgot about that. On my main account, by the way, a list of things I have to test. I still want to verify her special ICD. Why did that take so long? Her special ID and her skill, but I'm pretty sure that is correct, so I don't really need to. Scent collection, I don't think I need to verify anymore. What? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is just a multiplayer version of the one before. Am I competing? Oh, that was... Wow. That was impressive. That was really impressive. Okay. You can do the normal mode? Oh, my bad. Well... The winner goes first? That seems rude. Oh, no, going first is bad, because you can knock people out of the way. I see. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, get wrecked. I mean, I would have ideally bounced back, but, you know, it was a success. Is playing her in non-burn teams that bad? I feel her Dendro application really good. I mean, her Dendro application is weird, because her Dendro application output can be potentially tied to... Ooh, okay, we have an opportunity here. Her Dendro application is... She gets more Dendro application from her passive, right, when you have burning happening. I just helped him. No, I did lose him a little bit of points. Okay, never mind. So, you know, I mean, was it actually a big brain play for me to put that there to like block his angles? It might have been. Let's go. All right, I think I get. Wait, no, I don't think I can win because you only get 4 points. Frick. Okay. I helped him. Oops, I lost. Well, as long as it gave me enough points, I don't care. I don't want to do this anymore. Leave. Let me leave. Free me. Is that enough coins? Please be enough coins. I'm going to be annoyed if I have to play this again. Please. 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 Who's the best shielder for Hu Tao excluding Zhongli? Probably Toma. Particularly if he's C6. But depending on what you're doing for Hydro... Oh, good. Okay. Depending on what you're doing for Hydro, he may interfere with your like Bapes on Hu Tao in a normal context, right? All right, please, we're at like 79 pity, and make me not have to go to like 88. I would appreciate that. Okay, well, I tried. Okay, well, thanks. All right, well, we're not doing that this stream. I mean, to be clear, I could do more of the event. Maybe I'll do more at the end. I think we're at like 79 or 80. I could do more of the event, but I'm going to wait to do that. I want to get on to testing more things, so give me a second. We're switching to my main account here. There's a whole bunch of different teams we can test there. Turtle. All right. Maybe her story. I mean, yeah. There's a bunch of sources of Prima Gems. By no means is it impossible for me to get to the 5-star. It's not the priority right now. It was just only gonna take like 2 minutes. That's why I asked if you guys wanted to see it versus switching to my main account right away. But I'm not gonna take another 30 minutes to get one more wish or whatever. So, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure next poll is 80 pity, which. Yay. Thanks. If I knew I was going to go to 80 pity, I would have considered not using any additional wishes for her, but at this point, yeah, I don't know. The problem is, like, if I lose the 50-50 on polearms only, that's pretty not ideal, because, you know, then if I have to wish for Kachina, I'm wishing with a guarantee. Because I mean, maybe she'll be on Raiden's banner, I don't know. We don't know yet. The stream is in a week, I think. Alright. Main account. Blam. So main account here, I also need to level up her weapon. So I guess we'll go try to do that as well. But main account, oh boy, there's a whole slew of things. I think I'm not going to bother. I'll probably test on my own time. I think I mostly want to test teams here on stream. I want to test like a lot of random more niche things like verifying her special ICD, but I don't need to get that in depth to it. I think it's more just better to show the teams working or not working. But I have a whole slew of teams. One of them is this team that I want to test out. So this team, if you saw my video on this Siegewing team, the idea with this team is you use burning going on, right? You have Dendro, you have off-field pyro, you have Dendro going on, you have burning, and then you can trigger some vaporizes on your Farina and Siegewing. And Siegewing is a short field time DPS unit, so I have Siegewing on a hybrid build for damage output with Aqua Simulacra on 4P's MH. And, right, she can get meaningful damage output from her bursts, and then Farina can also get very meaningful damage output because Siegewing is a good unit for making her deal more damage. And then Siegewing can also buff Dia's skill damage a little bit, and potentially buff Emilie's skill damage a little bit even. Obviously, the buff will be used up pretty quickly. Potentially, it depends on which character's on field. But yeah, this team allows me to burst on Dia as well as bursting on Siegeween because they're both short field time burst DPS units. The balance worked out really, really well with Nahida. So the question is, how well does the balance work here with Emilie? And again, this is a question of I'm not sure about this team because the balance works with Nahida because Nahida has good Dendro application potentially. And it's possible that there's just going to be too much Hydro in this team that Emilie will just not even keep up her passive damage, right? But Emilie could do meaningful more damage than in this team if she keeps her level 2 skill up. She could do meaningfully more damage in this team compared to Nahida. And it could be a big upgrade, or it just might be not great if she only has level 1 skill. So that's what we're going to test here with this team. You sent some Primos on your ult so you can finish Gambit. Loifit, why? This Loifit's tainting polearms only. Oh my god. Oh my god, fine. Jesus, fine. Give me a second. This better not be like 100 pulls. I'm gonna, like, bad. Do not do as Loifit do. If this is a lot of wishes, bad's Loifit, okay? If this is a few pulls, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. It's not that bad. It's not tainting the account. But like, yeah, my Siegeween has 50k HP now. Yay. Yay. So R5 Aqua, or sorry, R4 Aqua. I hate that I have R4 Aqua. It looks like I just like Giga Whaled for Yelan, and I technically did kind of Giga Whale for Yelan, but I would turn Yelan constellations off if I could, and now I have R4 Aqua too, which is stupid. Okay, you were saying. Good boy. Thank you. Or girl. I don't know your gender, obviously. Sorry for defaulting to boy. I just thought it'd be funny to say good boy like you're a good dog. Whatever. Watch it. It's going to take 1 pull, by the way, so you probably could have done literally a $1. Surely this is enough, right? I don't know. I think this is 80 pity. Oh, okay. Well, we got a 4-star. I mean, that might be additional wish. Yeah, there we go. Look, it's a wish. Hi, Xiangling. Yep, 81. Really? Okay, sorry, I'm gonna double check. It's been a while since I went into the 80s. Wait. We gotta add, I think, 3, because I don't think it has the first wish I did there, does it? No, wait, is that the wish I did? That must be the wish I did. 87? Yeah. Okay, it did count. Wait, no. Oh, that was the one I did at the start of the stream. Sorry, yeah, so we had to add 3 to this. Good lord. I'm secretly a Dom. Alright, 60, 65, 70, 75. Alright, yeah, we're at 81 right now. Oh my god. We've already been in the 80s. This is 82. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. 83. Yay, there we go. Emilie, please. C1 on polearms. See, this is why I shouldn't have done this. Okay, well, lesson learned. Now I have a guarantee, which, you know, could be good. But, like, unless I get lucky and, like I don't know, getting more Raiden constellations is not the most useful thing in the world, but it's not useless. So, I don't know, if I get lucky and Kachina is available on Raiden's banner or something, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. By the way, if I had gotten C1 there, I probably was going to do streams like trying to grind for C2. So I would just want to acknowledge that MiHoYo has deprived you all of live streams where I grinded more for C2. Because now, like, no. Now, no. No. So, yeah, I got some star glitter. Whee! Thanks for the... Yep. Well, Yep. Alright, it's fine. Considering how many 50-50s I've won lately, I do deserve that. It's fine. Let me switch back. Yeah, Hoyo has deprived you of content. Oh well. Maybe I should have said that to get them to make the 50-50 win. I could have said that, hey, MiHoYo, I'm gonna make more content for your video game if you just let me win the 50-50. But nope. A chichi. Okay. So, yep. What's the next polearm character? The next polearm character is a Geo 4-star named Kachina. So, you know. we'll see. Uh, there's also a Madam Ping, I think, is rumored for 5.0 sometime. And she's supposedly a Hydro Polearm, which could be good. But we'll see. So, you know, maybe I can save that guarantee always. I don't really need Kachina constellations. They're not that interesting, to be clear. I think getting C2 Kachina would be cool on Polearms only, but not needed by any means. Like, her utility on Polearms only is not really tied to her having any constellations, unfortunately. Even if it would be fun to mess around with her as, like, DPS or whatever. So, anywho's. You shouldn't call me bad, you know? Zloifet, I told you no! You know what, Zloifet, just to punish you, you have to wait. Alright, well, actually, fine. You know what? No. You know, no, I'm not gonna... I don't wanna... No. Sorry, I'm not gonna let chat decide. If you want the gambit, fine. I'll use your friggin' stupid gambas. Since I didn't pay for it, whatever. But... I'll do them, but you're gonna have to wait, okay? You're gonna have to be patient, and you're gonna have to watch me mess around with Emilie until. So if you want gambas, you're gonna have to wait, okay? I'm not gonna give you your instant gratification, Zloifet. That's rewarding bad behavior. Bad boy. Okay. Anyways, what are we testing? Don't negotiate with terrorists. Oh. Alright, so change the avatar. No. What is her name card look like, by the way? I don't know. Anyways. What am I doing? I'm sorry. Okay, so Emilie's on Deepwood on this account. She is... I leveled 9'd her... I had like 6 million more, by the way, at the start of yesterday. Now I don't. And I'm probably going to level 9 her burst. And the reason I have leveled 9'd her... Why does it say custom in... whatever. The reason I've leveled her normal attack talent is because I plan on doing infusion shenanigans, including on-field Emilie. So... And I do like that she doesn't have the spinny charge attack I mentioned at the start of the stream, so can be doing this for additional Pyra application with C6 Bennett, most notably. I also plan to do some shenanigans with Candace, maybe this stream. So yeah, there's different things I want to test here. I got a whole slew of things. First thing, let's test the this team though, as I was mentioning before. Yeah, my suspicion is what's going to happen though, because of her lower Dendro application, is it might change the rotation at a minimum. Like, I think what might happen is that, like, Farina's Hydro application is weird and variable in a way that should enable, I think, burning to happen semi-consistently. But I think the timing of when Farina outputs a bunch of application, like, close to each other is going to override the burning, and that timing is when I want to Dia burst, because I could vape, right? And then I can overwrite the Hydro that Dia applies, get some potentially not vape on every hit on Dia, but use some of the Pyro from Dia to restart burning, keep up uptime on this. So I think the rotation will be slightly different versus Emilie, is my suspicion. But we're going to find out here. Because normally I would do like Farina into Nahida, into Dia skill, into like Siegeween, into Dia before. But I think it might be more like the reverse now. Or it might be even more nuanced than that because of timing it properly. This is a weird team because of, like, as far as timing and keeping up her application, potentially, her burning, and her damage, because of the goofiness of how Farina applies Hydro. It very well just might be too much Hydro, though, to even do anything consistently. So, we'll see. We will see. Do the Kaching Burgeon Bomb team. What is Kaching Burgeon Bomb? Do you just mean, like, the Kaching team I was kind of messing with recently? Because I think... I was like, you're talking about this team that I used in my stream before, right? But with Emilie instead, I assume.
It would be
Right.
my honor.
This, because yes, I do want to try this. the only problem is, again, the burning uptime might be like, especially like the infusion on Candace might make it like, I'm not sure. It's another I'm not sure team, right? But I'm already like even more optimistic than I was at the start, because like the things on Poems only went well enough that I think a lot of the things I want to do on my main account will work well enough too. There will be situations where I think Nahida will be better. This team might be one of them. But we're going to find out. Not necessarily in this domain specifically. Fine, I guess I should send more. Oh my god, I just saw Zloifet saying that. I swear, Zloifet, I better not log in and see, like, no. Be owly with your money, people, please. But I can't stop you. I literally can't. And there's also a potential major downside of if people do chargebacks. Like, I might lose those Prima Gems. I might go into negative Prima Gems. It just costs me money. But hopefully that doesn't happen. Can you melt Emilie? I mean, yeah, with Cece's Bennett, you can do melt things with herself if you want. Again, it's just a question of can you do... If you're doing anything additional with the Pyro application for burning, you still need to have enough burning triggering to consistently keep up Emilie's passive. So yeah, we're gonna... I didn't... What level is my thing? Oh, it's 70. Nice, okay. I don't know if I have enough of these. We might need to go farm these, but okay. So... Yep. Alright, so let's start with you. Wait, no. I probably should have started with Brina. That was... I don't know. Do I? I don't know. Okay, well, things are just dying too fast because they're weak domain enemies, but, you know. It's still level 2. Maybe it works. Doesn't it work? I hope it works. It was hard to tell what was going on there because, you know, everything happening. But it was level 2. It was level 2. So, we'll see. Obviously that was not a proper test of this team in any, like, meaningful form. Because I need to, you know, actually fight enemies that don't die instantly and let me, like, burst on my characters and do a single rotation, essentially. But it worked. And again, like, the rotation might be more restrictive than the other team. Like, one of the advantages of the Naida team was it was, like, very rotationally free. I'm getting exactly 42,000 on Siege Wing. If somehow my R5, the stupid Aqua incident, getting 2 more copies of this weapon, has resulted in Siege Wing getting exactly 42,000 damage in this team, I am very happy. But it also might be the buff going on this domain. I have no idea what buff is happening in this domain. So, oh my god, thank you, game. I appreciate that. I hope I don't have to do any extra resins here. So, as Emilie, the reason... I didn't look at the buff. Whoops, whatever. What happens if we do you first, and then... I didn't mean to do her skill, that was pointless. To change anything. It probably doesn't change anything. I probably just need to make sure it might be important for me to make sure I don't Farina first. Like, let's try to Farina first this time. And we'll see if I cause any problem by doing Farina Burst first. Still can't unhear her saying content. Thanks for that. You're welcome. R5 Aqua so you can flex you have a C6. R5 Elon you don't use. I mean, it would be kind of funny, but no. Just no. No, we've had enough pain with the weapon banner. So yeah, we're gonna try Farina. I didn't look at the buff again. Frick me. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Alright, so like, let's do this, right? And then do Emilie. Do we have level 2 skill? I can't go. Where's the thing? See? Yeah. Okay, see, I was right. So the rotation is a little bit more restrictive here. We never got level 2 skill there because we started with Farina, right? So, to be clear, there is some good nuance in that, which means you could flexibly do things like starting with Farina first on purpose, because what that means is we probably had Hydro on the enemy most of the time, and never were able to overwrite the Hydro enough to get burning going. But that means you could do that on purpose to be able to vape on Dia, right? So there's some interesting nuance here. This is working... I think from what I've seen, this does work well, but it's a little bit maybe harder to play than the Nahida variation. Which is... Wow, really? Thank you. Which is a downside to many players, potentially. So... You know, if you click the thing next to the leave, you can see the buff. What? Wait, what? You can? I didn't know that. Yeah, Emilie, Farina, double Dia skill, Sujin burst. Yeah, that might work. That might work too. This team is going to take a bunch of playing around with, is my impression here. So, you know. Oh, it doesn't show the buff out here? I wish it showed the buff out here. Okay, I'm just going to go in here to see what the buff was. Just in case that was... I mean, it doesn't really matter, because obviously it's such a highly invested team. I was going to kill things quickly enough anyways. Oh, trigger a hydro-related reaction. Teammates receive hydro damage bonus. Okay, so that wasn't affecting Emilie's damage, but it was affecting Citrine's damage. So sad. Citrine is probably not going to get that same damage. Oh well. Okay. The buff was in the screen, was it? Oh my god, I'm sorry, I am blind. I just ignore them all the time. I'm not used to looking at the buffs. Can I try forward vape Nubilet with Nuvi, Nahida, Dia, Emilie? Yeah, that seems... Well, okay, so the problem is you're only triggering one hydro reaction in that team, by the way. So with a C... Honestly, with a C1 Nubilet, it's still not ideal. You probably want to have either solo Dendro or... solo, well, yeah, probably solo Dendro. Well, no, you're triggering 2 hydro reactions. Sorry, so C1 Nubilet could make sense for that team. Sorry, if you're triggering both vapes and so yeah, Nubilet, Nahida, Dia, Emilie. I can try that. I'll add it to the list. Nuvi, Dia, Nahida. But again, you're losing out on potential damage by not triggering a 3rd hydro reaction. So you might be served better in that team by actually switching to a different unit other than Nahida there potentially, or Emilie. Okay. So, oh yeah, did I get enough? Yes. Alright, and goodbye, my Mora. Thank you for riding, for making things slightly cheaper. And, let's go see. We'll probably have to go farm those. Go see, though. Somehow I have exactly... Oh, I just realized, this weapon... Why? I'm cursed by Whopper Flowers, I think. I think I'm cursed by Whopper Flowers because, like, you know who needs Whopper Flowers? Kaching, who I just got C6 of and I want to level to 90 eventually. By the way, I leveled 90 to Emilie on this count. You don't need a level 90 Emilie. She doesn't gain an insane value from level 90. But I did because I'm going to do an on-field Emilie video with Burgeon, which means her level matters for, like, the Burgeon damage calculation. So, yep, level 90 it was, because that's just how I roll. If there's Burgeon shenanigans, if there's transport reaction shenanigans, I guess I level 90. Yeah, I want to level Kaching, and guess what? She uses Whopper Flowers, and guess who also uses Whopper Flowers and Kaching's talent materials? Shenhe, who might never get a rerun. But, yeah, I need to farm Whopper Flowers. Mika is in the Razor trial. Yeah, it's a bit odd. It's interesting, though. Okay, let's see. Please be kind, Mona. I do not want to have to send more resin. This, I don't think this is going to be quite enough unless Mona comes through the clutch. Might have to use some fragiles, which I don't want, but oh well, because I would really like to save them for Natlan, because all the Natlan characters use, you know, new Natlan materials. But, yep, oh well. Oh wow, we're one away. Sad. Okay, well, how many of these do I have? I have 1. I can probably get away with just 20 resin, right? Right. I don't need to use 2. I will. Well, no, it's not condensed yet. Wait, did I already have 20 resin? No, I only had 10. Okay, good. We're fine. Oh, my YouTube chat broke. I was ignoring you anyway, so it didn't matter. Okay, let's try. What was it? What was suggested before? I think Emilie into Farina into Dia to see if that keeps up the level 2 on her skill. We'll try that instead. So, Emilie.
Another test subject. Suffocate.
Oh, frick. Do we have? Where is it? Nope. Didn't work. It's interesting though. Yeah. So, looks like have to start burning. Looks like the way to do this to keep up her skill in this team is you have to start with triggering burning first, like doing Emilie Dia first, before doing Farina. I just used condensed. No, I didn't use condensed. Okay. And yeah, that's all I needed. Good. So, we'll see. This team is really interesting. Vortex is very good in Emilie. Yeah, Vortex. If you have some of the like The really weird thing is like how valuable like can ER be on. If you can get to a point where you're bursting consistently on Emilie, it's possible ER weapons could be pretty good. But it's also not super worthwhile to necessarily build a ton of ER and sacrifice too much damage for her. But sometimes it might be in some teams. Like sometimes some teams like this team, the burst might actually be very important in this team, right? For that front-loaded Dendro to get her like burning triggered and whatever. I don't know. It might be important, might not. I haven't tested this team enough, and I'm not going to be able to test every single team in depth enough to like determine how important any individual team it is to use her burst or not. To a degree to like say whether or not, oh yeah, it makes sense to build a high energy build without her signature weapon. So anyways, this build might not. Well, no, I think it'll be fine in a full rotation. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I was gonna say I might not get enough energy on this build, but I think it'll be fine. Okay. Well, 15 domain challenges. All right, grab this. Yoink. Oh, that just popped up twice. There we go. Okay, and then where? Wait, do I not have any? I must not have any. I must have converted them all yesterday. Okay, I just had to go farm them. All right. Hopefully I get enough then. Have you listened to Emilie's Japanese VA? No, not yet. Sorry. Throw it back for chat, please. What? Throw what back for chat? Doesn't her burst maintain level 2 turret? Isn't that good to keep online? Yeah, but I'm talking about like not with her signature weapon, right? Because like when she's solo Dendro in teams like this, without her signature to burst every rotation, if it's important to burst every rotation in this team, if like the extra Dendro application is relevant enough, it might be worth building the extra energy to burst every rotation on her in this team. But just for like the damage output it gives, it's not necessarily worth it to build too much extra energy because you're going to be sacrificing a lot of damage versus just doing skill 1 rotation, burst the other rotation, right? So that's the nuance. Are you using her in a team where like are you using her in a team or against a context in which her burst is enough extra damage output to be worth building the extra ER on in teams where she has higher ER needs? So, use. As Missive Windspear good on her, it can be okay. It's I would recommend probably Fav most of the time. Fav is going to potentially be worse technically than Missive maybe for her personal damage, but it also benefits the team for ER, and again might let you burst consistently every rotation maybe. Yeah, like if you have R1 deathmatch, Fav, I'd probably use them over Missive Windspear personally. But it's not the worst option in the world. The EM isn't really doing anything, but it gives a bunch of attack. It's something. It's not terrible. So, Katane is funny. I don't think I have Katane on this account, but Katane could be interesting. In some pretty specific team contexts where you can actually gain value from the EM subset, to be clear. I wouldn't recommend it. I test her out on Abyss. No, we'll be testing on Abyss in a second here. We need to go... should we test a different team? I guess we're farming Overworld here. Let's see. You know what I want to test? I want to test a Sethos team. I want to test a Sethos team quick. I don't think I need to test a Sethos team in Abyss. So, I'm going to Sethos here. I want to do you.
It would be my honor.
Right, so... The question is... okay. Let's try something like this first, right? Let's try something like this first. Dia would be potentially able to burst in this team. Oh, whoops, I didn't deploy the team. Let's see. Yeah, Katane could be good because of the energy refunding. It could be very interesting. It's just the EM is of questionable value in many contexts, but it might not be the end of the world because I think it has high base attack, right? Let me go double check with. Alright. Hello. The reason I want to test Emilie with Sethos, by the way, is because I did some stuff with Nahida with doing weird overload burning shenanigans. I forgot what team I exactly used. I don't really care what... Oh, I guess I can claim it. Let's see. Look at the exact wordings. Yeah, has EM substat, decent base attack, increases skill damage, which is obviously good for Emilie. And then after skill hits opponent, the character gets some energy refunding. So that energy refunding, the mix of energy refunding and skill damage bonus might be good enough to actually make it kind of worthwhile. It's interesting as an option if you can get to a point of being able to use this weapon to burst consistently, which would probably be at higher refinement. The EM is oftentimes going to do nothing for you though, right? So keep that in mind if you wanted to use it or considering using it. It's not worthless. It's an interesting option though, for sure. Yeah, it's basically 5-star stats, 6 deathmatch or fab for general use. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, the idea here, official is probably gonna be too much electro, is my guess. So I think this is not going to work with visual. I think it will work with other units, but this team did work, I think, with Fischl from what I recall when I used Nahida. So it's probably worse than with Nahida, essentially. Especially because Nahida can spread in this team, and Nahida's big damage contribution is good. Anyways, let's go kill some things. We'll see how it works. This team, I don't need to test in Abyss, I don't think. I think we'll see well enough if it works just in Overworld here. But we'll find out. What was my total attack at, by the way, in this build? Ooh, 2200. So this build has a little bit lower crit rate than is my preference. It's going to be just under 80%, I think, once this is fully leveled. It's not going to be bad at all. And obviously a bit lower crit damage than my other build, but it has a lot more attack percent. So you can see I have 15% attack there, 16 there, attack percent roll there, and then 20% attack there. So, you know, I have a lot of attack that makes up for a little bit of lack of crit, which means this is still a very good build. We're not seeing proper damage, by the way, because this worked better than I thought. She had level 2, if you didn't notice. That's what I was looking at there. I didn't expect that to work that well. I thought she was not gonna, like, I thought the Fischl would be too much. Maybe it's that Fischl is just not doing much there. But no, I was triggering overloads and aggravates. But yeah, the damage there is because the enemy had the shield, right? Also, I haven't seen chat update things broken. Thanks, YouTube. Do I do account reviews? I did a stream yesterday reviewing people's stuff. Weird. Okay, maybe I do have to test this team in a bit. Also, we have Hydro on the ground now I think about it, so... that's screwing with things too, right? But... Hydro could be an option to put in this team versus... Also... I did not think about the fact that I'm not using a healer. That is a factor. That is a factor I did not consider. Whoops. So, you know, this team is not ideal. I think an interesting option would be actually like putting, I don't know, like would it make sense to do like a weird quick bloom version of this with Kokomi or something as a healer? I don't know. Or even maybe Siege Wing would make sense too, because Siege Wing could buff Emilie's damage. I don't know. The fact that she kept up the passive there, though. I'm gonna go heal. Chevy or Bennett. Well, Chevy is not gonna do it. I mean, no, Chevy can do the attack buff. To be clear, that could be actually an okay option. Attack buff and a little bit of healing. And Pyro Resonance. Dory, yeah, maybe. Kuki, yeah, maybe. But this team loses a lot of damage without Fischl. Like Sethos is one of the main ways that like Sethos with this weird build that I use where I can just spam charge attacks, right? Works as also he's on the wrong build because I think Kaching stole some pieces. The part of the reason that this build works as well as it does is there we go. That explains some of the things there. Like doing extra electro reactions means more Fischl, right? Which is good. Fischl damage, good. But if it's too much electro that you don't get Emilie, like I don't know. It's weird because it's fragile. I think realistically this would mean Toma would be a better option than Dia, because Toma could be a little bit more safe defensive utility with the shielding build. Or maybe Tank Fei. Tank Yanfei. No, Yanfei doesn't do off-field pyro. Never mind. I don't know. This team is weird. It's really weird. We need to go below ground, I think. Why are you telling me to go here first? I guess fine, we will. Razor team with Emilie. I would if I had Razor leveled up, but Thundering, if you look up like Zajeff's Thundering Fury Razor, where it's doing Razor with the Dendro unit and C6 Bennett, where Razor can do Pyro application and Electro application at the same time. And I think it's not even a team that required Nahida in the first place. It's just like you really wanted C6 Bennett, so you do C6 Bennett, Razor, a Dendro unit, and then you usually have a Hydra unit too. Because of the fact that that team worked without having Nahida, I think it would probably work with Emilie too. So, yeah, if you have a leveled Razor, I would definitely recommend trying it out if you have Emilie. It wouldn't be that fundamentally different. Oh god. I see. What is triggering there? Was he casting some kind of spell that was just exploding constantly there? Okay. Well, rip sign or rip Sethos. I'll just let you die from that. There we go. The Hydra there was causing too many problems, by the way, if it wasn't obvious. So this has not been a good test of anything because yeah, for MiHoYo putting Hydro everywhere or water everywhere, which is Hydro. So, yeah, Razor should work. I guess I could, to be clear, I could test Razor quick. He's just not gonna do damage because he really wants to be level 90. So it'd be you, and then what do you do for a Hydro? You could probably no. You need to stay on field Razor, and I wouldn't recommend Farina probably. So we'll just throw like Xingqiu here.
May knowledge guide.
Oh, I don't have Razor Burst up, of course. No. Solution. I do have a solution. Hopefully I'll remember that I took Beto's pieces in the future to do this. Where is Beto's timepiece? Too many artifacts. Beto, I know you had an ER timepiece. Where are you? Does she not have a she might not have any ER timepiece. Maybe she's just not equipped right now. And Beto's just not here. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you want that. There we go. Okay, there we go. He's got some ER. He'll get his burst back. You just crit the... Also, yeah, I should... God. He somehow just triggered Fab on the first proc with, like, 0 crit rate, by the way. I want to acknowledge that. Yeah. Okay, well... Give me a second. Can you not? Little proof of concept for Emilie on field. Oh, you got your burst. Good job. Alright. Hopefully the next ones are not standing in water, and we'll test this. Well, I guess we have Hydra going on anyways. We'll see. Alright. Okay. So, rotation on this probably is... you. Do this. Yep. It works. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it works. Not a surprise. I suspected it would. This might be... So yeah, Emilie might be an upgrade for Thundering Fury Razor. Is my suspicion. So yeah, seems fun. Would kind of like to level him... Oh man. See, this is the problem with this game, where, like, if I could just pay MiHoYo to, like, give me... Because, like, I have a need to, like... If it was just $20, I didn't have to spend years farming for materials. Just let me pay you so that I can make more videos for your video game, Bahoyo. Like, I just want to pay you so I can have the resources to just freely level up Razor without thinking about how that affects my other videos I can create. I think there's another enemy over here. So, over Nahida, I mean, I don't know if it's better than Nahida. Well, I don't know. Like the thing is, you're getting spread damage on Nahida. Like, it's not better than my Nahida, so I can't even like test this properly, because I have C2 Nahida. So like C2 Nahida gives a freaking death shred. But I don't know. It might not be an upgrade over Nahida. I'm not sure. It's a compelling option though, especially with Nahida being a desirable unit to use in other teams. So I don't know, it works, but I can't properly test this without Razor being fully leveled, right? So you know, take of it what you will, but it worked on a mechanical level. Can you replace Sino with Razor? I mean, that was not Sino there. I did Sino stuff earlier. But yeah, so what happens, I guess, let's test Kuki. Sure, why not Kuki? We'll just like throw in Kuki here for whatever transformative reaction's going on. There she is. Okay. I think she has a build on her. I think. I don't know. They're on Dia still. And maybe we can like burst on Dia in this team, right? Yep, you got your EM build. Okay, cool. Kuki could be on, should be on Deepwood on this team theoretically with Emilie on Reverie, but obviously Emilie's on Deepwood in this team for me right now, so it does not matter. He didn't get to heal before he died. Rest in peace, my boy. What, really? I wasn't even standing in the water, but the stupid electro charger still killed me anyways. Rude. Okay, well, I'm trying to test out those, but Mahoyo says, no. No. Yeah, it's probably a side grade, realistically, but I don't know. It works. It's one of the examples of things you can do with burning shenanigans. And, well, I guess just kind of freaking dang it. Whatever. I'm gonna do this. They're already dead, aren't they? Oh, not quite. Alright. Alright. It said current bounty has ended. Has it actually taken me everywhere? It went there. Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully that's enough. Then we can go to the Abyss and test some more teams. Not there. Actually, it doesn't really matter. Okay. So yeah, Sethos being died and forever. Have you tried Farina, Emilie, Bennett, and Xiangling? They are so strong. Yes, that. Well, I plan to do some Farina, Bennett, Emilie stuff with Emilie on field. Like that's one of the weird things where the way they balance Emilie, she has good enough multipliers that the benefit she gains from Bennett buff if you leave her on field can be potentially like and then having a slot to like use another off-field unit like Farina. So doing, you know, the Emilie, Farina, Bennett core, and then having another off-fielder in the last slot, like Xiangling, is potentially a lot stronger than doing, like, a cryo unit melt on-field, right? And that's because they didn't give her anything in her kit. They just made her have really high multipliers, which means she benefits from being on-field herself. But they didn't give her any kind of, like, mechanism that like incentivizes you to actually like, use a cryo unit on field versus on fielding herself. So that's a little weird, but I don't think that's really that much of a problem personally, because I think the best perspective to have fun in this game is to just, you know, have characters you like, and if they're on field units, you just do what you can to make them good on field. If there's something better than doing them, it doesn't matter unless you're just obsessed with only doing the best thing possible, which I think is a boring way to play this game when there's so many characters and different things you can do with them. I don't know, whatever. So I don't think it actually matters, but it is a factor potentially. Why do I have resin? Oh, I didn't condense. Yeah, never mind. Okay, let's. Oh yeah, I didn't go to the crafting table. I don't know why I went to the crafting table and teleported away to heal. I could have just healed with food. Hello Ray, thanks for joining. Okay. Pulled for Emilie, got Nilu because you forgot she was running. Yeah. Okay, let's see. No, go away. Don't go away. Let's get this leveled up and let's start properly testing it, things. Yeah, craft that. Go away. Hopefully get this leveled up, I should say. I do not want to have to go into co-op. That would be annoying, time-wasty. I probably should use Dory. Dory is more consistent. See, Sucrose. I swear, Sucrose with their 10% chance is more like a 2% chance. Jesus. Freaking dang it, Sucrose. Okay, I need 27 of these. I'm not going to get enough. I don't want to have to go in co-op to finish leveling this weapon. I think we're just going to use it at level 80. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Freaking dang it, Hoyo. There might be more of those things somewhere that I don't know about. But, you know. Yep. I already bought the ones from the shop, by the way. So that's not an option. I bought them yesterday. I think I did at least. Let me double check. Yep. Yay. Oh well. Alright, it's fine. We'll be using level 80 weapon. I don't think it's going to crazily change how the teams feel and what we're testing here. Oh well. Alright, so let's go test the... I'll mess around with Seth as Emilie more in my lonesome more in future streams, I think. Realistically, it's not going to be insanely strong. Like, this team is much weaker without Fischl. Like, Seth is much weaker without Fischl. So... I don't know, I'll test the Fischl variation more, but then with, like, different defensive units for the Pyro, which is basically just Toma. It's basically just Toma and Dia for defensive units with the Pyro, right? That's the main problem I'd say doing this has. But I was surprised that it did maintain whatever, so... Anywho's, let's try... We're gonna try... this team first, I think. How close are you to bring it to 90? Close. Like, I only need, like, 4 more drops, to be clear. I can go into co-op and do it in, like, 10 minutes, but I'd rather just test out things. That's all. I don't think... It's not going to meaningfully change what we're actually looking at testing-wise here. So, I don't need to, basically. You got a Natlan to add. Oh, no. Rip you. Alright. Dia. Can I click? Thank you. Alright. Okay. EM is fine, I suppose. Okay, so yeah, we already learned. We want to do something like this. Interesting. We didn't get the level 2 this time. Why? Why? Is that not what I was doing before in that domain? And it was triggering it? Maybe I need to do something... Wait, I wonder... Okay, I wonder... I don't think I was doing this before, though. Let me just, do the same thing I was doing before. Right. Do this. This is what I was doing before in the domain, right? But it doesn't have... It didn't do level 2. Should try Kazuha with Emilie Burst. Oh yeah, I mean yeah, Kazuha was a good potential off-field Pyro option if you infuse Pyro, yeah, for sure. Which should be pretty easy in mini Emilie teams. Okay, why was I able to trigger it before in that domain and it's not triggering now? That's a little odd. But I think the solution to that is actually potentially pretty simple. Doing this, doing this. This. Yep, I was right. So, the reason... I don't know why I was working the domain before then, with just burst and not having to do anything else. The reason that worked is because her scent collection stops, which is... Scent collection is how she builds up to level 2 of her skill, right? Her scent collection stops when you use her burst, so what I was doing here was doing her skill first, doing burning to get some sense going, and then doing her burst, right? Because then it's going to have whatever sense that she initially gathered when it comes back. And now we are doing well, right? See? So, anyways, let's probably try to test things here. Doing that now. Is it better if you have Pyro first before you do Emilie Burst? No, it should cause the same problem, I think, but I don't... I'll double check here.
This'll brighten up the place.
Yeah, this is one of those weird nuances that makes her an interesting character. But okay, well that time she did. I don't know. So maybe that is the solution. Just do Dia before. The only downside of doing Dia before is slightly less. I mean, well, the extra time and having to do Emilie's skill anyways is probably a wash. So let's just make sure we... Oh, I meant to do burst. Let's just make sure we consistently get the sense if we do Dia first.
A little ambiance. Show her new thing. The mining. Not yet. She might feel a little bit.
Nope, didn't that time. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. It's not that surprising that's a problem, right? Because again, like we need to have like burning happening ideally pretty consistently to get up to that level 2, which means you need to do things maybe slightly differently when you're using teams like this one where you're using a bunch of Hydra that might overwrite the burning. So which is why doing which is why doing E into Dia and then back to her into burst was slightly better. Let's just do this a couple more times. Sorry, we're doing the same things over. We're doing this to make sure after we're done doing our Hydro sequence, this is the most Hydra application we should have ever, that she maintains the level 2. Yeah, she has level 2, see? That's what we want. We want this to be level 2 consistently. So I'm going to do this a couple more times to make sure it works repeatedly. Yeah, and the minor downside of this is it's a minorly it's like a second additional rotation time potentially that you wouldn't otherwise have to do if we in some other teams, right? Yep, still level 4. Does it have enough range from? No, it's not shooting from here. Okay, so I would have to again to do this optimally. Probably want to put this here. Although, actually, alternatively, what I did in this team with Nahida was I just used Dia to burst down and kill the Bruin Guard. I didn't bother putting Dendra on it and restarting rotation. But in this, but Emilie has the option of potentially getting Dendra application out regardless, so it might be worth doing. I'm not sure. There's interesting nuanced differences in how you play this team. Really odd differences in how you play this team versus with Nahida. Nahida is definitely more simple, just works more often. I would say. I don't need to do that. I'm flopping. I don't need to do that second skill on Dia. That's a waste of time, by the way. But in fact, there's benefit to saving it. Yep, still level 4. All right, we're gonna test it one more time, but I'm pretty sure this is very consistent. We need good off-field cryo sub DPS. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Die, please. Oh, that time we didn't. Interesting. Why? What did I do differently? Did I just rotate too fast or something? So like, did I rotate too fast and it didn't get like one of the cents that it normally would have gotten? Oh, maybe it's the second skill. It's either I rotated too fast and that caused an application to line up in a way that I didn't get an additional burning triggering, which means didn't get the additional scent I needed to get Emilie to the level 2 skill, or the second Dia skill actually was able to trigger it here. It's one or the other. I didn't burst. Derp. Also, you know what I need to check? I need to check not bursting on her at all, because that is a playstyle you can do. You can just not bother bursting, right? And see if she does that. So, you know, I swear to you, I pressed 3. Okay, sorry for testing all this, but this is I think important things to test, because like you need to be aware of how her scent is like generating to get her to level 2 if you want to play teams like this to be able to utilize the Bernie to do other things. This is what makes her an interesting character to play to me. So, okay, no, that time we did. So I think it might have been that I rotated too fast. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, it is quite consistent. Like, I only saw it not when I was doing the, you know, E Emilie, E Dia, burst Emilie. It's pretty consistent. But let's try just not bursting on Emilie too and see how that happens, because that's going to be what a lot of people are going to have to do on a lot of potential builds, right? Is not bursting on Emilie at all in some in like every other rotation. Interesting. Didn't get level 2. Still killed everything in the one burst, but yeah, this is not stuff you have to worry about in some teams with her, but this is stuff you would have to worry about in some teams where you have a bunch of elements consuming the aura. So let's anything we can do differently. I mean, the first rotation you can always burst, right? I guess it shouldn't really be a problem actually, even without her signature weapon, right? Because the first rotation you can always burst anyways. And then you could just not worry about it in subsequent rotations because you're just maintaining the status, right? As long as you don't let her uptime lapse, right? So you do this for the first rotation. You don't need her signature for the first rotation. So I'm gonna not burst after this rotation, right? Let me do this. Alright, and then this. Okay, that is better than with Nahida. That sequence is better than Nahida. Wait, did I let it lapse? I think I might have let her skill lapse. Oops, I let her skill lapse. Okay, that was a problem with this Abyss Chamber, actually. So maybe you do want... yeah.
Don't slip and fall. Rush and whirl. Shower me with praise. Let the world calm down. Don't be nervous. Just relax. You asked for it.
Yeah, it went down because... Yep. Oops. Alright. Yeah, that's a problem with this specific chamber lineup, to be clear. I think. Would Xiangling make Emilie more consistent in this team? I mean, probably. But I like Dia, and the thing I like about this team is being able to DPS Dia and Sijuin. So, you know. Anyways, let's try a full sequence here. Do that. Do this. I should have positioned the thing differently, I think, but whatever. So the downside of this is, yeah, we're losing that because we didn't. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, frick. Could be a little bit smarter with Dia's skill here, I think, but it's fine. I'm not going to. There we go. Okay. Let's use you. Cooldown wasn't exactly lining up ideally there for that, but it's fine. For what it's worth, I think the fastest clear I got before with Nahida in this team. What was it? I think I had it in the video. I don't remember. If anyone remembers my Dia Sijuin, the video I did with Dia Sijuin, I thought I had a clip in there of my fastest clear with that. Like, I haven't figured out how to optimize that chamber down with that team, but that was still about a minute clear. And this is a highly invested team. So that is very much an aspect, to be clear. But it's interesting. This works better than I actually expected it to, honestly. It has the same dynamic. Okay, I did this a little bit wrong. We'll see if it still works. Okay, well, I killed that a lot faster. You I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. See, I don't have level. I don't have level 2 of the thing. I don't know. It's really weird. I think this plays in a more complicated way. I'd say it's harder to recommend this versus the Nahida variation. With the weirdness with making sure you have the level 2 skill up on Emilie. But it still works, and I'm very glad it works. Because I think it's a more interesting theme than the Nahida variation.
This'll brighten up the place. You might feel a little prickly.
Oh, you're already all dead. Okay.
You asked for it. Extract. Yoo-hoo! Time to shine.
I didn't. Oops, I did this wrong. I didn't burst on purpose on him. I wanted to simulate the non-burst sequence, but oh, I did have level 2. Okay, I thought I wasn't gonna have level 2 because I goofed up with the order there. Yeah, I mean like that was 9 minutes 20 seconds, and then if I rotated in this, that would still be another minute clear, right? I just got distracted for a bit. Interesting. Emilie isn't really for damage; she's more of a support. No, you are wrong. She is. That's literally what she's made for. Like, you can use the burning reaction that she is contributing to for supportive utility, like I am in this team, to do other things. And that's what I think is interesting about her. But burning buffs her. She's literally made to do damage. So she does not buff anything. Other things buff her. It's just you can use the things that she requires to exist to get buffed in the first place, to be able to do other things. That is a kind of supportive utility, I guess. But she's basically a full Ars damage unit, yeah. So anyways, I'm gonna shut my yapper up for a second here, I think, and try to play completely incorrectly.
Fresh and full. Showering you with praise. Let the world know. You might feel a little prickly.
Yeah, it actually doesn't play that differently from the Nahida team, to be clear, as far as rotation goes. I thought it would play differently. I guess I should try using Dia Burst first instead of Emilie. Or sorry, not instead of Emilie, instead of Siegewing.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in song. For a few, don't be nervous. Guess for life.
Okay, I mean, here what I would do is I would use Emilie first, I think. So we're gonna do this. Okay, I think I rotated a bit slow here. Sorry, that was dumb. Let's see this. Okay, yeah, I could have tapped the bird. Yeah, I don't know. We're getting like consistent 1 minute clears. What's interesting is like I think the Nahida team was less consistent. That's one of the things I feel like I'm noticing right now, actually. So like I said it's harder to play, but at the same time, it feels more consistent than the Nahida team did to me. Well, what will you do in theaters since you have Emilie now? I'll probably try the hard mode, but I have to like level up 4 more characters for it. So, yeah, the Nahida team kind of felt more RNG, which is weird. I'm gonna have to like rewatch my own dang video though. Oops. I'm gonna have to rewatch my own dang video with the Nahida team version, and see what was going on there and check what the clear times were. Because I don't know, it's just odd. Okay, we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this instead. Let's see how this goes. Okay, yeah, I expected Dia. Oh no, she did get some babes. Oh, but yeah, okay, yeah. I expected Siegewing to be better there, because of the fact that, you know, Siegewing has better AoE damage in her burst compared to Dia. Whereas Dia can be pretty good, consistent single target. So in this particular chamber, it obviously makes sense to start with Siegewing, but as far as damage output goes, the team has flexibility, I think, to not have to do, you don't have to do Siegewing burst, right? This is one of those things that I really like about doing short field time DPS units like Dia, right? So I just clear that there, and then I can do this, right? But in this chamber, it's better to do the reverse, right? Do Siege Queen first, and then do Dia. But I like that having that flexibility, because that means this team can adapt to different situations depending on which makes more sense to do, right? In this context, it definitely makes more sense to do Siege Queen first for the Doritos, and then do Dia on this thing. So, I don't know. This team works. I'm very, very happy this team works as well as it is. It's a little bit clunky with that initial setup, but I think after that initial setup, you basically don't have to worry about anything, right? Just do this. You do burst. I don't know if they even really have to run to the side like that either. But... There we go. There we go. Okay.
You're dead meat.
All right.
Let's get it on. Neutralize.
One problem is that the butthole
Lighten up the place.
creates a lapse. I think.
For medical reasons.
The ruin guard that spawns creates an awkward lapse in this chamber where otherwise you would normally be able to maintain level 2 skill on Emilie versus me losing it there. But I think that's just part of the awkwardness of this specific chamber, less a problem than with Emilie herself, in my opinion.
Fresh and floral. Strike a pose. Let my name echo. Let's see. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Gloves off.
Yeah, that was much better. Okay, okay, okay.
A little ambiance. Let's get it on. Let the world collide. You might feel a little pit.
Please die. Oh, we didn't. We lost level 2 skill. Interesting. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I guess. All the burst animations in this team, because it's 5-star heavy, I think actually weirdly slows down the team a little bit. Birds alive. But it's still getting like consistent 1-minute clears. With a lower investment version of the team, same characters but lower investment, I suspect. And I'm talking like still like high investment for artifacts, but lower investment as far as like not having like Aqua Simulacra on Siege Queen, not having C2 Farina, not having Emilie's signature weapon, right? The conjunction of all those things is improving the team. But it's still, I think, good enough to clear most content, right? Like, it's not like if you add 30 seconds of clear time, is that going to make it impossible to clear the second side? No. Right? It just makes it harder. Yeah, yes, I know it's Aqua R4. Trust me, Aqua R1 versus Aqua R4 is not that big of a deal. Like, it's not doing nothing, to be clear. I'm aware. Maybe that's the reason I should have kept an R1 Aqua, is to prove points like that, but whatever. Yeah, we have more teams to test. Sorry, I got lost testing that team so much. This is one of the main teams I was interested in testing, and it ended up having more nuance than I expected. So let's do some on-field Emilie quick though. Oh boy, there's two different things I want to check with on-field Emilie. One of them, I think, you know what, I'm just gonna save for. I'll give you a preview. You know, who needs signature weapon when you have Staff of Scarlet Sands? You know, I do hybrid ride and things. This converts EM to attack. If you give her an infusion from Bennett, she's doing pyro damage, and she has pretty good, AoE around her with her normal attacks. She should be able to triggering Burgeon pretty easily, and she doesn't do like annoying charge attacks. She should be pretty good for that. So you can use Staff of Scarlet Sands, which the passive of Staff of Scarlet Sands will be up basically immediately all the time. Converts any EM to attack for her. You can do hybrid Emilie. That's what I plan to do for the on-field Emilie video. I think it'll work well. But instead, we're just going to do something more simple. We're just going to leave the same build on her. because I don't want to change her on the whole build. I don't want to change it to like Marcia Hunters since she'd be on field, blah, 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 blah. I just don't want to worry about that right now. I'm just going to leave her on her signature weapon, leave her on this build. We're going to on-field her.
Would you mind coming with me?
But my point with like the Staff of Scarlet Sands thing is there's ways to optimize the on-fielding to like get meaningful value from her being on-field and doing normal attacks on-field that aren't just like getting Bennett buff, but also doing something else with the infusion from C6 Bennett. Plunge, yeah, we could do plunge. Plunge will work fine, I'm sure, as far as an option for on-fielding her.
Copy of today's newspaper.
But yeah, the on-field core for Emilie is based. Do I have it pre-configured? I don't think I do. And I don't have any team slots. God freaking dang it. So yeah, the on-field core for Emilie is basically Bennett plus Emilie plus Farina. And what's my Bennett build? Double check quick. That's obviously fine. Noblesse. Did I put you on an HP goblet yet? No, I did not. Okay. It'll be fine. I would recommend, if you're doing Bennett Farina, do a more healing focused build for your Farina, unless you have C2 Farina like I do. So keep that in mind. So, Emilie, Bennett, Farina. And then, of course, the last slot is the flex slot. And you can do, like, what was just mentioned in chat. Maybe we can do, you know, Cloud Retainer things. And Cloud Retainer would make it so you don't have to worry about the healing on Bennett. And do plunge shenanigans. You could do... you might, to be clear, there might be... Let's try Cloud Retainer as a baseline, I think. You might need to... I think Cloud Retainer has Noblesse, which is not going to stack with Bennett, but whatever. I'm not sure. Is she going to vape on her plunges? Vape. Like, she might be one of the stronger vape plunge DPSs, by the way, because of her off-field damage that she can do, her skill damage and passive damage that would be triggering, if it's triggering consistently while she's doing pyro plunges. I don't know. This is going to be weird. Particularly if she triggers vape. So this is worth trying. But notably, like, Cloud Retainer shouldn't interfere with the burning much. It's only Farina that would interfere with the burning here. It's possible it might be best to, you know, include another Dendro unit to keep up burning more often, or another Pyro, one or the other, right? Either or would probably work in this instance. So, I don't know. It's interesting. I want to test Cloud Retainer, though, to see if we're not doing another Dendro or Pyro off-fielder. There's also, obviously, of course, nuance like bringing in Electro to the mix. Bringing in Raiden, right? Can I do hybrid Raiden with Emilie, right? There's actually a lot of potential ways you can like do some mix of on-fielding Emilie and whatever. That it's quite compelling. So yeah, and this is not an optimized Emilie build for on-field Emilie too. I want to emphasize that it's just a normal Emilie build. So yep. Let's see. I'm waiting to do a reverse because I want to be able to oh my god. Wait, I did this all wrong. I gotta do Cloud Retainer first. That was stupid. Do Cloud Retainer first because it lasts the longest. Or close to the longest. I should do... Actually, I wonder... Let's try Farina first to see if it causes any problem. Actually, there's... No, sorry. There is no reason to not start with at least doing Emilie's skill because of the uptime on it. And her burst is going to reset it anyways, right? So we'll do Emilie's skill into this. Maybe you do a Bennett E, though. I don't know. To make sure you get the scent collected first. So we do this.
This'll brighten up the place.
Okay, well, things are dead. So, there's that. Alright, what am I doing? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm not in Bennett circle. Okay, well, yeah. Also, my Farina might not have enough ER because I just realized she was configured for double hydro. Well, semi-double hydro. I played this very badly. I want to emphasize that.
A little ambiance. Neutralize.
Okay, well, Bennett is awkward in this chamber. Which, you know, there's that factor. But if I played this better, I think this could be quite good. Especially with a optimized Emilie build for being on field. So let's do something like that quick. much damage do we get from this? Not bad. This was a 40k plunge. Yeah. Okay. There is some awkwardness definitely in keeping up the level 2 skill. Her plunge voice sounds weird. It does kind of sound weird, honestly. You're not wrong. Let's try doing a normal plunge rotation now this time.
Everybody stand back. Let's a little ambiance.
Oh, oh god. Okay. I don't know if plunge is going to be... That was an 80k bait. Nice.
Reconstitute.
I don't know. It's so weird. I don't know. It plays in a really weird way.
Skyward. Make way for you. Going in. This'll brighten up the place.
Also, I don't prefer doing plunge units on pole arms. The reason being, you have to do normal attack cancels versus dash cancels, which I have always found kind of annoying and awkward.
Seize the sky. Let's light it up. Press your wings. Embrace the storm. Little ambiance. Where do you think
What am I
you're
doing?
going?
What am I doing? This is very weird. this feels less consistent than the DSC joint team, which could again probably be fixed by doing potential double Dendro, double Pyro, right? They are dead. Who is dead? Me? I know. Did I get Emilie C1 on poems only? Well, supposedly Zloifed has given me Primo Gems, but we'll find out. We'll find out, I guess. But I lost a 50-50. You missed that. Yeah, I don't know. Plunge was weird. Plunge was weird. Let's try not plunge with on-field Emily. Let's do... So I still want to do only Bennett. Cause obviously you could just throw Xiangling and have more Pyro and you're probably fine. Right? But I don't want to do Xiangling, okay? So... Let's try... Actually, you know what an interesting option is, though, in this team? Like Kazuha or Sucrose. Because... buffing Farina. Alright. Have you tested Emilie not? I mean, yeah, like, if we can, here you can see Emilie. Fine, I'll do, like, one quick thing here. But yeah, Kazuha, yeah, for grouping 2, of course. And Kazuha's own personal damage contribution with his swirl damage, but, like, anyways, that was a pretty good damage from... Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I didn't have Farina burst going. Whoops. They probably should have tweaked my Farina build around a little bit, but I didn't need to do that. Oh boy. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm playing this terribly. She's such a weird character to play in different ways. I'm not utilizing C6 Bennett properly here either, I don't think. To say the least. But yeah, the advantage of doing this double Dendro situation right here, if you didn't, oh my god, if you didn't notice, was there's a lot of Dendro cores. So this is one of the teams where, like, that doing my shenanigans with like doing double Dendro, right? Just kind of in general. That doesn't even have to be Nahida, I don't think. Oh, what time was that? That was a pretty bad clear, honestly. That's still, like, you know, a little bit over a minute. That played that a little bit better, I think. And if I had Emilie built for some EM, she has literally 0 EM, right? If I had did something weird like building her for EM, and that's like a context where, I don't know, you don't have to do what I'm gonna do some kind of team potentially like that. I don't know if I'll use double Dendro or not for the video. But doing Staff of Scarlet Sands, right? Where you can build some EM and still have a whole bunch of attack, and she wants a whole bunch of attack. doing hybrid Emilie might actually make a lot of sense, and she could trigger really big burden damage with her on-field pyro attacks on top of, you know, the other damage. So, interesting. Try starting Emilie burst into Bennett. What do you mean, Emilie? The problem with Emilie, I want Emilie. Emilie's burst can do a lot of damage. There's a reason I was doing Emilie burst in Bennett's ult. It's because this can do a lot of damage. I wanted the Bennett buff for it. You might be right though for making the rotations work better, and then doing more things with her normal attacks or with plunging. You might be right that it's just better to still ult and then go into Bennett versus getting Bennett's ult buffing Emilie. But that was the idea I was going with there with purposely ulting in Bennett buff, was to get Bennett buff for her ult, because her ult can do damage. So, you know. But yeah, you might be right, it's more worthwhile to do that. I don't know. There's I don't know. Doing on-field Emilie is weird. That's my initial impression here. On-field Emilie is weird. Which is not that surprising. On-fielding most units that they designed to be off-field can be a little bit weird. This character in particular just feels odd. It's not bad. It just is kind of odd to figure out what the best thing to do. I already used Shun Yun briefly. We're gonna do. I want to see what happens if we do Raiden. Kuki could work here too, right? And the idea is a low electro applier doesn't interfere too much with what Emilie's doing. Do a normal burning team. That's fair. I should probably do a... Okay, normal burning is just boring burning. I wouldn't call it normal burning. If you have burning going on, it's a burning team. I don't think there's any such thing as a normal burning team. But if you're talking about a pure burning team, where just like you're just doing pyro and burning is always happening, then sure, I will do that quick. Let's try what you suggested before. We'll do Frina first, and then we'll do Frina first into Emilie ult, I think. Into Bennett here. Into Raiden. Oh, whoop. The 18k charge attack. Yeah. And we can do this. I don't think we had Dendro on him. If we had Dendro on him, he probably would die here. So this is a hybrid Raiden build. If you had an EM, if you had just had a normal EM Raiden build, you wouldn't do that necessarily, obviously. Heal up a little bit with Bennett. I don't know why I did that. Whatever, I just repositioned it. Okay, we got a little bit of screwed by the grouping situation there, but at the very least, she had level 4 there. Although we just lost it because we didn't have Pyro going for Infusion. This is an awkward chamber. I think a lot of the problems we're seeing here is just because it's an awkward chamber to some extent or another. I don't know why I did that. I was dumb. Started yapping and stopped thinking. Like, I don't know, it's weird. I like doing C6 Bennett shenanigans, and that's kind of always what C6 Bennett shenanigans end up as. It was not a very good clear by any means, but there's things to optimize around that. Realistically, I think the inevitable conclusion is that double Dendro, or more likely double Pyro, is the smart play for that. So for the sake of comparison, before we do a normal burning team, we'll do the same thing on-field Emilie, but we're gonna do Xiangling. As much as I don't care about Xiangling, and I avoid her like the plague, I think it's a worthwhile comparison. Use Kazuha, but don't use Frina. Yeah, that's fair. We can try that. I mean, Kazuha, but not Frina is like the same. Like, right? We could do Kazuha instead of Frina here, and we're just doing mono Pyro, but on-fielding Emilie. Like, we can do that. Yes. And again, I haven't configured Emilie's build around being on-fielded properly here either. More than anything, my brain. More than anything, I'm just testing the general way these things are working. I'm gonna try Frina first. Particularly Kazuha might be better here versus, well, I don't know. Can I kill you before you... Nice, okay. Do a full new rotation.
My name is a little ambiance. Teamwork is dreamwork. Get them.
I wanted to test her more on her, not her signature weapon, by the way, but I'm not gonna have time. Too many things to test. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to test her signature versus not her signature.
Raise a star!
Yeah.
This'll brighten up the place.
Where do you think you're going?
Going in. Eat this. Nice spike. Extract.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Struggling. Replace Farina with Alhaitham. Okay. Yeah, let me try Kazuha first there. Okay, Kazuha, Bennett, you. Yeah, that was a pretty clean clear. Which, yeah, I mean, what the obvious thing we're seeing here is that having off-field pyro is really nice for Emilie to feel more consistent. It doesn't necessarily, I think, have to be strong off-field pyro, like Xiangling's strong off-field pyro, but she's kind of an obvious choice because it's Xiangling. And because Mihoyo doesn't want to release many off-field, like your option is Xiangling or more defensive-focused off-field pyros. And if you're using Bennett in the team anyways, you don't usually need the additional defensive utility, at least not nearly as badly. But Polearm's only, I think, showed that you can still do other off-field pyros without a problem, right? Like I was using Toma to do good extent there, and I was using Dia a bit here before. Like you just want, I think what we're seeing here is we want some amount of off-field pyro, not that it has to be Xiangling or anything. So anyways, this is mono pyro. This is basically the normal mono pyro Emilie, but with Emilie being on-field instead of like on-fielding Arlecchino or whatever. So you know, what do we'll do Emilie burst into, yeah, Emilie burst into Bennett into Kazuha, I guess. No, Emilie burst into, do you Kazuha first? I don't know. We'll just do it like this. Like this. Do this. No. Can I stop getting pinged? Alright. I went the wrong freaking direction. Whoops. I don't have enough energy on Xiangling. No. You know what's weird is like her skill cooldown enables things like that where I can burst on her. Nice 72k there. Alright, do this. Again, burst on her and weird like not like you can burst weird not normal like rotation intervals. I like when characters have cooldowns that don't necessarily match typical I lost the infusion. Just die, please. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. Not gonna optimize that one down or anything. But yep. Just start with Xiangling's skill. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. That would make more sense. Do you have the burning set on Emilie? No, that's Deepwood on Emilie. And again, like when I'm on fielding Emilie there, it could make sense to use other sets. Particularly the burning set would actually be maybe meaningfully better in that team. Especially if someone else was on Deepwood. Xiangling on Deepwood. Can you use Dia there instead of Xiangling? I mean, yeah. Let's do, yeah, here, let's do some normal, you know, more simple burning teams. Because I do acknowledge, right, this is the way that a lot of people might end up playing. So for a quick comparison, let's also show Arlecchino here. And then I'll use Dia. This is probably the way that a lot of people are going to use this character, because this is the easiest way to use her that you don't have to think about it. But it's not what I find interesting about burning. It's not a bad option. It's just not what I think is most interesting. Oh, you know what I should probably do? I should probably... Yeah, okay. Let me, to do this fairly, we need to actually... we need to actually have Emilie positioned in a way that it will start pooping Dendro on the Ruin Guard, I think. That...
Everybody stand.
Laid bare.
There we go. There we go. And Arlecchino in this team can use Marsh's Hunters, by the way.
This is where
And she is not on Marsh's Hunters right now. So, you know, keep that in mind. Wide. There we go.
Overruled. Extract. Teamwork is dreamwork.
I didn't let it cook. Whoops.
target package.
This will brighten up the place.
Okay, well, I think I have bungled this in a number of ways. Yeah, I have played this very badly. I don't know why it feels so weird to play this. I think I'd be used to it. I don't know. To be fair, I don't normally play mono fire, you know.
Goodbye.
It wasn't bad. I just played that poorly. Kenki doesn't burn you? Interesting. Yeah, so I mean, there's problems like that with burning then, with MH. So, like I said, it's niche, depends on the situation. That I assume that's a case of the hitbox for Kenki is stupid. And he only like the burning hitbox only like happens like above him, like too far away from where your character hitbox is. I'm not sure if MH is worth using if you can just use the burning set, but people probably have MH and might not have the burning set. Like I don't have the burning set, and it doesn't count. So, but yes, if you have the burning set, it's probably more worth just using the burning set. So, anywho, let me do this once more quick. I don't know why I do that. Do that. Okay. So, upside of Emilie though, you can get interrupted and lose the. You can be bad. What I should have done there, right, is this. Can I stop getting stuck in their freaking hitboxes? Jesus. Let's do this. Or did I not maintain the... Okay, I guess I must have let it lapse. Whoops. Okay. Why is it so weird? This feels more awkward than I expected it. Yeah, you could do the burning set on Arlecchino here. It would be basically... Burning set on Arlecchino would basically be the same as Whimsy. Or, I think almost like literally exactly the same. Something about this. I don't know. Okay, I didn't get stuck that time. Good. Or does her skill always... Like, does her skill not keep the previous? Is that what's happening here?
A little ambiance. Everybody stand back.
Oh, I didn't need to do that. I can tell you I prefer the Candace variation of this team, for one. Like Candace instead of Emilie.
Where do you think you're going?
Alright, technically, yeah, okay. It's not bad, obviously. But do not repress skill. I wanted to repress skill to make sure I got Dendro going on the dude. But yes, I think repressing skill there was bad. Because it lost the scent levels. So what would be better there is just... well, no, what am I doing? What would be better there is doing just positioning her thing better, most likely. But you know, I don't know. It's weird. I'm really gonna. I don't know, why did I do that? We're done with it. Arlecchino. Arlecchino is good. Good. Yeah, Candace instead of Kazuha. Why? I think you're underestimating what VV and Kazuha's damage bonus does. Like, to be clear, if you don't have Kazuha, it might be functional with Candace. What was the other team we wanted to try? That was more normal burning. Oh yeah, it was Dia. You wanted to see Dia. So Emilie. I think if you're using Dia, I think the interesting thing you can do with Dia is use her like as one of your main. So can we find a non-Xiangling to pair with Bennett, Emilie, Dia? That I think makes sense. I don't know why I did that. With Farazan instead of Arlecchino? What? Wait, why? Wait. I mean, it would be a fun way to do DPS Farazan, honestly. Shivers? I mean, Shivers is not going to do anything in this team unless you're C6. Airfire? Oh, yeah, duh, Kazuha. Okay, yeah, sure, let's try that. So we're going to try ulting on Dia here, right? Is why. I don't want to just use off-field Dia. Right, didn't mean to do that twice, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, this team is... shouldn't have done that. Whoops, whatever. This team... is not going to be ideal for adapting to the new wave of enemies. That much is evident. Why do I keep doing that? Sorry, bad habit. This is like Genshin habits of like, my brain's like, I need to press skill. What am I doing? I don't know how well the cooldowns line up, but again, this might just be awkwardness with this chamber. I didn't kill that. I dang it. Okay.
This'll brighten up the place. Teamwork is dreamwork. Look alive.
Okay. Do this. So we'll do that here. Okay. Oh my god! Why everything's falling apart. My life. Why have I no energy on nothing? I just couldn't do any of my abilities properly there. Okay. Well, until that wave, I was doing, I think, mostly fine. It wasn't perfect. Do Kazuha's skill before Emilie burst? Why? I should probably Kazuha burst here, though. Why do you think Kazuha's skill before Emilie burst? I don't think Kazuha burst is worth doing right here. Can we get over to you? No, you can't. Okay. Do this here, though. It hits them quadruple? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, fair. I don't think it's relevant, to be clear, for the... I don't know. If we can kill them with just Emilie burst and everything about it, it maybe is very much worth. I did her skill again, because I'm dumb. I'm sorry. I can't... Like, it's just habit, man. You're just programmed to do E into Q into most characters, or Q into E. That a character that isn't requiring that makes her kind of weird. See, I just did it again. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Oh god. Oh, can I switch? There we go. Okay. We don't have Bennett up. Doesn't really matter. I mean... If I did that better, that would have been a much better clear. It's pretty good, honestly. Like, it wasn't that much worse than the Arlecchino. Obviously, the Arlecchino clears should be better, but... You know what I'm just simulating with pressing her E all the time? I'm just simulating as if I didn't have her signature weapon. I am nerfing my Emilie into a non-signature weapon Emilie by... whoops, I forgot to do the... wanted to test the Kazuha first. By pressing her E all the time. But yeah, Arlecchino is better than Dia. Crazy. But honestly, it's not that bad. Like, it's pretty decent. But it's basically just mono power Dia, but now you have a new off-field teammate option that isn't Xiangling. And I think this has some advantages over Xiangling, some potential downsides over Xiangling, because Xiangling has her like AoE potential, blah 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 blah. But I also think Xiangling's a bit more annoying to build. So, you know, and has her ER requirements where you don't have to have significant energy requirements in Emilie for her to be decent. So, you know, it's interesting. Didn't need to do that, but do that. Oh, okay. Her burst absolutely can. Okay. Let's actually wait. Let's watch her. Let's not use Cosmo burst so we can actually see. I'm gonna watch her targeting here. Actually. Do we need to? No, we don't need to trigger burst. We don't. No. We don't need to trigger burning for any reason before using her burst. So I don't need to cast her skill for her burst. There's no reason to do that. But what I will do is do this, and then do this. Does this kill them? I'm not wrong, right? Like, basically every one of those was targeting them. Like, in AoE, I swear her targeting on her burst is not functioning like it's supposed to. Right? That was without Bennett, but... Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Every single one of them hit. Why is it doing that? Like, the wording on her burst is... This is what I noticed earlier. No, this is C0 Emilie, but I do have her weapon here, but so that it's obviously improving her damage, but... her weapon is more of a weapon that definitely starts to do more on consecutive rotations, because it lets you, like, burst always and, like, never have to skill kind of thing. Like, I'm not wrong, right? Her burst is functioning differently than it says. It's like Ganyu burst. Oops, that's not what I meant. No. So, like, Ganyu doesn't have her... Ganyu does not have the weird lines, like, in her burst, where it says... It's not burst. It says, during this time, 1 drop of Send to Do will descend every 0.3 seconds, and one opponent can become the target every 7 seconds. So this wording does not read to me like in AoE situations it just targets like what I think we're seeing here is that I don't know. I think this is worded poorly. Yeah, it could be a translation issue. I think this is worded pretty poorly, because my interpretation of how this said, where it's saying one opponent, it tells me that the game is doing a check every 0.7 seconds. Or if it has been, it's doing a check when these dewdrops land. So when her skill burst hit lands, it does a check wherein it's like, has it been 0.7 seconds since I targeted the last thing? No. Then I'm gonna randomly target. If it has been 0.7 seconds since I have, then I will target an enemy. It says one opponent can. Right? But what it's doing, I think, is it's instead just doing an individual check for any individual enemy, not for a enemy, right? So I hope to God they don't address that. I hope to God they don't like patch it to make it so that she works like she reads, because that's my interpretation. Is it works like she reads, but it's definitely targeting every single one there. So yeah, I think it's only Mohammed. I think yeah. What you're saying, it can only target the same enemy every 0.7 seconds. So it's like, what I will say then, that means in AoE situations, this makes her burst so much better. like this makes her burst so much. Would overload Emilie with Chevreuse? I mean, yes, but you're not getting the Chevreuse passive with Emilie. She's not a pyro character. She's an honorary pyro character, but not the pyro element, so she doesn't trigger Chevreuse passive. She doesn't fulfill the Chevreuse passive. So you can do overload with Emilie and still get like the attack buff from Chevreuse and still like use her as a healer. So especially like Chevreuse with some Electro in the team, to get her attack buff, and C6 Chevreuse to give some pyro electro damage bonus could be relevant. But not without C6. I think it's like so yeah, like this makes her burst so much better, and this also makes her weapon even much better. But notably, this also makes situations where it makes more sense to this makes like a catch build on her make more sense, right? Like in the situations where it's very relevant, like this relevant to do her burst, it's relevant enough to like do a catch build and more ER on her. Heck, there might be shenanigans with doing 4-piece emblem on her with someone else on deep wood, right? In that context too. Like, I don't think this is a, oh, you really need her signature. Her signature still is strong because it's so universal, of course. But you can still absolutely do burst this is not an Abyss cycle. I think that, I don't know, the second half might be pretty good at it, except for the first chamber for second half is not good for Dendro. But, you know, just these few enemies here obviously show this pretty well. Where you can do this, and let's do Bennett ult this time, and then do it with Bennett's buff going. Yeah. Like, this is without someone else on deep wood, right? Dia could be on deep wood, right? Dia is on a DPS build in this team, of course. So, like the ult on her is like the most interesting part of her kit. I didn't mean to do that. And this targeting thing makes it so much stronger in AoE situations. So much stronger. And of course, in this situation, since it's not necessary to Bennett ult, what you probably do is, since my Dia is on a carry build, right? What you probably do is this, mosey on over here. I didn't die. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought they were dying before without without Bennett buff, but maybe I did have Bennett buff before and I didn't even think about it in the first attempts. I thought I killed them before without Bennett buff up. Maybe, oh, I Kazuo ulted. I think that's what I did. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then you do this, and then you do this. Is this enough to kill? Not quite. Dang it, Dia. Dang it, Dia.
Everybody stand back.
I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes her burst a lot stronger than I thought it was going to be. Like, this makes her a better character, by all means. Alright. There we saw a little bit where we didn't get all the hits. We didn't get nearly the same number of hits off as we did on the Doritos, right? So it's still very contextual and makes her burst situationally very interesting. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't have level 90 weapon in any of this, by the way. That's true. Level 90 weapon would probably solve that problem. So yeah, anyways, all those kinds of teams I think are the teams most people will use Emilie in. And I think part of the reason like people might be not mechanically like they're not bad teams, but like they're not teams people are used to playing, and like if they don't slot into teams in like existing ways for players, a lot of players I think use that as justification to skip, right? For me, like she enables new teams to be much more compelling than she was before. Not ended the stream yet, by the way. I've not gotten through like any of my meaningful things I wanted to test. Emilie Jean, I actually had on my list of things to test here. I wanted to check that. Someone mentioned that in chat. So, Emilie, Bennett, Farina, Jean was the idea. I think I put Emilie, Jean, Bennett, Farina. I think my Jean has a correct build. You know, this is basically just a slightly different. Like the plunge variation is probably better when you play it better than I did earlier. But not everyone has Cloud Retainer, right? So, you know, let's see how this does. Yeah. Oh, they're dead. So, there's that. Did you do anything with Candace? No, not yet. I don't think I swirled shite there. Okay, well, I hate these. Number one thing I hate about this freaking Abyss Chamber is just these two dudes. They're just, they're the most inconsistent part of trying to play this. But anyways, I think that worked. I think this is just an awkward chamber. I don't feel like playing this team a ton in this chamber. I think it's fine. I think it'll work fine. The damage is there. It's not that surprising. It's another like on-field Emilie variation. I think that works. And the interesting thing with this though is, of course, like Jean can be right. Yeah. With the Sunfire combo, she's your healer for your Farina, right? But then she also is doing additional Pyro application with the Sunfire combo. So that means you shouldn't have as many issues as I was having in some of the variations of this team without doing like double Pyro, double Dendro, with keeping up her level 2 skill kind of thing, is the idea. So Jean could have some upsides over Cloud Retainer in that vein. It is kind of the important takeaway. And it's another way to on-field her. So, yeah. It's possible that might be something I do in the on-field. I don't know. I'm going to have to mess around with a bunch of different on-field Emilie variations. Figure out exactly what I want to do. Yeah, the good swirl damage could be relevant too. I think my Jean is level 80 there. So it could get more swirl damage. Will Emilie be priority pick on tournaments? What do you mean by tournaments? You mean like speedrun? I don't know what the tournaments are. I haven't looked at this space. And from what I heard about them from someone a while ago, they weren't that interesting to me. Not that they're not cool things in general. I get why people do them. But you might be referring to something else I'm not thinking of. I forgot exactly what they were. I don't know. That just shows you I didn't care that much about it because I looked into them and I was like, yeah, that's cool. And then I forgot about them now. Sorry. Yeah, will she be a popular pick for tournaments? I don't know. Because tournaments, like assuming you're competing 1v1 or 2v2 Abyss floor 12 speedruns with drafted teams. Oh yeah, it was drafting. I mean, I think she will be a compelling draft pick. Yeah. How good is the Emilie video doing? Oh, the wishing video? I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a couple hours. It was doing well from the start. Can I do a Jade Spear run? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, sure. Let's do a... I do have Jade Spear test. So, of course, if you're on-fielding Emilie, right, Jade Spear is a much more compelling option. My build will definitely not be able to burst consistently. So let's do a Jade Spear run, though, for fun. Oh, boy, my crit ratio is a bit scuffed, though. Keep that in mind. But a lot more attack. I could give her more ER, whatever, but I don't have that flexible of artifacts, so we're just going to go with the alt every other rotation here. Which variation do we do? Do we do the Jean variation again? I guess we do the Jean variation again. We're going to do the Nahida variation. Or the Strongling variation. Or the Causal. Let's do the... Let's keep things simple, and I just want to see, like... Let's here. We didn't do this yet. We'll do Xiangling, since it technically makes sense. Did you end up getting C1 Emilie on polearms only? Nope. We got a Chi-Chi though, but we might be doing more later, according to Zloifet. Why did I? Okay, whatever. I'm bad. Don't worry about it. You're dead. Okay. I expected. I will say one thing. Emilie is more awkward than I expected with this chamber. I thought her range and like ability to reset her skill positioning would make her less awkward. For like it would make her a good option for adapting to like new ways of enemy spawning. I thought that would be slightly better. But it's not because of the fact that like when you recast her skill, right? So I forgot what I was doing here in the first place. I didn't even do any normal attacks. So, you know, there's that aspect. See, did skill again for no reason. Alright. I think I did a 20k charge attack there, or was that Xiangling? Things aren't living long enough, I'm sorry. But yeah, doing like skill here, right? You have, when you recast her skill, I believe she doesn't have any sense. So, that makes her not adapt quite as well, I think, to new ways of enemies that I think she could have otherwise. this. Alright, let's do this.
Everybody stand back.
Probably do this occasionally, because strong.
A little ambiance.
I think the interesting thing here is I'm also not finding that much opportunity to actually use her normal attacks when on fielding her. I switched to the right character. Oh, well. Oh boy. Yeah, 20k charge attacks though. I don't think I played this very well at all. How did I not get in that energy? Oh my god. Why is everything going so poorly for me? Jesus Christ. But obviously, when I'm having the buffs up I can get pretty significant damage from Emilie there. That was the important takeaway there with Jade Spear. When I was doing things better, and I had buffs going, Emilie got a lot of damage. I'm just bad. How many times are burst hits? It depends. It depends. If you're in single target, probably only 3 times minimum. If you're in AoE with enemies grouped together, potentially a lot. She's Chiori but fun. Yeah, that's honestly a good way to describe her. She's Chiori but has like interesting teams. Not use her with constructs and she gets slightly more damage. Not slightly more. Chiori gets more than slightly more, to be clear, but it's more like Chiori just gets much less interesting damage without a construct. And so Chiori couldn't be fun, to be clear. I think Chiori has some cool things in her kit, but yeah. Yeah, 3 to 6 to 11, going from 1 to 2 to 5. Yeah, or 1 to 2 to 3. Why does she have Archon level uptime? Probably because she would feel bad in a number of ways if she didn't. But I mean, they could have designed her to not have Archon uptime and still be good. But I think she's a better character and she can feel simultaneously more clunky because of her weird uptime things with her like low cooldown burst. But that I don't know. It's so weird. She's a weird character. How big is Emilie's range? It's not small, but it's not so big. Like I showed before, I think, where I was able to position her skill when I first cast it, to make sure like when the Ruin Guard spawned, you could have it applying Dender to the Doritos and the Ruin Guard, right? Alhaitham quit. Sure, okay. How do we do Alhaitham with Emilie? Frick. We need outfield Pyro in some form. So it's basically you or Toma for defensive utility. C6 Bennett wouldn't work, right? Because we ain't. Yeah. Fine. Nilu Vape with Emilie. I don't think it'll work very well. I can try it. Hopefully I'll remember to try it in a bit here. Let's try to figure out how to hit them. Frick. What do you even do for a Pyro? I don't know. Do we just do Dia? I think we'll just do Dia. And Dia could be on Tenacity or whatever. And then for Electro, just throw in a low Electro player. I mean, actually, okay. Can we make it work with a higher amount of Electro? Okay, this is gonna be a no healer, you know. Let's try this first, just out of curiosity. We can try Raiden, yes. Also, I don't know if I'll hit them as equipment. So, also Xianglink is not configured for solo pyro. So, I didn't plunge. Whatever. I think Alhaitham does have equipment, which is good. I don't know if he has the correct equipment. I don't think this makes sense. Yeah, I'll do some more melt things. I don't have Risley, to be clear, but we can do some melt things. We don't have to have Risley to test out melt that much. Yeah.
Here you are.
Are we triggering spreads? I don't even know. I don't know why I did that there, but it's fine. I can't tell if we're triggering spreads, to be honest. Let's try less pyro. I don't think I'll hate them and Emily work make that much sense together. Whoops. Let's try less pyro, and then like cutting it right in. Cookie could be the healer, yes, there as well. You are not wrong. Cookie would not functionally be much different here. Okay, I saw Quicken. We have at least one going. Okay, we got Quicken there. They're not dead. Okay. I mean... Oh, I just realized she's still on Jade Spear. Whoopsies. That's fine. And we're testing a more relatable level investment. It's fine. I don't know why I charge attack there. Why did I do that? Whatever. Doesn't matter. You die. You're gonna die. Okay, well. I've done this all kinds of wrong. But I don't know if it's dysfunctional. I don't know if it's dysfunctional. Well, can I use all of them? Are we triggering spread? I don't think we were triggering spread there. I don't think we were triggering. Okay, I just saw Quicken. Okay. What? What? Okay. Thanks, I guess. I would prefer just $1 donation versus $1 Prima Gems, I guess.
Where do you think you
Thanks.
are going? There is no escape.
Is that you, Sloyvet? So I played this bad, right? I don't know, $1 that.
But we'll meet again.
Is weird. I'm gonna add a note on that. I don't want to do too much messing around with I'll hate them Emily in the stream, but I'm gonna add a note on that to revisit that because it was kind of interesting. It was kind of interesting. Just me testing. What are you testing, Zoivit? So yeah, I don't know. Hate them. I'm just gonna jot a note. Hate them. Emily need more testing. I think there's something that could be found there that could work. But yeah, it's a complication of need enough electro to keep up spread, but need... Like, is Kooky better there? Because Kooky could, like, use her burst. You need enough electro to keep up spread, but also want some pyro, right? But you don't want... It's weird. It's very weird. I don't recommend it. I don't think I'm going to recommend it, but... This is exactly the kind of goofiness I like to try to figure out if it can work. So, and yeah, Dia on a different build here absolutely makes sense. Versus my emblem build here, I'm just not going to tweak around on my build and lose my sanity. So, like Kooky as a healer might make more sense. Plus, with Kooky's burst being able to like be used to override the Dendro at least temporarily to keep up more quick and uptime is the idea. Let's see.
This will brighten up the place. Out of my way.
Okay, no. Oh, I think that worked. That worked. Well. Also, Emily is still on the wrong build. Should mention that. God, I keep on... Whatever. Okay, we weren't triggering spread there. Okay, do this. And, okay, well, upcoming. Dia might not be the optimal choice versus just, like, doing Toma, to be completely honest. Let's do this. Right, that definitely makes sure that spread goes through, and we still have burning going on. And I don't know, like, my Emily build is not correct here. where an off-field Emilie and like deathmatch would be better here, I think, than Jade. Well, would it be better? I don't. Than Jade Spear? I'm not sure. Jade Spear and deathmatch are actually probably pretty close as generic statistics go. Interesting. It's interesting. I'm gonna mess around more with that. I've jotted it down. Yeah, Emilie's on Deepwood. So, you know. Like, it's... To be clear, I think that's basically... like, Alhaitham with Emilie is probably just bad Kaniche. But, Alhaitham has... If you can make Alhaitham and Emilie work together, and Alhaitham has his other teams, like, it makes Alhaitham maybe more compelling than Kaniche in some ways. But I don't think that was... What was my Alhaitham build even on? First I'll switch you back. What was my Alhaitham build on? Where'd the green boy? There he is. Was your crit correct? Not exactly. So, like, the clear times were... Don't take too much conclusion from the clear times there, basically. And Dia could have been on a better build for that than her carry build, because I'm not bursting on her. Yeah, actually, this weapon might be a good weapon there. Instructors or tenacity would have been better. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. I think there might be a balance to be made, but it's weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. I liked it. You could put Bennett in. I mean, yeah, I could put Bennett in. But Bennett C6 on his own, because like his infusion is not going to override Alhaitham, right? So like we're not going to have any off-field pyro to keep up burning going, and that's not ideal. So I don't think that would actually work that well. You use Emilie with Navia, Xiangling, and Bennett. Yeah, sure. Let's try that. I think you can use one interesting option. I think would be not using whatever, but you know, Navia. Where? There we go. I think my brain. I don't. This is not a good sign. I have like more teams to test. And my brain is failing. Okay. No, not you. Who's the last slot? Xiangling. Yeah. Okay. So Navia team, but Emilie instead of Xiangling. It all comes back to Xiangling. I mean, yep. That's because again, like the equation is, you want off-field pyro. So, well, guess what? Who's off-field pyro? I don't know why I did that. What? Okay. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Don't worry about it. Don't know what I was thinking there. Do things properly. Try to do things properly, at least. I didn't start with her E either. Whatever. I didn't need to hold there. Whatever. I could have done this. Oops. By the way, my Navia build is a bit weaker, I think, than it was before. Not crazily, though. Should have done this, but... It's not... This actually shouldn't be that much weaker than my 2-piece builds. But I have her on the 4-piece of her set now, but it's not a great build of her 4-piece set. Should have done this. Alright. There we go. There we go. Alright. Bird die. Didn't do that optimally. I don't think I've been playing this optimally. Don't worry about it. I mean, you should worry about it. But, I don't know. You can see it works. We're consistently getting stacks on Navia. That's the important thing. Not the clear time. Put Emilie on weapon? Wait, what do you mean put Emilie on weapon? Did I say put Emilie on weapon? On her weapon is what I meant to say. But yeah, Like the equation of Emilie is you want some amount of off-field pyro, and that tends you towards strong Ling because off-field pyro and she do damage. Wow. But I've shown plenty of things working fine without her, so I don't think I will do Emilie Shungling that often, actually. What's next on my list of things I think are interesting? I did Sino stuff on polearms only. Oh yeah, melt. Let's check. Okay, this is gonna require me equipping Ganyu. Let's try a melt Ganyu build with Emilie. Because like the problem with like melt Ganyu with Nahida is one, the new wave problem potentially, but that's a relatively minor issue comparatively. The bigger issue, I'd say, let's check what our build looks like. We're just gonna yoink, I think, Wanderers artifacts mostly, or Wanderers, Tignaris. The bigger issue, I think, is just the fact that Nahida doesn't do much damage in a melt team because you don't normally play Electro, right? So burn melt with Nahida. So burn melt with Emilie versus Nahida should be stronger because Emilie should do more damage, right? Okay, yeah, that's fine. And I think you do an EM timepiece in melt Ganyu because she doesn't have ICD in her charge attack, right? So you wouldn't call this Ignari pieces. All right. How's your passive crit rate work? Subsequent frost-like arrows. You get, no, that's just okay. Yeah. Okay, that's so you get like 20% bonus crit rate. So okay, not quite correct, but we don't have a correct weapon yet. I guess I just use this. We'll just take all the Tignari things. That's the simple solution. Blam, perfect. There we go. I think that's a good Ganyu melt build. Yep. All right. Sweet. And yeah, Nahida does give some EM, to be clear. So that is a benefit. Versus Emilie is just doing her own personal damage contribution. So there's that aspect. Yep. Who do we do on the last slot? I don't normally play Burn Melt. Who's the last slot in Burn Melt? So, Ganyu. Emilie. Obviously Bennett. Who the heck is the last slot? Oh yeah, probably we just want more off-field pyro. Yeah, duh. You could do Kazuha, to be clear. It's going to be annoying to swirl cryo in this team, I think. Not impossible, but there might be low uptime. Like, you could do, like, her E into Kazuha swirl. Actually, it wouldn't even be that hard, because you could start with, like... Cryo can exist. Cryo and Dendro exist at the same time. So you do, you know, Emilie burst or skill into her E, into his E, into Bennett. There's his polls waiting for you. Yeah, thank you. I know. But the problem here is keeping up the burning. Will this work with just Bennett? Let's try it with just Bennett first. I don't know. I think Toma would be better. Or Dia. We'll use Dia, I think, because I don't have Toma leveled. Oh yeah, Kazuha burst. That's I'm a dumbarse. I'm a dumbarse. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah. Okay. Let's try something like this. Oh wait, we could have actually used that to mow thing. I didn't even swirl. Why did? I mean, look at the melt damage. I mean, it was getting pretty good melt damage. That is interesting, at least in the fact that, you know, I can do this and then start doing things here. Good lord, I have not played Ganyu in forever. That's some melt damage. Let's try to do things semi-consistently. Did I swirl cryo? Because I think what I need to do is something weird, like let's do this. Actually, there's not even a reason to do that. Do this, and then do this, and then do this. Do this. I'm just gonna annihilate these. Yeah, and then where? Hello? Oh wait, okay, no, if I place things better here, I think I can... The interesting thing I can do here, right, if I place this better, where it starts pooping Dendro right away... Oh wait, no, there wouldn't be Pyro on him. Okay, yeah, I was trying to think of a better way to rotate the sequence better, but we're just not going to bother... I'm not going to bother trying to Emilie burst and nail down the Doritos, because I'd rather just gone you, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to start with you... Alright, you get a little... Oh, you get a little bit of damage. That was a nice 130 AK, I think. Yep. Yeah, that didn't trigger melt, but... oh, interesting. I didn't get my burst back. Do that. I didn't do the... What? Oh boy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just playing this badly. You can definitely swirl cryo better than I'm doing. Non-swirled there, we're getting, yeah, 80Ks, 50K, 80Ks.
This'll brighten up the place. Teamwork is trick.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Access denied.
That's what I was looking, but... Yeah, I'm just gonna not worry about swirling cryo.
Raise the eternal oasis. One with wind and cloud.
Where do you think you're going?
Ow, 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 ow. Stop interrupting me. Yeah, this is why Toma would be a consideration. Oh my god, stop. Yeah, no Bennett buff, we're getting... Yeah, okay, so we lose a little bit from not having Bennett. Not having burning going either, I think, actually. So I can't say I played this well. Do I still do account reviews fixes? Yes, I literally did one yesterday. Or sorry, not the account fixing. I do account fixing still. But that video should be out hopefully this weekend. But yeah, Toma would, I think, be my... If I was going to play a more comfortable version of that team, I would do Toma instead of Kazuha. It's just kind of awkward, to say the least. Sometimes. It depends on the situation. But I don't know. Like, I think this shows that, like, pretty properly shows that burn melt with this character can be quite good. But then, yeah. So, hence, like, Toma there would avoid things. Or Dia would be interruption resistance as well. Right? Like, yeah. That's pretty strong damage. This is a highly invested melt Ganyu, right? Interesting that I didn't get my ult back. With her signature in that context, but... Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll just be much easier to play without worrying about swirling, right? If we reconfigure. So I'm gonna use Dia. You would probably want Toma. It's probably gonna be better for most people, especially C6 Toma. I just don't have a Toma leveled, so why bother? So I just want to try a more comfortable version of this team, basically. Bennett. Is Emilie doing more damage than Ganyu? I mean, potentially. But that's not really a problem.
This'll brighten up the place.
Losing the grouping, of course, is potentially significant for, you know, the likes of this. I wonder if you can burst with Ganyu through this. Also that... I don't have burning going on. Why did... Oh, you know, I know why. It's because Dia's coordinated attack doesn't actually hit an AoE. It hits in an AoE, but it only does a coordinated attack on one enemy. It's one of the things I do not like about Dia's kit. So let's see. Do this first. This. Yeah, we're not... Okay, yeah. I think Toma is potentially definitely better. Maybe.
Reconstitute. Everybody stand back.
Dia is not on a buffing set either. Like, Dia could be on instructors. So you could still use Dia as a buffer here, by the way. Which would be an advantage over Toma.
This'll brighten up the place.
Also, does Toma build stacks when you Toma doesn't build stacks when you do charge attacks on his shield, so that's awkward too. I also don't have... Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's not... I don't think it's better, because Kazuha OP. But, you know, pick your poison. Which do you want? More defensive utility, getting interrupted, or more damage kind of thing? I think if I really liked Melgani, I'd probably actually try to optimize Kazuha over a more comfort team, but it depends. Depends on your preferences. You show your Toma build? My Toma build? I don't have a Toma build. Toma. He's level 20. He has no build. Yeah. So, I don't know. That's interesting. Like, Ganyu in particular, like, to be clear, Toma would be, like, much... Definitely, I think Toma with, like, a Wriothesley, right? A Melt Wriothesley. I obviously don't have Rio. But Dia actually might be better for Ganyu there, if you want the interruption resistance. But obviously, there was some issues with not having AoE. Like, the burning wasn't going on all of the enemies at once, so I wasn't melting on some of them a lot. Versus, like, Kazuha was better at that, and Kazuha was doing better AoE pyro. So, again, it comes back to, oh, we could sure use more off-field pyro options in the game. Which, maybe we'll see characters in the coming months in Natlan that help this, right? But, anywho's. Emilie with Xiangling, Bennett, Farina. Yeah, we did stuff with that earlier. We did Arlecchino. Oh yeah, Kaching. Okay, I did Hatham and Emilie. I think the main things I still need to test here. I'm getting a little bit tired though. It's going for 4 hours. Oh man, I feel like I barely tested anything. Like this is how I know this is a character I like, because it's like I can test. I just keep on testing different teams and feel like I barely learned anything. Nilu, I might have to do another. Oh man, I don't know if I have time to do streams tomorrow and Friday. I really need to record some videos and edit some stuff for the weekend. Burst DPS, Emilie. I mean, I kind of already done some of that. I've already reached the conclusion. Her burst is potentially very strong. It's just going to be a little bit situational. It's much less relevant in single target. She has really interesting nuance with her relevance in single target versus AoE situations. Yeah, let's try... Okay, so I'm going to delete some of these. I don't need to test that anymore. I'm going to organize my list. Give me a second. Don't need to do... We did Sino. I did Arlecchino's simple stuff. Okay, I still want to do Arlecchino Burgeon with Emilie, actually. Arla, Burgeon, Emilie. Melt obviously works well. I'm very glad that Melt works well. It's not that much of a surprise, but I'm very glad it does. Because Melt needed more off-field damage dealer options. Sethos, I did a little bit of Sethos before. I'm just not going to test him in Abyss right now. Oh yeah, Kaching. Oh yeah, and we were going to do Tignari. Tignari is going to be the same weirdness as I'll hate them, actually. So I need to narrow down my list. Tignari would be the same situation I hate them. It's just the weirdness of trying to keep up spread in conjunction with Quicken for spread in conjunction with whatever. But I want to test Emilie with Candace, I think. So I want to test Kaching Emilie. I'll do Burgeon Arlecchino, I think, another time with Emilie. I don't need to do that this stream. I think it'll work, but it still probably won't be crazy or anything. Oh, we could do whatever someone wanted to see it before, Nubulat. Okay, I think my Nubulat does not have artifacts. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Nubulat Dia. This is really quick to do. Nubulat Dia Nahida. Like, this will enable Nubulat to get consistent vapes, but I think he would get pretty consistent vapes anyways. He definitely doesn't have artifacts. What does he get anyways? Yep, I mean, you do... Actually, wait, we didn't even... Dia. Oh, I lost the Dia skill because Dia's uptime is low. So that would mean I need to rotate a little bit better there. But yep. I don't know. This will probably work. Like Nuvilet has a lot of team options. I think you might be served better by doing a different with C0 Nuvilet. You might be served better by doing a different teammate than Nahida, maybe? But I think you won't need the extra Dendro. I don't think, at least. Right. But you can certainly get a good amount of reactions there. It works. Dia is C1, but that, I mean, yeah, she's increasing her skill damage there. But Dia is not on a proper build for that. She should be on an instructor's build in that team. So, Shungling is needed here. I mean, no, Shungling would be not necessary. Did you not see Nubilet vaping? You know Nubilet can do like vapes with Dia, doing Dia, Nahida, Raiden, Nubilet. It's like a Nubilet Hyperbloom team where Nubilet can vape. Would Tartag vape constantly with Emilie? Oh no. No, no, no. It's not that much, Pyro. No, 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 no. You underestimate how much Hydro there will never be a reality, I'm sorry, where Tartag can vape every hit or anything. Tartag is you burst his like Riptide, you burst in his vape on his ult, and that's what you do. You don't worry about vaping everything else. Siege Queen Emilie synergy. I did that actually. I spent I think a good hour. I think I spent a good hour doing this team with Emilie, because I was playing a bunch of this team before Emilie's release, and I really like Emilie in this team. I don't know if it's necessarily an improvement. It makes the team feels more consistent. So I think I definitely like the team over with Nahida more, but it's weird. I'm gonna have to test more of it. So yeah, Dia uptime not C2 Dia. So oh well. If only I ever got a Dia from, but I don't lose 50/50s apparently. So can't get a Dia. If that's, man, imagine if C1 Na'Vi was a Dia. Like I like Na'Vi, to be clear. I just don't think C1 Na'Vi would have been as valuable as C2 Dia. So, anywho's, that works fine. Is Nubilet. It does Nubi things. Nubilet did not. I don't think Nubilet had any artifacts. Did he even have a weapon? Well, he had this. Ooh. So, anyways, let's try. You know, real quick. I don't need to test this in depth or anything. Let's try the Kaching. Again, Kaching is not level 90 here. This is the same as I did before. So now we're getting into Canada shenanigans. This team worked with Nahida in a really interesting way. I don't know if it's going to work with Emilie. Particularly in, I don't think we're going to be able to keep up burning enough to get the high damage version of her skill. Also, Kaching does not have her equipment. Frick. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Whatever, we're just going to see if... the most important thing here is just to see if we, I guess... I don't feel like switching her back. Because I took the pieces from Sethos earlier. Yeah, so we're just gonna see if... The important thing to see here is if Emilie will keep up the level 2. I don't think she will. Is my guess. No. They are all spread apart. Oh well. Whatever. Yeah, she didn't even get to level 2. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I thought. To be clear, it might work with Kaching, not with Candace here. But yeah, this team actually does work with Nahida instead of Emilie. I think with Candace it does not work because you need more consistent pyro application to keep up burning, right? Oh, you know what I could do to help this? I could do the same thing I was doing in the Dia team, actually. Did I try Arlecchino and Emilie? It feels better than Arlecchino Overload. It does to you? Interesting. What variation of an Arlecchino Emilie team were you playing, Ghosty? Because there's a potential decent amount of variation you could do with Arlecchino Emilie together, but I do not. The one I played, which was Kazuha, Bennett, Emilie, Arlecchino, did not feel better than Overload to me. But I also play a kind of weird Overload variation that doesn't have the problem of Bennett or Sugar Impact because I don't use Bennett. So there's that aspect. Can try Kaching, Toma, Emilie, Fischl. Yeah, I mean, no, I think there is definitely Kaching teams that I think can work with Emilie, in the same exact vein as was working on Polearms only with Sino, doing Sino, Emilie, Toma. And the same thing will work with Kaching, I imagine. I just think this specific team is not going to. I forgot to do what I said I was going to do. Yeah, based on what I saw with Sino, I'm pretty certain that you can definitely find God dang, something that will work pretty well, but it would look something like the Polearms only team look like. Just with Kaching instead of Sino. Okay, so do like this, and then do this. The goal is to just collect some sense before ulting, so that we maybe have level 4 when your ult is done. I didn't ult, I'm sorry. She does have a level 4, that's all we cared about really. Yeah. But she lost it there, I think. Yeah, she lost it, which is not surprising. That's what I expected would happen. Okay. Yeah. No, don't recommend, because Candace Infusion means you're not getting Bennett Infusion, which means, yeah, so you can do something with it, I think, just not with that specific team. Okay, God, there's so many things to test. Like, I want to test all these things more in depth, but, like, you need to test too many different things. I need to draw the line somewhere. Forward Vape Elon, I will probably be doing a video on that. The plan would be to do Elon, Sinyan, Kazumaha, Emilie. So FYI, Elon is not configured for this damage properly here, but this should work. And I probably will make a video on this. And the reason I'll make a video on this is because the same thing should work with a 5.0 character in a couple weeks. So, idea, do this. I infuse Hydro? Squeeze me? So the reason that confuses me, because I had so Sinyan, you see the health bar on your character? Sinyan applies Pyro to your character with her shield. But it looks like it goes away really quickly. Yeah, it goes away really quickly. Okay. So I hadn't tested this before at all. I think you might just have to be really fast with it. Yeah. Sinyan is because of the self-pyro swirl. We could use Bennett here just because Bennett is a healer. But Bennett would be a slower rotation time. But he doesn't benefit Yolon, right? Could benefit Emilie, I guess, so Bennett might make more sense. I might end up using Bennett, but I want to see if I can make Sinyan work. Not what I meant to do. I meant to switch to Kazuha. You can alt swap. Oh yeah, I can do that. I forgot about alt swapping. I so rarely do that. You have to do on keyboard. So on mobile you can just press the alt button. On keyboard I believe you can do alt. So Kazuha is 3. I can do alt 3 to alt swap. You can try that. Good point. This is definitely a situation where I should do that. There we go. Okay. Still Hydro infused. Yeah, it is really uncomfortable to alt swap. That's why I don't normally do it, versus just pressing 3 and then pressing Q really quickly. But it's still infused. Hydro. Okay, so it might just not work with Sinyan as well as the Jess said it did. God, brain! I definitely thought the alt swap there was going to work. Alright, I pressed 4. Whoopsies. Wrong button. Whoops. Why not burst and Sinyan here? I believe I don't want to overwrite the Hydro. Because if I do this... Yeah, see, I overwrote the Hydro. Right. Oops. I need to swirl Hydro to get a big ol' vape. And to be clear, Yolana's not configured for vape right now, but... It's always getting Hydro. Interesting. I mean, look, I hadn't tested this beforehand. I was told it worked, and conceptually it should work, but alt swapping is not working. For vape, Yelan, you need EM. Yep. You can build EM. She's just not on an EM build right now. She's just on a normal, a very powered down emblem build. I just want to show things working more than anything, but I guess I'll have to do Bennett again. Which is fine. It's just slightly unfortunate. It makes things a bit more awkward. I think what I do, maybe use skill first. Skill on Kazuha. That would swirl Pyro, or it would swirl Hydro. No, you want to ult first, I think. Because you wanna alt and swirl Hydro with the alt and infuse Pyro with the alt at the same time. Is the idea. Anyways, okay, so I think the idea here is going to be do this. Does this overwrite the Hydro? It does not. Okay, that's what I thought, right? So this will work. This is what I did before in the past when I've done Vapiolon. I just used Bennett. And Bennett also operates as a healer. Theoretically, Sinyan could have been better because of faster rotation times, but Bennett it is. So you do this. Do this. And then... Yep. Yep. There you go. So, yeah, Vapiolon should work. I will probably make a video about that with Yolon on a actual build configured for that. Doing that exact setup there, I can probably get my Yolon... To be clear, I have Yolon Constellations. I will disclose that, and I'll be like, my point of this is more that wink wink, hint hint, there's a forward vape character that might work in this team that's releasing soon. But you can do this with other Hydros like Yolon. And, you know, this is just me, hey, there's Yolon on the banner. Let's do some Yolon appreciation for doing some shenanigans with Yolon. Not that it's going to be relatable. It's going to be unrelatable. I won't be able to do anything about it. Unless I purposely just power her down. But what's the fun of powering her down when the point is to get Yolon big number as much as possible? I suspect I will be able to get towards 400,000 on a vape twice in a row. So, and that should be better. Better than when I did this with Nahida, I think. Because of Emilie's own damage contribution. So, how strong do you think Kanich will be with Emilie? Pretty decent. I mean, she'll be a good teammate for him. Kanich should be able to output pretty decent damage. I think his main struggle is just lack of teams, because he really needs, he either needs burning constantly happening or burgeon constantly happening. Which means, because of our lack of off-field pyro options in the game, his teams are pretty limited. And that's unfortunate. But he's still going to be pretty good, and he like his movement gimmick and funness, but lots of on-fielders have pretty restrictive teams that they feel good in, so it's not that big of a downside. I just think it makes him a pretty low-value unit because of that restrictiveness. So, is what it is. Is what it is. Okay, Virgin Arlecchino, I'm not going to bother testing right now. I'll probably test my Lonesome. I think it'll work fine, but like it should be better, I think, because of the burning damage resistance than it was when I did it originally, but it's not going to be crazily different. Is Vapiolon better to use Stringless or Aqua? That's a good question. I think Stringless should be worse, but not necessarily crazily so. I don't know. I don't know, actually. It might... One of the challenges with Vapiolon, by the way, is needing enough ER, though. getting enough ER, because you do want to ult on Yelan in order to make sure you can swirl Hydro and then get the damage bonus from Yelan's own ult. In the worst case scenario, you can do a charge attack though, so you don't need more ER. But anyways, Xinyan does work. You just have to use Kazuha's skill. When you have to use Kazuha's skill to swirl. If you use Kazuha's skill, you're not going to swirl. You're going to lose. Well, I don't know. It's probably not that much of a problem, I guess, to lose the uptime on the Hydro. So you have to use Kazuha's skill, and then do Kazuha burst. Is that what it is? I'll mess around with it more, but anywho's, what does it do? Sorry. Kazuha EQ, then swap. Okay. First swirl the Hydro, and then plunge with the Pyro infused. I see. I see. That doesn't really save that much time then versus Bennett, I think. I'll mess around with it. But like Bennett being a healer is a pretty big upside. Like, yeah, you're not gaining attack buff from him. Whoop-de-doo, right? Honestly, like this is a context where, like, since you don't care about the attack buff with Noblesse or whatever, you just put Bennett on. Xinyan could do instructors too, but you could also do Bennett on, you know, Deepwood. I don't know. It feels like the healing from Bennett is more relevant than using Xinyan there for a slightly faster rotation time, is my guess. But it is a cool thing you can do with Xinyan, so I'll mess around with it more. Anyways, Emilie weapon on Chungling. I mean, it'll work fine. I'll be doing shenanigans with Emilie's weapon on other characters. I just don't want to do that right now. I have too many things to test with Emilie herself, I think. The main two ones I need to finish testing with that I have on my list is Emilie and Yai, and then Emilie and Candace. So the idea with Emilie and Candace is that if you have some amount of off-field pyro going on, you have so one, right, we want off-field pyro still, so just throw D in there. We have burning going on. We can do something with the Hydro aura, and well, how about we on-field Emilie and forward vape a charge attack on her Hydro infused charge attack. That will do more damage than a pyro infused charge attack would, right? I think that's interesting. So we're gonna try it. Is it worth doing? I don't know necessarily. But also the Candace Hydro might result in occasional burgeon generation on top of that. So I think this might be a fun variation of on-field Emilie, right? And by the way, yes, Xiangling probably stronger than Dia here. Blah 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 blah, right? I want to see if this works though. What do I start with? Sorry, I need to think. I've been doing this for too long today now that my brain's ceasing functioning for basic kitchen things. I'm a bad streamer. So yeah, the idea is we can hopefully get forward vapes on Candace and get some potential burgeons going on, whatever. And Candace not having a high Hydra application could be an upside for keeping up burning, right? So let's start. I think we'll just start with Emilie ult into Dia, into Bennett, into Candace. Candace has pretty low uptime on her stuff. Bennett might be... Actually, you probably do Candace before Bennett. Yeah, okay. So let's do that. Why did I do that? I just reset things. Okay. Good job, brain. Good job, brain. I just pressed skill and F'd everything. Does your butt hurt streaming for 4 hours? I mean, a little bit. I do shift around in my chair a lot. If you hear me like being slightly farther away sometimes, it might be because I shifted in my chair. That was right there was because I moved my head. But alright, let's try this. Do this first. Do this. Then do this. Okay, well, we're not vaping. This works worse than I was hoping. That's my impression. This works quite a bit worse than I was hoping. And you know why I think it is? I think so you know, Candace can traditionally, people are like, she just doesn't apply much Hydro, right? Except for she can front load a lot of Hydro pretty quickly. And that front-loaded hydro can be bad in this context. I think it might be what is happening here. Because it's just overriding the burning, and then we aren't able to resume the burning because we just keep on applying hydro with normal attacks. I think there might be a way to make hydro-infused Emilie still work, but probably not this team, and it might require double dendro. What do you even, if you do double dendro though, then you're not doing Bennett, and if you're not doing Bennett, then like, you lose a lot of the value on feeling Emilie if you're not doing Bennett. I don't know. I don't know.
Fresh and floral. Go in.
Right. Yeah, see, they just all have hydro on them. Candace applies too much hydro.
This'll brighten up the place. Let's get it on. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it. Yield.
So I don't have enough ER on my Candace for this team. Oh, you little butt.
Neutralize.
I just casted her skill again for no reason. It's that same one character, man. What character? I don't know what you're talking about. I know. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Recon. Everybody stand back. We shall prevail.
Oh wow. 25k. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. We'll test it with Xiangling. Xiangling. Mahoyo, please give us more off-field pyro in the game. I would like more off-field pyro units. Yep. Yep. Oh boy. Oh boy. Xiangling it is. Yep. Okay. I didn't Xiangling Thirst yet. Whoops, whatever. It probably doesn't matter that much. Wait, I'm still applying too much hydro. Candace, calm down. Okay, I mean...
This'll brighten up the place. Teamwork is dreamwork. At the right hand. Yield. I was poorly prepared.
Nice, 32k. There we go. See, that's kind of what I wanted to see.
A little ambiance. Everybody stand back. Do your work. We shall prevail.
Because we're not doing anything with these virgins when I don't have Xiangling's burst up, I will say that. Bursting on Xiangling is actually important. I think my brain is effing up a lot of times with Emilie because of her bursts like coming back. Like a downside of her weapon is making her burst coming back far sooner than like a normal, like a non Emilie with Emilie without her signature weapon, and then I use her burst sooner than I should, and that f's up my brain like for doing a rotation. So misplays is what it is, but you know, it's fine. Let me do this. Was that just a 74k? Nice. It's 74k from probably her passive, I assume. I don't have... There we go. Okay. Okay, my energy needs are kind of all over the place in this team a little bit. But... it actually works with Xiangling, which is cool. Does it just show the need for more... Like, Xiangling is vaping and sometimes we get vapes on Emilie? I don't know. I think this is a fun interaction. This is really fun. This might be actually what I do for the on-field Emilie video. I kind of like it. Is it just Candace advertising? Maybe. I don't love that it uses Xiangling, but, you know. But I think it's fun. I think it's a fun idea to use Candace in this way, right? It's like, oh, Candace doesn't apply enough hydro. Well, if you actually utilize her hydro application, with it being hydro infusion, right? like we're enabling Xiangling to vape a lot there. Like Xiangling was getting 40k vapes. Like I don't want to just make Xiangling advertisement, but at the same time, I'm using 3 4-star characters, and you know, turning Emilie into a hydro applier, and I don't know. I think it's fun, and you're getting Burgeons at the same time. I think this is really fun. I should have done this first. Whatever. Wham. I didn't Chunglers, whatever. You know, it helps if I play better. I'll have to figure my brain out before I record the video. But you know, I don't know. The mix of different reactions you're triggering, I think, is satisfying. Is it a little annoying to me that I have to use? Okay, that was just dumb. But is it a little annoying to me that I have to use Charming? Yeah. But you know what? If it gives me more ways to advertise Candace is actually more usable than people expect, who cares? That's 32k. So now we're triggering. There we go. Yep. It's like you either get really big charge attacks, or you get some Burgeons, or you get some vapes on Xiangling. Like, no matter what you have going on, you got beneficial things going on. You sometimes play wrong because you're bad. But, you know. Right? Alright, okay, well, you know. Oh, I'm almost dead. Oh, I am dead. Okay, well. I don't know, it works. I'm gonna jot it down. I'm gonna have to play that team more. Emilie... I found something with Emilie Candace that I like. It is all that's important. Emilie Candace, Benny, Xiangling. Alright. I like it. Alright, last team I want to test. Unless anyone else has any other things they want to see. Could no C6 Candace be better? That's actually an interesting thought. I don't know. The thing, like, no C6 Candace would mean less potential Xiangling vapes, but more potential anything else. Right? So, of course, it's Benny and Xiangling. I know. But it's still a really cool thing to do with a character that people like normally are just like, this character's trash. And I don't think the team would be dysfunctional without a C6 Candace, which is the interesting thought. There actually might be more benefits. Like, you might get more burning and vapes on Emilie. So I'll probably have to mention that. Like, where it's like, hey, it would be cool if I could actually turn off C6 Candace in this case, because the extra hydro is a downside in some ways. It, you know, gives me less consistent vapes on my Emilie damage, which is, you know, I don't know. Anywho's, like, I don't really care that much about having to use the boring characters. It's like, I do avoid using Xiangling, but when I'm using Xiangling to enable a team that's doing a lot of cooler reactions, I don't care. It's fine. Like, would I have more fun with Dia? Sure. Because I like Dia more. But I also like Candace a lot. And sometimes I can't always get them to work together. It's fine. So, but it is another team that shows, like, geez, I would appreciate more off-field pyro options, Mario. But no. Alright, yeah, this is my main account. I guess I'll get Emilie. Alright, hopefully you enjoy her picture. Okay, so last team I want to try, I think, like, urgently. I mean, all these freaking teams, so many variations. Like, I by the way, I think I was right about Emilie. All these interesting things you can do with her, I think make her a really, really, really cool character. Like, what this character notably does for me is, like, a lot of these things that I've been doing before, like shenanigans with burning, required Nahida before. And now I have a character that's not Nahida that I don't have to use. I love that. And she can be better than Nahida in some contexts. So, anywho's, I really, really like this character. Based on, and I know I might like sound like I'm getting tired and less enthused as time goes on. I'm just literally getting a little bit tired of yapping for 4.5 hours. But yeah, anywho's, what can we do for Raiden? Raiden, Yai. So, we still want, obviously, yeah. Yai, I don't think we'll apply enough Electro to interfere with burning too much. Did we do Bennett? Is this just another option for on-fielding Dia? Oh yeah, we can do Nilu Burn Vape. Yeah, let me try Nilu Burn Vape as well after this. Nilu Vape with Emilie. I don't think it'll work nearly as well as Nahida did, but yeah, I think we do Emilie, and then we can just, or we do Emilie, we do Bennett, and then we can just on-field Dia. I like this. Or we could do Kazuha. Kazuha might be better, realistically. All right, let's. Okay, we'll try both. We're gonna try Bennett, and we're gonna try Kazuha. Kazuha would be the variation where we just like spend time swapping between different units, on-fielding Emilie, on-fielding Yai, whatever. Whereas this variation is, you know, we on-field Dia more and see how that goes, kind of thing. So, anywho's, what do we? I think we start with this, and did this. I should have done Yai's skill before that, actually. I think, but it's fine. This again. This. Yai burst.
Right now, right here, right now.
Okay. That made me happy.
Right here.
I didn't get the Dia burst yet, but it's fine.
Let's light it up. Going in.
Do this. I don't even need a Dia burst here. Alright, I guess we just Yai skill again.
Right now.
Yai skill or Yai burst again. Why not?
Here. Right now.
Okay, the fact that I'm not finding much time to Dia burst here means I think the Kazuha team in some ways might be preferable. But Bennett does have some benefit of, like, you know, Yai can get pretty meaningful increased damage from on-fielding with Bennett, and so can Emilie. So I think that's an interesting idea here. Right. We're just going. Ow, 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 ow.
Everybody stand back.
There's one like a 99.
Right now. Right here.
Have your burst back? There we go. I don't think that was an ideal clear by any means. But yeah, like the weird flexibility for on-fielding Emilie in that team, or on-fielding Yai, or on-fielding Dia. That was kind of fun. I really like that. So Yai, Emilie, Dia, Bennett, Kazuha. I'm gonna have to mess around with that more. There's so many teams I'm gonna mess around more. This is such an interesting character. I like her a lot. So let's try this variation. No, wait. Yes, yeah. The idea is we're gonna use Kazuha to infuse Pyro, right? To get some off-field Pyro application. And yeah, the idea is to hopefully swirl Electro as well. Yes, that is correct. Okay. So we'll do this first. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Probably just gonna die, but while they're dying, we do Yai skill, right? Yeah. See. Oops, okay.
I'm always watching. Right here. Emerge.
I was hoping I was gonna do a little bit more, but you know, I could have done that better, I think.
Teamwork is tricks. One with wind and cloud.
Well,
Right now. Right here. Reconstitute. Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Right here. Right now.
okay, well, as always, these buttholes are annoying. I will say that. Can you not? I have no idea how consistently I'm swirling Electro at all. But
Where do you think you're going?
this is fun. I like this a lot.
Everybody stand. A little ambiance.
Did I have Yai skills? No, I didn't. Whoops.
Right here.
The eternal oasis.
Like, that's really fun. The swirling is questionable, but that's really fun to me. I don't know. I really like that. I'm gonna mess around more with that one. My first impressions of that one is that one is really cool. So thank you whoever reminded me like the start of the stream to to do Yai and Arlecchino, or Yai and Emilie together. For some reason, my brain was like, didn't consider doing Yai and Emilie together. There's also stuff to do with maybe a Hydra unit instead, like Siege Wing, right? It's like I want to emphasize, like Siege Wing is an interesting character in the context of Emilie that I haven't done much with, other than the one team I did earlier. But like, what happens if you do Siegeween in this team, for example, instead of Kazuha? Let's find out. Because of skill damage buffing, just in case it's not obvious. Siegeween is also not on the correct build for this team because, I mean, well, I don't know. MH is not useless on her. She'll still be, she actually, wait, well, there's burning happening. So, like, yeah, I don't know. It still might do something. Actually, wait, Bennett doesn't really make sense here, does he? Well, it depends. I don't know. It depends if you're actually bursting. It depends if you're actually bothering bursting on Siegeween or not. If you're not bothering bursting on Siegeween, right? But, so Siegeween's buff only applies to the character that's off-field. So the idea here, right, is that if I'm on-fielding Yai, then Emilie's skill is getting more damage. If I'm on-fielding Emilie, Yai's skill will be getting more damage, right? But then, like, whoever's on-field is also getting benefit of Bennett buff. So, like, I don't know. This might be interesting. Let's see. Wait. No, let's start with Emilie. Start with Emilie. To do this. Running to where those 2 women spawn for the big robots helps a lot. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing we did before. Okay, do this.
This will brighten up the place. Let's see. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Ow.
Right here.
It does rotate in a little bit of an odd way, I would say. I don't know. See, I don't know if this is worth doing. That might just interfere with things, honestly. But again, this is one of those things where the idea is, like, there's value in a unit like Siegeween having low Hydra application that doesn't interfere with much, but she's doing, you know, a buffing that is doing something. So, anyways, oops, I didn't have enough burning going to keep things going on, but it's fine.
Right here, right now. A sight to behold.
Do that. Did I have Bennett? I don't think I have Bennett buff for that. Whoopsie. Well.
This will brighten up the place. Teamwork is dreamwork.
The awkwardness is I do actually think I need to on-field Emilie more in this team, maybe, to make sure I'm doing some off-field pyro, because we're not having Kazu's off-field pyro, right? That might be part of the problem I saw initially, but still works.
Right now. Raise a storm. Russian swirl. Let's light it up. Emerge. Right here. Nothing lasts forever.
Kill one of the things. Wait, no. Okay, well. I didn't actually mean to do that, but, you know, whatever. Still do damage with Siegeween. Do we even have level... Okay, well, I cast her skill there, so of course we didn't have level 2. I don't know, that's weird. That one was a little bit more... I like the Kazuo variation more, but also Kazuo's grouping is OP and kind of skews... like, when you're doing direct comparison of AT with Kazuo where the grouping is relevant, where the sit grouping is relevant with enemies, it just is like, it's just like, It's hard to, like, objectively compare those because of the grouping value. I think it's interesting. I think the Kazuo variation I think was more fun, I think. But Siegeween is interesting there. So, yep. Oh yeah, last one to test here because I need to, like, take a break. Honestly, I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. Also, I need to go to polearms only because of the wishes its life it gave. Yeah, it was kind of slow. But I also think I played it badly. I think I've been playing on most of these teams badly, to be completely honest. But hey, it just means it's more like if you have a lower investment Emilie, lower investment teams, if you play better, you should see at minimum similar results. My skill issues are just upheld by higher investment things. That's always been my perspective on being fine with being bad in my videos sometimes. So, anywho's, Emilie burn vape, or sorry, Nilou vape. So Nilou is on 2-piece still. Yeah, I need to give her this, I think. I would put her on MH, but I just don't feel like changing the build. This build got similar damage to the MH build when I tested it before, but it was just less consistency because it had less crit rate. Also, the ER is a little bit whatever. What did I do for the team though? I think I did I did Candace. I know I did Dia, right? I did, what was the last unit? Did I swirl? I don't think I did swirls. Frick. I don't remember my own videos. Help. Farina? No. No, Farina is too much hydro. Who did I use in the last slot? It was Nahida, Nilu, Dia. Who the frick did I use for the last slot? Who did I use? I'm just having a stroke here, I'm sorry. Oh, it was Raiden. Yeah. It was Raiden. It was Raiden because I wanted to do something with the Dender application from Nahida that wasn't, and when Nilu wasn't vaping. So we're gonna try the same as that team, but with Raiden, or but with yeah. I remember. Okay. Hear me out, quick melt. Yeah, I mean, there's the fact that you're all having these ideas, right, is like emblematic of like why I think this character is cool, and why I think it's more why burning is cool, to be honest, more than this character. But this character is a unit you use for burning, and there's all kinds of things you can do with the burning, all kinds of weird layers of nuance within. So, let's do this. Do this, and then run over here. It's working about the same, except I wasn't paying attention to Emilie's skill there actually to see what her damage was doing. No, what? Wait.
There is no escape.
Well, I think it's actually worse than Nahida, which is what I expected. I mean, we did okay. So I didn't know. We went 8 seconds without having burning happening, and it went down to level 1, which is not what you want, obviously. So that's kind of what I figured would happen. I think there still is a variation of Nilu vape you could figure out, and just like I showed before, with like doing Yelan vape, right? But this exact team that I used before, doing the Nilu, whatever you call this team, I don't know. Yeah, if you do double pyro, right, I think it'll work fine. So you can definitely do Nilu vape, I think, with Emilie. Just not in this team. I think this team is just meaningfully worse than it is with Nahida. So that's I think the #1 takeaway here. Let's do this. I don't even think I vaped those. But yeah, like there's we'll try to end it off here. You can do Nilu. You can do, you know, right. Also, I mean, actually, you could probably do more like what I did earlier. Now I think about it. Let's try a VV. Can you do a VV? Okay. Well, the problem is getting the Hydra application for a VV setup on like what we were doing for Yelan. Yelan has methods to be able to have a Hydra applied to the enemy. That you can use to do a VV swirl and when she's solo hydro. And Nilu does not have that. Try Emilie Plunge. I did some Emilie Plunge before. Yeah, that was Burgeon plus Hyperbloom. Yeah, that team worked really well with Nahida. I think it works a bit less well with Emilie. It's not, I don't think, dysfunctional, but I don't think you're going to see as consistent vapes on Nilu there. So I don't know. Yeah, just to show that you can make it work. We'll do this. Yeah, I don't think there's an easy way to make VV vape Nilu work with just Nilu as the solo hydro. You could do some things, I'm sure, but I don't think Emilie. I think ultimately I don't think Emilie does all that much. I don't think Emilie does all that much for vape Nilu, is what I would say. But as you can see, when you're doing more pyro, you can definitely get some consistent vapes going, right? So it's not like she's useless. And I think she could be in this team. She should be better than Nahida, right? So it depends on what team you want to play for Vape Nilu, right? Seems good. it's another option for Vape Nilu, right? You can absolutely use burning to help you, or it's not really in this context. In that context, it's more like Xiangling doing a lot of the work there, as far as enabling your Nilu to vape consistently. Emilie is just there as like one of the more compelling options for an off-field DPS in the team, right? To make the team stronger, which is good. That means more options to make forward vape usable. It's just, you know, it's still just Xiangling. So, yeah. I switching my Xiangling to Fab in a bunch of those teams would have been ideal, but I wasn't testing. I wasn't trying to make sure my builds are all ideal for all those teams. I was just testing the feel of all the things working together, and they were. So I don't know. I'm gonna go switch to polearms only quick, because someone gave me wishes on polearms only a while ago. I don't know if Zloifet is still here. I have made them wait. I'm sorry, Zloifet. Is your Nilu built for vape? It's a two-piece vape build. So, yeah. Anywho's, what's your favorite team comp after testing it? Oh boy. Favorite one that I didn't think to find, like as far as like new team comp, it's probably the Yai Emilie Bennett Kazuo. It was really fun on the first impression. That I need to mess around with it a lot more. I'm very happy that Emilie, Dia, Sejuani, Farina works really well. And Emilie, Candace, Bennett, and Xiangling also is really fun. It's the most fun on-field variation I saw of the ones I tested. I'm gonna have to mess. I plan on making an on-field Emilie video this weekend, hopefully. I gotta mess around more, but yeah, I'd say those three teams, which one of them is one I already knew about before. Basically, it's just replacing Nahida, and then yeah, the new team that I didn't conceive of before the stream was the Yai Emilie Bennett Kazuo team. So I guess that. So final thoughts. She meets, but you stop yapping. It's my turn to yap. Well, my turn to yap. I've never stopped yapping. Yeah, like there's really weird nuance, and this is one of those characters that I think brings up the thought of the value of having units that apply less element application a lot, because you need to have burning happening semi-consistently, obviously, to get the full utility out of her. You do not want to drop to level 1 of her skill. So my final conclusion is that like she meets my expectations, but she might be clunky for a lot of people to potentially play in all the ways that I think is really fun for her to play in. And that could be enough of a downside to completely justify skipping her. But also any justification you have for skipping a character is potentially enough justification, because we need to be able to skip characters. So I don't know. She's a very good character. She's very fun. I think she's one of the most interesting characters that they've released in Natlan. Or in Natlan, in 4.0. Like if I was gonna, as far as like off-fielders go, I think I like Farina more than Emilie, to be clear. But that's because like Farina is just bonkers. Like she's just a bit OP, especially with constellations. At enabling me to use, you know, DPSing any kind of 4-star, even if they're a bad DPS. Like Farina is really good for enabling units to be better. Emilie doesn't really do that, right? Emilie is not a buffer. Emilie is just an off-field damage dealer who has a restriction to get her off-field damage, but it's a restriction that uses a mechanic in the game, burning, that I find really enjoyable to play around and think about. And she has really interesting nuance in her burst. So she's I don't know. This character is all kind of mechanics to me. I have not done her story yet or anything. She basically didn't exist in the story before this point. So final thoughts are that, yeah, I think I was right to be as bullish as I was about her. I think she matches my expectations, and I found a bunch of different teams that are really interesting. Time will tell how many teams I end up including her in often over time. It may end up being that I just find her too clunky to try to use properly in some teams. That I end up relatively rarely using her. I don't know. But I really, really like this character, how they designed her. I think they could have done some different things that were more interesting. Like, you know, actually buffing the burning reaction itself, I think would have been a bit more interesting. If there was Yeah, whatever, right? I'm not saying she's perfect, but I actually really, really like this character. Is kind of all it comes down to. And yeah, I'm very much biased towards off-fielders that can be used, and units that can be used in a diversity of different teams. And this character can be used in a bunch of different teams. I find playing around with all the different teams and all different weird mixes of characters to be what's fun about this game mechanically long term. It's what keeps me engaged in the game, and this character is very much a unit that does that and enables new teams that are like feel notably different to play and are interesting to think about. I don't know. That's kind of it. I like her a lot. Do you need to pull for her? No, you don't need to pull for any character in this game. But yeah, I'll have to do more testing on her weapon or not. My vibe, honestly, this stream was that I think her weapon, because of how her ult seems to be more might end up being more situation relevant than I expect. Yeah, this weapon is a little bit. Like I think the difference of having her weapon or not will be relatively significant, but it's gonna really depend on the team and the situation you're using the team in. Still, so like my original point with it doesn't really change, but the realization that her burst is even better than I thought it was means this weapon is also even better. So that's a bit unfortunate. And if you want to use that as justification to skip her, that's probably a good reason to skip her. I'll have to mess around with this weapon more on other characters too, as I've mentioned in my wishing video, and see how that goes. So yeah, let's switch to polearms only. Sorry for making Zloifit wait, if Zloifit's even here. Give me a second. You know, TLDR on a good team with Emilie with Dia. I mean, I played a bunch of teams with like, if you do like Emilie, like just as on the simplest level, doing Emilie, Xiangling, Dia, Bennett, right? You can on-field Dia for a short field time, doing Dia's burst, and then you can switch to Emilie and have Emilie be on-field and getting Bennett's buff for like the remainder of Bennett's buff kind of thing. But Dia is one of the few off-field pyros in the game, and she offers some defensive utility. There were some teams where it didn't feel like Dia's pyro application worked in a way that was good, like against the Doritos. It just kind of depends on the exact team. But the core of Dia and Emilie can be a core that you can use on in a bunch of different ways, I think. So yeah, like Dia is one of the more compelling choices to use with Emilie in general, right? I just logged into the same account. I forgot to change accounts. Yeah, Catane would be interesting. I might test. Hopefully, I'll remember to test Catane at some point on my polearm account because I have it there. And she's also quite good on polearms only. Like, you know, yeah, it's definitely this weapon banner is definitely configured, and the weapons themselves are balanced. And oh my god, that was a loud sound. Configure in a way to try to bait people out of Primo Gems before 5.0. Winky dinky. Oh my god, how really? Why did you give that mini Zloifit? Jesus, dude. My dude. Oh my god. What's wrong with you? Alright, I mean, look, I'm not gonna... Okay. I mean, I will regret using these, by the way, because people can do chargebacks. Hopefully Zloifit does not do a chargeback. And you know what, Zloifit? I don't think you're watching right now, which I feel kind of bad about. But I'm gonna add a timestamp for you. Timestamp just for Zloifit. 4 hours 57 minutes. Zloifit wishing. We're gonna convert them all. What I should do, to be clear, is save them for Kachina. But that would be rude to Zloifit. So, yep. No, we don't have any other constellations on polearms only. We only have C0. And we have a guarantee now. Yay. Because we lost the 50-50 at like 83 pity or something terrible. I think it was 82 maybe, but it was in the 80s. We lost the 50-50 to Chi-Chi, which is yay. But I mean, technically, if we lose the 50-50, it doesn't matter when you get a 5-star in the literal next pull. It was the literal next poll. I feel like... I swear to God, this was not pre-recorded. I swear to God. We basically just converted that Chi-Chi to a 50-50 win. Let's go. Hi, Shungling. That was probably the best moment I've had gambling in this game. Yeah, the 82 pity 50-50 loss doesn't matter when you get literally 1 pity next character. See, it was literally 1 pity. Actually, this is proof I didn't pre-record, by the way. Because if I like pre-recorded this somehow like an hour ago, this would have updated already. So there you go. There's your proof. And it will update, and it'll update an hour from now to show the timestamp from there. Literally single poll. Oh my god. Yeah, forget. I mean, they gave us the Primo Gems. We're gonna go for C2. So C2, in case anyone didn't know, is basically, oh, you don't want to deal with Deepwood on another unit? Here's your free Deepwood. Wow. It's free Deepwood. To be clear, you can still do Deepwood and get more value. But Deepwood has substantially less value if you have her C2, because Res Shred does not scale in a way, like particularly if I'm like using Zhongli. If I already have like 50% Res Shred for Dendro, having the additional 30% is not as significant as the initial 30%, right? So that's basically why that constellation exists. Anywho's. Yep, 1 pity, LOL. Well, that's nice. Yes, this is polearms only. I'm not going to do any more wishing. I want to keep my Emilie. I want to keep my Emilie C0 on my main account. I don't mind doing high investment things, particularly if other people pay for them, I guess. I don't know. I don't need to skip. I don't need to look at these. But, you know. Oh boy. So, hopefully... Apparently, you know, Mahoya was like, we see you managed to make a successful anti-advertisement against the weapon banner. So here, we're going to prove you wrong. By winning the 50-50 for C2 Emilie. Niche savings, let's go. Well, this is a polearm only account. I mean, to be clear, at this point, yes. Makes sense to stop. Like, I have C2 now. Thank God you didn't use these pulls on Kachina banner. True. True. Well, that was lucky, Primos. Indeed, Zloifet. Indeed. Zloifet, this is your money. Do you want me to continue wishing? C4 is interesting. C6 is the obligatory do on-field things for a short period of time. But C4 is actually more interesting because it increases her burst duration and then also reduces the targeting interval. Like, it makes her burst kind of meaningfully stronger. Like, if you want me to use it more, I'll go for more. Otherwise, I'll just save it for Kachina. Because, yeah, I can just dump them onto Kachina's banner. And then that would get me more Kachina constellations. So you get to decide. It's your money. And hopefully you don't charge back. Save for Natlan? Alright. Alright, we're gonna save then. Well, so, yeah, I don't know, thanks. Thanks like that. The funny thing is, like, that makes me realize, like, assuming, like, Zoifet did not do any donations, what this means is that I should have continued polling, even if someone hadn't donated, because I would have gotten C2 in 20 polls. I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Oh, that's really ridiculous. I want to emphasize how ungodly lucky that was. Like, yeah, exactly. That was definitely a 99% of gamblers quit before they win big moment. Oh my god. I didn't even get a C6 Yanfei in this. I have a C2 Emilie and not even C6 Yanfei. That's crazy. Oh, that's so in total polls, by the way, on Emilie's banner, then to get C2 Emilie, this is not the weapon. We did it. It was 1 pity to win the 50-50 for Emilie. And then another pity, 82 pity, to lose the 50-50, but then we immediately, literally the poll after, got the guaranteed Emilie. So basically 150 is basically 170 wishes for C2 Emilie, which is very lucky. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Alright. Can you check crystals on main account? Seems some... What? Why did you give me crystals on my main account? I'm not gonna... I don't want to pull for anything on my main account. Like, I actually want to keep Emilie... If you want me to do... Look, if you gave me money on my main account, and you want me to do meme pulls on the weapon banner or something, fine, I guess. By the way, I'll test these constellations later on Polearms only. I want to test out Emilie more at C0 before I activate her constellations. So... You literally got 2 pulls from 1 pull. That's true. I did a pull for Emilie guaranteed and got more pulls back. That's funny. But yeah, yeah, we already have her weapon. I was able to. You can the Bashis. You probably didn't see my wishing video for Emilie. On this account, I had 25,000 Primo Gems saved before the banner, and won the 50-50 for Emilie initially. And then got the weapon. We won the 37.5 on polearms only, which is very lucky. So Mahoya loves polearms only. We already know this. Like, I have no idea, man. That like polearms only has gotten so lucky in so many different instances. I just yeah. Oh my god, why you give me 4,000, bruh? I got bored while waiting for Gamba, but it didn't get through. I don't know. There was no top up. I see. Okay. I mean, what do you want me to throw this in the weapon banner for the meme of like R5 Aqua on Siege Queen or something? Is that what you want? Is that what you want from me? Otherwise, I'm just gonna not use these, or I'll use them towards like I could, you know what I could use them for? I could use them towards resin refreshing, so that I can build some more characters. Like I can maybe build a Razor, or I could justify building a Razor. I can get Kaching leveled up sooner. So whatever you want. But yeah, if you want to see Gambas, I guess with your money, I will do it. But I'm not wishing for Emilie. I'm sorry. I want to keep her C0. So because I think the reason being is because I think I might use her a lot. I already have her weapon, and her weapon is a significant enough difference for her. But her weapon, I can just, if I want like her to be more relatable for a video, I can just not use her weapon, right? Whereas I can't turn off constellations, and like C1 is a potential big enough DPS increase that I just don't want it for videos. Like I'm preferable, and I don't get anything from this. So oh, YouTube chat broke because does life say anything? Are you going to activate the constellations after 2 months like Farina? Oh no, not that long. Like I'll probably activate Emilie C2. Well, I think I'll see if I can clear the Abyss without Arlecchino with Emilie C0 R1, and then I will see if I can do anything. But does Lifet say Mualani funds? All right, sweet, Mualani funds it is. All right, thank you, Lifet. We'll use them for Mualani. Yeah, I'll probably, I mean, I'll save these for Mualani, but then I'm probably going to use my pittance of 1,000 Primo Gems to do, like, I hate resin refreshing, do not resin refresh, but like, I'm a content creator who has like a need to get more resin to be able to level up more characters, so I think I might do that. I think I'm at the point where I need to start resin refreshing to like recuperate some resources to level more characters. Like, Mualani is probably going to be the first half of 5.0. That means I have 3 weeks to be able to get enough resources to like level another character that wants to be level 90. Assuming I'm getting Mualani, depending on, I don't know. I'm probably gonna go for Mualani. I think she's really interesting. I was thinking about like doing a burst DPS focused Mualani rather than like a short field time window burst DPS window, because Mualani has such high scalings. Like my C6 Yulan at level 13 down is a 48% HP scaling. When I'm doing a vape build for her, made for her to get as much damage as possible, 48% HP scaling on Yulan gets me, has gotten me about 400,000 damage in a nuke. To be clear, that's a nuke in an AoE. Mualani does not do as much AoE. But as far as big number on screen goes, Mualani has 120% HP scaling on a baseline for her burst at level 10. I think burst DPS Mualani seems a little bit more fun. So yeah, anyways, stream was really fun. I've been streaming for 5 freaking hours though. Thank you again, Lloyd, I guess. Even though I guess you didn't even need to give that many, which is so funny. It's so funny. I could have just like grinded for one stream and got the same result. That's so funny. Yeah, anyways, like Mualani, just because she gets 1 million, she can get 1 million damage. Potentially, it's not gonna be super easy to get her to 1 million, but potentially she might be able to get consistently 1 million damage from her burst. Is something that I think is fun about her. It doesn't mean it's actually good, but it will be fun to mess around with it, and I think she's an interesting character to think about. So I kind of want her. Kanish will be depending on the 4 stars on the banner, like if Chevreuse is on Kanish's banner, because like Raiden reruns with him or something. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. People doom posting Mualani, I think, are out of their mind. Like, she's gonna be fine. I just think people have their standards set too high and are comparing to the wrong things versus just like, hey, can you have fun with this character? Anyways, it is a little bit of Eula vibe, except for Eula's backloaded, whereas Mualani's can be front-loaded, which is a big difference. You can just immediately ult on her, right? So, anywho's, like, I guarantee you, people are gonna like people are doom posting Mualani right now, and then Mualani's gonna release, and people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, look at the damage! She's the best character!" Like, it's gonna be that shtick all over again, because when characters have really big multiplier things, they can get really big numbers really easily, even at low investment, and people love that. Yeah, it's gonna be exactly Navia all over again. To be clear, I think she's a worse character than Navia in many ways, because she's not that versatile team-wise. But, anyways, yeah, I like her design. I like her. I like the movement gimmick. I like that she's a forward vape unit. She's an interesting to think about. Kanish is interesting visually, but I think I'd rather on-field Emilie most of the time. So, anyways, will I get both the characters? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I think for my sanity, I might only get one. But if I have an interesting idea to make, I'll maybe get them both. And it depends on the 4 stars, because, you know me and 4 stars. Anyways, I'm rambling. Thank you for joining the Emilie stream. I hope you enjoyed. This was fun, testing all the Emilie things. I think she's a great character. But, if you're interested in her at all, but you also are interested in 5.0 characters, realistically, the safe decision is to skip. I suspect what will happen, because of the fact that she is probably going to have pretty good synergy with a number of Natlan characters. I think she will likely end up getting a rerun sooner rather than later, right? So they're going to do something like, her first rerun will be like the patch after like the Archon releases or something like that, right? That's my suspicion. I think she's going to get a rerun sooner rather than later, because of the fact that a lot of people are going to be skipping her. But she's going to have synergy with Natlan units, which means there's going to be a lot of people that want her rerun, which means Mihoyo will know they can make money off of her rerun, so they're going to rerun her sooner rather than later. That's my suspicion. So if you really want the Natlan units, you're just more interested in them, the smart decision is to save, right? If you don't have an obvious thing that you would enjoy about Emilie right now. And then you can try to like plan around a rerun if you're interested in her, and you can, let the community cook and see what she does with new characters coming out, see if it's worthwhile. That's my advice. But I like her a lot right now. I think she's probably as far as off-fielders go at least, the most fun one I've had with on initial impression, for her own damage dealing utility. Farina's was more interesting for the things she does for other characters for me, whereas Emilie's more of a weird nuance of like does things for others because burning exists, but has just interesting damage and weird nuance in her kit that's just fun to think about. That's kind of it. I think she's a great character. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, whatever you're watching the VOD. And yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.